After 4 long years, the Overwatch World Cup is back. We started the year with 43 teams, and after months of qualifiers, we're now down to 16 teams, all trying to punch their ticket to this year's BlizzCon. Hey, what's up, everyone? I am Zoe, and joining me here to break down all the action, the people waving frantically right next to me.
Let's go!
Is it this side? It is this side. I got it right. Congratulations, me. It's Danny. It's Johnny. We are so back. Guys, I'm super excited for this.
We're so back. We're so back. You know, I miss you guys. You know, it's been a couple of weeks, but we're finally back. And also, Overwatch World Cup is back. It's been how many years now? I think it was 4 years now?
4 years,
4 years, yeah.
Big math, yeah.
Definitely hype.
Yeah, it feels weird. It feels weird because 2 reasons. One, we're remote, so, you know, we're doing this with camps like, hey, Jake's not here. Jake, we're missing Jake.
Him? Get him out.
We have worked with him all year, and now it's just the 3 of us again. No Costa, no Jake.
We'll find a replacement, or we get one of them back. Nani? Well, we'll see. We'll see what's gonna happen. No, but we're back. I am super excited for this. This is the 5th Overwatch World Cup, but this is the first time we're crowning Overwatch World Cup Overwatch 2 champion. So there is that. Let's take a trip down memory lane, though, before we talk about the future and the crowning of champions, because this is obviously an event which means a lot to the players. They represent their countries, their homes, their people. And one of those people is sitting with us on this virtual desk. Johnny, you got to be a player. It is not Danny. It is, in fact, Johnny. You got to play for Team Sweden way back. Way back.
Way back.
Oh, man. 2018. Here we go.
Oh, my no. What is this?
Johnny, you look like a baby.
I was like 22 or something.
What happened to you?
What happened?
This is it. Oh, man.
What happened to you?
These are
Good
wow, this is not even the World Cup.
Look at it, though.
That's like ranked. Oh, Kaiser? Kaiser who? Kaiser who? That was a good one right there. Yeah, I mean, look, playing in the World Cup, I did not ask for that, by the way, but thanks, production, you know, and a reason to make me look good. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, the World Cup is special, right? Because it's not your average professional tournament where you're trying to win prize money, you're trying to, you know, succeed, you know, your own personal gain. You're actually like representing your country, right? It's a special feeling, and it means to me, when I represented Sweden, you know, it meant so much to me because, you know, you get the opportunity to really, you know, make your country proud and make your country, you know, your fellow Swedish people proud. So it's a different kind of tournament, but it meant a lot to me, and I'm sure it means a lot to these players playing here today. It's a different kind of vibe, and it's really fun to partake in. So
does it make you feel? Do you feel a little bit more nervous playing because you're repping your own country in Overwatch World Cup when you're playing on stage? Or
no, I didn't. I didn't feel that nervous, you know, playing for.
Are you sure
Sweden
about
that? I obsessed more about just like making my country look good. So I guess that was kind of nerve-wracking because you're like, well, I don't want to go in here and just like be bad and, you know, make everyone, you know, feel ashamed for being Swedish. Like I want to go in there and make us look good, right? So it's a different kind of nervous energy, I guess.
Unfortunately, that didn't work out for you guys.
Yeah. You tried.
Neither of us, Zoe, okay? Switzerland didn't make it either, okay? Maybe next year. Maybe next year.
I never had any hopes there to begin with. But big shout out to all my Swiss Overwatch players, of course. Now, Johnny, we do want to talk about the winners, though. The ones who did manage to make their country, men and women, proud. And Korea, I mean, they were on a rampage, all right? They won this championship title 3 years in a row, only to be stopped in 2019 by the USA.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I remember, ever since 2016, where they first won the Overwatch World Cup, they were just killing everybody on stage.
Yep.
I think nobody came close to the Team Korea for when it came to Overwatch World Cup from 2016 all the way to 2018. They always had the best players, and they were just a tier above, I think, every other team. So it was, I mean, you know, they really deserved all of the Overwatch gold medals that they got from 2016, 2017, and 2018. 3 years in a row. It was very impressive. But I think it was 2019 was the year that, you know, that Korea couldn't get the win, right, Johnny?
Yeah, it was Team USA that time in 2019. And you know, this was really like a USA super team, if you will. You know, super obviously being the tank for that team at the time, and yeah, the Space was the off-tankers for that team as well. Like that really was the best roster that Team USA ever fielded, and with that they were able to take down South Korea, of course. So that was a massive achievement because, as you said, Danny, South Korea always will be the favorite, has been the favorite. But in 2019, USA, with a bit of an upset, combined all their skill sets and made it happen. So now they are the reigning champion 4 years later. You know, USA, they got to defend that title, right?
That's true. I mean, all those teams will be rocking up with very different rosters, but the spirit remains. One quick thing I definitely want to mention is that it was not Team USA who handed South Korea the first loss. That was Team France, in fact, during the group stages. That was huge. That was fantastic.
What happened,
that was
Korea?
pretty hype. What happened, Korea? The Team France was stacked, all right? It was stacked. Now, of course, those are not the only two teams competing for a spot at BlizzCon. No, we have 14 more teams who will be battling it out in our round-robin group stages. You can see them split up as is on your screen. The top two teams of each group will be advancing to BlizzCon and get a shot at the prize pool. That's right. The prize pool this year, and this is very special, is actually crowdfunded. So it is all thanks to all of you beautiful, wonderful, supportive people. And you can contribute as well by getting yourself this incredible bundle featuring the skins you're seeing on your screen and so much more. Man, that Sojourn skin, that makes me feel things. I'm telling you.
I like the Lucio one.
It's so good.
Lucio skin with the soccer,
but Lucio
soccer ball on the
skins
back?
have always been like, he's just a really cool homie, you know. But that Sojourn skin is different.
I think the Sojourn skin is scary. Like when I see an opponent in ranked, you know, using the Sojourn skin, I'm like, that's a 10% fear factor. Because I know that this person is like invested and like probably studied the VODs and try hard. And I'm like, oh, this soldier, they know what's up. Like, I gotta.
Why is it 10%? Why is it not 20%?
It could be 20. It depends. For me, it's 10% because I'm not 30? That scared, Danny. But if you're really scared, I mean, 20% fear factor could be, for you maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm always.
He escapes out. He sees it and he escapes out. That's what's happening. Let's actually deep dive into our groups and chat a little bit about who we see coming out of top of each of those groups. Starting with Group A, obviously South Korea is going to be the one team everyone is going to look out for here.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty obvious. They're stacked roster. They already have the synergy because all of these players have been playing with one another in one point in their professional career. But I don't think South Korea is the favorite to. Not only are they the favorite to move out of the groups, but I honestly think they're gonna be the favorites to. Honestly, win it all for this Overwatch World Cup 2023. They have to be.
Yeah.
Like I said, stacked roster. These guys are looking good. They added some great players like Lip, who's also it's his first time joining the Overwatch World Cup. So it's gonna be hard for all the other Group A teams to play against South Korea.
Absolutely. Now, looking at the toughest group possibly to predict, Group B with Great Britain, Australia, and Canada. Brazil also made it into the Commonwealth battle here. Who do you see coming out on top, Johnny?
This one is so tough to predict because you got Great Britain, of course, with, that always show up and perform pretty well here in the World Cup. But Australia, they're a team that I've been fighting with in 2017, 2018. They always bring a good roster too from Australian contenders. But Canada, I feel like, has to be the favorite out of these three. I think that any of those three could potentially make it. Hey, and Brazil, there's always upsets in the World Cup, Brazil, so don't count yourselves out. But Canada has to be the favorite, I feel like, because this is a squad full of professional players that compete professionally in Overwatch, right? I mean, we've heard plenty of Seeker playing at the very highest level, and he is arguably like the most pivotal player, I feel like, on this squad because he's forced to flex over to these different heroes like the Echo, for example. We've seen him on Ashe at times, but also the Tracer, if Noxious is going to play some of those hit scan roles, right? So I feel like Seeker is the one to look out for on this team. And I feel like if you have to pick one of them, it should be Canada in Group B.
Yeah, and if we're looking at Group C, China has arguably to be the one favorite here. But I do want to give a special shout out to Thailand. They are featuring one of the players, in fact, the only OG player who has been participating in every single Overwatch World Cup, and that is Oputo. Absolute lovely guy. I want to see them succeed, but in China, everyone has to look at China's roster here, Danny.
China has always been sort of a very strong team in the Overwatch World Cup, ever since, even a couple of years ago. But I think this year they really have a good chance because this whole team, with Faraway and all the rest of the team, they have been on the same team in the Overwatch League, Hangzhou Spark. And Hangzhou Spark they had a very good season in the Overwatch League this season. They ended up third at the very end grand final. So it's that core team with Faraway. I think China is definitely one of the stronger teams as well for Overwatch World Cup.
Now in Group D, we also, of course, have a clear standout there with the reigning champion, Team USA. I love their roster this year, I really have to say, because it features a lot of young blood, but also some OG players.
Yeah, the reigning champion, Zoe, and Super is back from his 2019 World Cup run as a tank for this team. Of course, they have Kalush in that role as well, so yet to see if they're going to play a lot of Super who can, play the main tank heroes primarily. But if you're going to have Kalush, for example, who is really known for his Sigma, which could be really useful in this meta, for example. But as you said, there's tons of new players coming in. RuPaul had a fantastic season this year, of course, and he was one of the standouts in some of the best tournaments here. But also, I feel like you have Dante as a flex player on this team. Could he see play time? Obviously, was part of the Overwatch League before, but now plays in the collegiate kind of scene, right? And then you have Hydron and Sugarfree, who both just rack up the highlights. Look at this guy. Hydron on the Widowmaker. So scary. So United States, they're stacked. Might not be on the same level as South Korea, but they're defending champions. You gotta give them credit. A team to look out for sure.
Absolutely. Let's actually summarize it all and determine which two teams we think are above them all. I think the first one you have to mention here has to be South Korea. Look at that lineup.
I feel like all these South Korea points I'm making, but I mean it's for a good reason, right? I think they are definitely the favorites, and we're looking at one of the players, that's joining the Overwatch World Cup team for the first time, and his name is Lip. This guy, just look at his accolades. I think it just speaks for himself. This guy is arguably probably one of the best DPS players that we had in the pro scene. Best Sombra player. I think he's going to make a huge impact for the World Cup in Team South Korea, definitely for this year.
And I think the other team here has got to be the team from China. I mean, they've been nipping at the heels of the #1 slots for 2 years in a row. They came second. Is this their time, Johnny? Can they do it with this roster?
People are screaming at the monitors like, United States, they're the reigning champions. Put some respect on their name. But I'm sorry. I'm taking over, okay? Team China. We can only pick 2 teams, so South Korea has to be one. I'm picking China as my second team that could potentially win the title this year in the 2023 World Cup. Look, they have so much synergy together, having played so much with each other before. Gu Shui, he's back in 2023 after making a name for himself in the World Cup early in his career, right? The Primal Blade, he's back here in the World Cup. Now, some questions about how many compositions can they play? Are they going to lean on Gu Shui to play the Winston, to play the Doomfist? Is that going to be like the focal point of their compositions, right? So that's a question for Team China. But overall, the team from China, I mean, they're just stacked. They have all the synergy they need. 2 of the best damage players in the entire tournament. So I see no reason why to doubt the team from China.
The interesting thing here is if we're looking at the brackets, those 2 teams actually will not be able to face each other for quite some time. So we're keeping it exciting, and it's going to be scary for every team which has to face off against them along the way. But we're not here yet. We've got to go through our round-robin group stages first. We have tons of matches happening over the next couple of days, and I'm very, very excited for that. Let's actually take a look at today's schedule to see the first ones we have coming for you. 6 matches. That's right. That's a lot of matches. Wow, so much action and so much more to come, and we, of course, will be breaking it all down for you after this break, so stick around. Omen, Game Live. First match of the Overwatch World Cup 2023 group stage is about to start, and we're here to get you ready and set up for all of the action. And also, you should be hosting a World Cup watch party. That's right. Head on over to overwatchworldcup.com and you can get special stream overlays and, most importantly, of course, earn drops for your streams. You don't want to miss out on all the action. And if you are, in fact, hosting a watch party, or if you're just by yourself enjoying a bevy and watching our stream, make sure to hit us up on socials using the hashtag OWWC2023 and show us how you're enjoying all the games, all the actions, and who you're rooting for as well. Who are you representing at home? Now, we're getting you set up for our first match of the day. Team Great Britain will be facing off against Canada. So let's take a look at the rosters here, starting with Great Britain. Honestly, this is a stacked lineup, a lot of familiar faces.
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking about the favorites to make it out of the groups, we're talking about Canada. I think Great Britain is also a team that has a very good chance of making out as well. Like you said, they have some great players. They got players like Kai, Funny Astro, and Backbone as well. And not only that, they got a great coach as well. Christopher from London Spitfire is the head coach for Team Great Britain. So I'm honestly very excited to see how this team is gonna fare against Team Canada and what Christopher has been cooking with. Who did I miss?
You missed Boneback.
Boneback is always in there.
I said Backbone.
He's playing support. He's playing support in the starting lineup.
Let's be honest. I don't think Boneback is gonna make an appearance. You think so? You think he's gonna make an appearance?
You'll never know. He might have to maybe he has to bring it up because Team Canada is not gonna make it difficult for them. Canada had also historically better placements in the Overwatch World Cups previously, but obviously with a much different roster. Johnny, what can Team Canada do this time around?
Oh, they can do lots of things. You know, I was reminiscing when you said that about great performances in the World Cup. I was reminiscing about Manga True bringing out the Torb on Numbani against South Korea. Man. Yeah, that was a good memory.
That's a throwback.
That's a throwback indeed. But I already spoke about Seeker, of course, but the backline is really stacked for Canada this year as well. You got Crimso and Cal who play at the highest level of Overwatch. You know, that's one of the strongest backlines coming into the World Cup because they're both so experienced at the highest level, right? And they can play lots of different compositions. They've sort of been leaning towards these dive compositions with Seeker on the Echo and Noxious on the Tracer. That was obviously in June, so some months ago in a different meta. But we'll see what they come out playing here today. They have the versatility required to play lots of different compositions here in the World Cup, which could give you a leg up against the rest of the competition.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I went with Team Great Britain. I do believe not just in the players who obviously are very skilled individually, but mostly in their coaching stuff. There's so much experience coming with that. Christopher himself also has been a player for 2 years in a row and then transitioned into a coaching kind of situation. So I have a lot of faith in that team to really make it out on top.
I went with Canada. Because we just got back from Canada.
Recency bias.
I was joking. It's a small part of it, but also I think, Team Canada, like Johnny said, has I think stronger backline, and also they seem a little bit more versatile compared to Great Britain, so I went with Canada.
I went with Canada too. You know, obviously I competed on stage in Toronto.
Me too.
With my fellow Canadians, you know, Lemon Kiwi, she'll be casting this week. CarQ was there, Seeker. I played with Seeker, so obviously I had to go with Canada in this one.
Right on. Well, let's see who is going to make it. We have lots of games to be played for both of those teams, but who is going to take the first W? Let's find out. For all the action, we're going to send it over to Dustin and Moxie.
Thank you so much, Zoe, and the desk. Obviously, we've got the predictions in. I think both sides, obviously, have a bit more variability for this matchup, Moxie. I think Great Britain and Canada is a very decisive game, and I think that this is going to be a good one that a lot of people can't predict.
Yeah, there is a lot riding on this as well. Not only is this going to probably decide who's coming in the first seed for Group B, it's going to have significant ramifications for the quarterfinals. If you were looking at the bracket, first seed in Group B in that first round of quarterfinals goes up against the second seed in Group A. You know who's in Group A? South Korea. Second seed in Group B most likely immediately goes up against one of the favorites to win the entire thing. That is not a position any of these teams wants to be in.
No, not at all. And Moxie, just look at this. Just look at this freaking setup right now. I mean, everybody's back here at LAN, you know, for World Cup. It's awesome to see, right, Mox? I mean, to have this back again, you know, obviously starting off with Great Britain and Canada, classic, you know, both of these teams coming through. And we're going to start on Ilios as well, Moxie, for the first game between Great Britain and Canada. Do you have any predictions maybe leading into this matchup specifically?
I think this is probably going to be Team Great Britain's best map, considering it is a dive-favored map and their tank J-Caro is known for his Winston. Something to note as well, the desk did talk about it. Backbone is once again on the bone back. He is going to be starting off on the support lineup. This is something that Team Great Britain actually did multiple times in their conference, mostly against Team France when they played this map. They had W Mayman on the Echo, J-Caro on the Winston. Kai was actually rocking both the Tracer and the Junkrat. Backbone played the Ana, and then obviously you have Funny Astro on that Lucio. So this is definitely one of the more favorite maps for GBR. If they don't take this map, that's when their confidence is likely to take a dent.
For sure. Yeah, you're 100% right on every point. I mean, with Great Britain as well, I mean, obviously they got Kai, an excellent hit scan player, but Seeker on the other side, you know, has had to flex a bit too, because Moxie, I mean, Canada's still having to figure out that like flex DPS role between Seeker and Noxious, who kind of have a lot of crossover there.
Well, Seeker's been incredibly flexible. In the conference, he played Pharah, Echo, Hanzo, Bastion, Tracer, multiple different DPS heroes. We are actually going to see something a little bit different. Force is going to be on the Diva, so it's potentially going to get melted by W Mayman with the focusing beam, but Cal on that Illari is going to be doing so much more damage for the backline of Canada in comparison to GBR.
Oh, yeah, and obviously off the top side, Canada sitting. And with that advantage, Seeker also inted for Backbone, who is caught out in the cage side. So Great Britain already kind of opting for a soft reset right now, just backing up, waiting for their Ana to respawn. But that's going to give the first point to Canada.
This is so smart. I love this. Normally when you have a Diva, the Echo gets such a huge leg up, but by running Cal on the Illari, W Mayman cannot actually get close enough to be able to use the beam to melt through the defense matrix. And as a result, they have to give all of this space up to Canada.
Seeker still sitting on the right side, throwing those grenades towards Backbone. Also, a nade comes through from Crimzo, connects on the Mamo, gets him down to 1 HP, while Seeker now comes back through for J-Caro. Everybody's low on Great Britain, but J-Caro somehow gets the kill. False, though, eventually will come back, trades out the Winston for that. Kai also takes another anti-grenade from Crimzo, who's slowing them down so much at the moment. Canada, though, trying to heal up, make sure they're healthy on the outside. Well, Great Britain actually walks through, and Kai takes out Noxious. Caught towards that mini health pack side. Canada, though, are up to 32% on the board. Meanwhile, Great Britain slowly working their way towards this point. Now they are here, using a lot of the mobility to get here. Actually almost go through for the cap, and they get it. Canada, meanwhile, on the outside, drop a bit too late. Drop onto Kai with the nano boost, and they managed to find him. So that is that first kill for them there. But J-Caro able to find Crimson. So a lot of the heals are down. However, Canada, you'll come back through. Even though they gave up the point, will now reclaim it.
It's such a fast flip as well. It took Great Britain so long, such a divide and conquer style of play to make sure that Force isn't able to peel as that Diva. And like you said, it allowed Canada to be able to build such a huge lead, not just in terms of point percentage, but also in terms of ultimate charge. So having that nano boost ready meant that they immediately were able to take advantage in that fight. But now Great Britain have a nano boost of their own. If Backbone actually gets to use it, he's continued to be pressured by Seeker.
Yeah, and he used on J-Caro, who already used the jump. However, Mamon's able to find that first kill, has the copy still in case he needs it, but they're able to find two. Seeker, though, does trade back one. Backbone out of the fight. So that is going to be a lot of the heals removed for Great Britain. Kai, meanwhile, able to find Seeker on the point. So Great Britain just kind of walking their way through here at 76%, maybe 77% for Canada are going to get that flip.
They have to be so careful, though. Cal is coming in with that Illari ultimate, and they don't have the Diva. The only thing that's going to be able to block that ultimate is going to be J-Caro's bubble, and he has to time it perfectly.
Canada setting up on their engage. Want to take that cage control, but Mamon's sitting there as well. Now, coming with that ultimate from Cal. Pulse bomb as well onto Kai. He can't go anywhere. False able to take him down. Mamone, though, trades back Cal after he went for that ultimate in the sky, while Mamone with the copy just building up towards that nano charge, also keeping J-Caro alive on the inside, making sure he doesn't have to use the primal rage while he's backing up, or forcing Canada to keep backing up. Now they get that nano through the copy and lands on a Crimson who naded aggressively, resulting in that kill. Meanwhile, Canada now, they opt for the reset here. Looks like they do. Well, Great Britain hold on to the objective.
Really smart duplication coming through from W Maymoon allows him to entirely ignore the ult deficit between Backbone and Crimzo while allowing J-Kara to continue to take away that space and not let False build the space for his DPS to begin to pop off. Canada now are approaching, however, that nano boost yet again. Most likely it's going to go on to Seeker. It's going to be up to Kai to be able to shut it down for the overclock.
Yeah, this overclock is going to be huge for Great Britain. As this is basically last fight territory for them. Anti-grenade comes through onto Jakaru, but he's got the Primal Rage to keep himself healthy. Gets poked out to half now. Kai pops the overclock, but it doesn't even matter because Jakaru's able to find one. Kai also on a Cal. 90% on the board. Canada needs a fast reset now. Not to get picked off. Amon, he found Seeker at 94%. False is going to be able to touch maybe with a D.Va Bomb. Noxious was the only one to touch. False gets slept before he can even touch. Now gets the D.Va Bomb off and killed, so they can't even start the overtime. And Great Britain will take round one.
That's so smart. J-Karu comes in with the Primal to be able to displace Crimzo on the Ana. So even if he has the Nano Boost, if he doesn't have line of sight onto his Echo, he's not going to be able to use it. And he actually goes down to the damage from the Primal and all of the focus fire coming through from the rest of the team before the Nano Boost can actually leave the Ana's holster. And as a result, Seeker goes down incredibly quickly afterwards.
What a shot from Backbone there on the end, and Sleep too. I mean, it took him a little bit to get back into it though, Moxie, but I mean, he looks just as good as ever.
He looks really good, and the fact that you're able to get that sleep on the D.Va before they're actually able to tap onto that point meant that everyone from Great Britain could ignore the self-destruct while still sticking on that point. Now, however, we move over to Well, and we've got something a little bit different. False is coming out on the Orisa. If you've been following Collegiate this week, this is something you're going to be incredibly familiar with.
Yeah, and Torbjorn's strategy coming through from Canada. Off to take that cage side. Jakaru gets poked early, so low. Gonna give some ult charge to Backbone though, as long as they can stay relatively healthy. Canada opting to play it slow, also taking anti-grenade, forcing Noxious to use that cooldown. Also Immortality Field from Crimzo here early, but False able to find Funny Astro off of the inside angle. Took a bit too much damage onto the, known and Lucio player. Also, Mamone goes aggressive, taken out by Jakaru, able to find Noxious, but it's just one kill. And they already have two on the side of Canada and the objective.
Yeah, this dive is just going to struggle to be able to find a foothold. You can't jump onto the Orisa, you can't jump onto the Torbjorn. Seeker's always going to be up in the air, making sure that W Maymoon isn't able to intrude into the backline and bait out that Immortality Field. And Cal has so much means of being able to keep himself sustained if he does get pressured by any form of poke coming from Kai. This is going to be a really tough nut for Great Britain to be able to crack, but it's probably going to come in the form of that Nano Boost, because with all of the damage they've taken from all of this poke, they've already got the ult up.
I mean, Seeker's looking nasty as well so far on that Echo. Great Britain takes that top right angle, forced to use the bubble though with Jakaru early. They have the anti still available. Backbone uses the grenade cooldown there on the inside angle. Unfortunately, doesn't connect with anybody, but now 50% on the board. They go with the nano engage on the Echo. Mamone looking for Cal. Cal able to escape with his life for now as that nano runs away. Mamone goes so low, has to go for the copy here as well. Not exactly a lot of value found just yet so far for the Echo player of Great Britain. And now on the comeback, Cal comes with his own ultimate. False able to get the copy of Mamone gone. Also, here's the pylon to keep everybody safe towards the main side. Kai with the overclock, able to find Noxious. Can he find any more? Cal trades it back. He's getting some damage, but it's only into False, who can just take all of that damage to the face and get healed instantly. Seeker does anti, so they have to be slow on the recontest as Great Britain have control of this point now. Seeker, though, trades back Funny Astro, so they've taken it slow and steady, but it now results in Backbone and Kai combining for 2, and now 3. False able to trade back Jakaru, but it might be too little too late as Great Britain have control.
Yeah, gorgeous power slide there from Kai to be able to break into that backline and finally dismantle the support so that the Orisa is forced to back on out. Terror Surge is still in play, and with Noxious coming so close to Molten Core, we may well see the combination. I really hope that we're going to get to see the Reddit play of Terror Surge activated to pull everyone from Great Britain into the well. It's a little bit of a gamble, but you have 76% of the point to play around with, and the crowd would lose it.
It would be insane if they did that. Noxious on the left side. Again, they just take this cage control. Anti slows him down for now. Also, the rally is here from Funny Astro, but Backbone actually gets killed first. They come back for the peel, but now the Terror Surge from False, really aggressive off of him, and he actually lives until WMO comes back, resulting in getting that kill, and Canada get the flip at 76.
Yeah, that Terror Surge, while it wasn't into the well, it did dismantle Great Britain's cap on the point. By pulling everyone into the Terror Surge, Great Britain were not actually able to contest the cap coming out, so Canada flip it, and now Great Britain have to walk into a poke composition that's already set up in place.
Canada sitting back again, giving a lot of space to Great Britain to set up on their dive, but maybe just playing more towards that anti-dive. Funny Astro also, by the way, is now on that Lucio roll to give them speed on that engage. Now the Nano comes out on WMA with the anti. I mean, it's just too hard for Notches to live. On the inside as well, WMA comes back for the peel onto Seeker, able to find him too. Cal did drop the ultimate, only resulting in 1 kill. And also, it's going to cost him his life, probably. He actually does back up, gets the shot on WMA. No way Cal comes back for that angle. Also finds Kai. What the heck, Cal? I mean, they're going to lose this fight, but that was like 3 kills at insane timings. Great Britain, though, have control of the objective.
Illari is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. You can't really take a 1v1 fight against her, especially if Pylon is still in play. And every single time you think you've got a pin down, she just jumps away. But Great Britain, still with control of this point, going to have overclock, going to have duplicate. They've got the advantage in terms of ult charge. They just have to make sure yet again to shut the nano-boosted Echo down.
Setting up False towards the cage side, missing his Torment at the moment. He's actually caught out position. WMO to find him with some help from his team. Seeker does trade it back, though, on the inside. Clyde with the overclock, trying to find some value, but Canada has rotated all the way around. Also, an anti comes through on a Funny Astro, who's so close to that beat drop, and he doesn't get it. It's unfortunately being saved for the next map, basically, as Cal able to find him. Canada comes back at that flip, and we're going to round number 3.
Yeah, Illari just adds so much more damage potential to Canada's backline, and even though you take out the aspect of either the Brig or the Lucio to be able to safeguard an Ana, if you move on to something like a dive composition, because you're doing so much damage, the dive doesn't really have a lot of teeth to it. Every single time you're about to make the engagement, the Illari finds a couple of opening shots and you're forced to burn all of your cooldowns, so if you don't find the kill immediately, you have to back on out, and that just allows the team with control of the point to get even more time with it underneath their hat. Now we move on to Ruins, and yet again we're going to see a composition swap coming through from Canada. This is a composition that you're going to be expecting to see a whole lot of. Sigma is incredibly strong at the moment, and a huge aspect of it is down to being able to shut out the problem and threat that the Bastion provides. Great Britain, however, not running a Bastion. J-Car is not going to have fun diving into this as a Doomfist.
He's playing back at the moment. Takes some poke as well. Great Britain trying to heal up. Meanwhile, Canada walks towards that statue side. Meanwhile, Mamone actually has a bit of an off angle there as well, so they can keep pressuring out this Bastion, but now they go in with the transform from Seeker into that tank mode. Karu takes a lot of poke. That just gives Backbone some ultimate charge. However, Canada gets the point first. However, Kai, again, with that charged up shot, able to find Crimzo in the neutral game. And that's why you have Kai in that Sojourn, able to find those opening picks. And off of that, Great Britain should easily flip this point back. Seeker able to find 1 with the grenade, but yeah, Great Britain will flip it back at 15%.
Yeah, only 15%. That is huge, because one thing that this Canadian composition has is delay, right? You have to bait the Bastion transform, you have to bait the accretion coming through from False, you have to bait the immortality field, and only then are you actually going to be able to go in and take a proper engagement. So the fact that Great Britain are able to do it as quickly as they are is absolutely huge in terms of Canada not being able to use this to still life.
They walk in, but immediate anti-grenade comes through. On to Crimzo. Nice immortality field usage, but he's still melted by the beam. WMamon finds those 2 kills, throws the grenades onto False. False does trade it back, but I mean, Great Britain get another hold, and Canada has to reset.
This is where the Canadian composition is going to struggle, being able to remove themselves and put themselves in a position where the Bastion's actually going to be able to get line of sight before WMamon, Kai, J-Karu, even Funny Astro, to an extent, can just jump on them before they're ready to actually set up and put this Bastion composition in motion.
Keep going to that coastal side too, allowing Backbone to get some easy anti-grenades off. Also, on the point, Jakara goes low, so he gets the nano boost on the side of Backbone. Nade comes through as well into Canada, so they're slowing down, actually backing up entirely, making sure they don't take this fight. Coffee has to come through from Mamone. He was a bit low on the front line. Here comes that ultimate from Crimzo as well to give them a bit of sustain. Also prevent that push. Noxus also finds that pulse bomb on the backbone through that rally of Astro. Also, Seeker will find Jakaru, so Great Britain slowly getting torn apart here. Funny Astro able to find Noxus after he's a bit alone towards that point as well. With some ultimates on the point is sitting Canada, but they're getting picked apart because they're not wanting to use any. Ramon's able to find Cal Kai, as well as found the lamp of Crimzo. However, Great Britain kind of playing slow. Do they opt to go for a fast engage on the false on the point?
Looks
for now,
like
it doesn't
they
look
do.
like it.
I mean, Cal's missing, and because he got taken out now, he's going to be behind in terms of soundbar. Kai wants to pull the trigger on the overclock, and Seeker, as a result, is forced to use the artillery strike.
Yeah, I mean, that was both Primitive Flux and that artillery strike towards the point. Crim's over to find Mamone as well. Great Britain, I mean, they are not expecting this maneuverability from Canada. Have to back up now. Great Britain, who have some ultimates at least for next fight, though.
Yeah, Canada needed to push that aggressively. They needed to buy Cal that bubble of time to be able to build into sound barrier, because Great Britain are coming in with both DPS ultimates for this fight. If you don't have that sustainability and you get baited into using Immortality Field, you're just done.
Garu getting a ton of space towards that point. Overclock now pop for Kai. He dropped to counter it. Connects on the false as well. The overclock surely will burn through the beat, but false goes solo on the point, forcing the immortality field out of Crimzo. Also, the stun comes through onto that back line too. Crimzo, though, still has that ultimate. It's the only ultimate in the lobby besides Mamone's coffee. Anti comes through from Backbone. Connects on the Seeker, but do they have the follow-up damage? It doesn't look like it. Crimzo's able to find Jakaru, drop the field onto Jakaru to counter that dive. A lot of heals coming through from him as well towards that point. Griffin trying to sustain until Jakaru can come back. They've got a nano boost available, but the point flip did come through. Astro able to find false. 94% on the board as well. Last fight territory. Rally comes through from Funny Astro. Mamone goes aggressive onto Seeker as well. Kai able to find Cal. So through this damage and all the kills, they're flipping the point at 86%.
And they hold on to the nano boost. Great Britain still have an ultimate. They can essentially package, parcel it, put it onto W Maymon, and leave it on Canada's doorstep. Forces onto the Diva, Seeker, the Sombra, Crimson, the Kiriko, just to try and touch.
Yeah, I mean, they do get the touch off, but it is a bit messy, like you said. Noxious comes through, has to recall. Nano boost still available as well. Noxious goes down. That's already one. Now they drop the nano boost. I mean, that's a ton of damage on from W Maymo. Nade comes through on the Seeker as well, and yeah, it's nothing really else you could do here on the side of Canada except just run into the point and get deleted by Great Britain, who flipped it at 87%. Will take the first map of Ilios.
Gonna be a close one, Dustin, I feel. There was a lot of counterpicking coming through, and you can definitely tell that Canada were analyzing Great Britain's strategies from the conferences. They knew to expect the Echo coming through. They knew to expect Backbone on the Ana to enable a dive composition. I cannot wait to see what both of these teams have in the back pocket for the maps that we go to next, because you have to remember, yes, Great Britain go up one map ahead in the series, but now it's Canada's turn to be able to hand select the map that they take us to after.
Oh yeah, I'm so curious to see what that is. Let's take a look at the highlights as well of that map. I mean, it was such a close back and forth matchup between Canada and Great Britain, but you know, I mean, both of these Echoes look good until that third round, Moxie, where Mamone really just caught fire.
Yeah, W Maymon was doing so many good dives. The teaming and coordination as well to be able to just jump onto falls, especially towards the end. But we cannot take away from Backbone. Backbone flexing onto the Ana is something that you have to be absolutely terrified of. This is something that both of these teams have in spades. When it comes to advantages, it's flexibility. We're going to be seeing a lot of different heroes coming through from all of these different players, and they can all play them at insanely high levels. But a lot of what W Maymon and Kai were able to do was off the back of those antis. You correctly called it. Canada, by going coastal side, kept getting hit into those anti-nades, and eventually had to change up their rotation entirely, going for side alley, thus putting them into a lot more threat from the Doomfist punches.
Yeah, and Canada, I mean, obviously looked good more towards the, you know, when they could play aggressive, but unfortunately still dropped Ilios. Meanwhile, the next map we're going to, Moxie, Itachi was picked. Circuit Royale is going to be that map number 2.
Yeah, this is a map that has sort of already had a decided meta, right? It's something that we'll talk about, however, after the break, because I do believe that we'll be going back right after this. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Welcome back, everybody, as we take a look at the players sitting in their desks, getting ready for that map number 2. Obviously, Moxie, Great Britain took that map number 1. It was close. However, they did look like the stronger team leading into that, or after that map, leading into Circuit Royale. But this next map, Moxie, we saw a little bit of a tidbit on, well, what could possibly be played on it, but maybe Canada has a bit of a strategy for that for Circuit Royale.
Yeah, you can see that Great Britain have done their homework. Like the desk said, Canada have an insanely cracked backline. You saw what happened when Cal was left alive on that Ilari. The thing is, especially when we saw on Well, when Force went onto the Orisa, every single time the Orisa tried to peel for Jikaru when he dove into the backline, Kai just used it as an opportunity, W Maymoon as well, to be able to get into a position either with the Echo or on the Sojourn with that power slide to be able to bite into the backline and punish them. And that's something that we've seen time and time again. It happened on Ruins as well. Every single time Canada wanted to make a push, W Maymoon immediately jumped onto the Baptiste, forced the Immortality Field, and broke the cycle of cooldowns that Canada was hoping to set up. Heading into Circuit, it's likely that we're going to be seeing the Sigma Mirror. So it's going to be a little bit harder to be able to break into the backline. But you know what else we're going to be seeing? It's, again, a little bit of a mix-up coming through from Great Britain's side. First we had the Bone back, now we have the May W Own. This is going to be incredibly interesting to see how this turns out. I talked to W Maymoon before we actually headed into these group playoffs, and he confessed to me that he has been practicing the Baptiste for a little bit of time, so I'm expecting a Baptiste pick coming through from him.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, I mean, did they have to change seats there of the role? Like, I think Backbone would change seats with W Maymoon there too. I mean,
playing musical chairs.
Well, they have to, I guess. It's like you DPS to sit in this chair. I always thought that was kind of silly. And when Overwatch, they did that too. It's like, yeah, if you do, you can't just make changes willy-nilly. You got to actually change where you're sitting, which computer you're at, because DPS is sitting in a specific spot, you know? I guess it's, the supports are always in the back, if you notice. The DPS is in the front in the limelight. Meanwhile, you got Funny Astro in the back just hiding, you know, behind everybody else. And now W Maymoon, you know, is in that same position. But obviously, you talked about it, Moxie. A very unique strategy coming out from Great Britain, huh?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, but he has been playing a lot of Baptiste. He's feeling incredibly confident. Baptiste is technically a hit scan, even though he does fall into the role of support. So it does make sense that things like Anna, who relies so much on her accuracy, and Baptiste, who relies so much on his aim as well, are probably the easiest supports to be able for DPS to flex onto.
Yeah, I mean, Baptiste is a very high, you know, APM sort of hero, a hero that requires a lot of, you know, coordination between your heal and your damage. So, you know, maybe it's a nuanced of a topic for a lot of DPS players, though. Moxie, you think W Maymoon has that in him to be able to maximize value on Baptiste?
We'll see. We'll definitely see. Now, however, we can talk about Canada because they are on the defending side, so we do know exactly what composition they're going to be coming out with. No surprises that Noxious is going to be playing the Mei. The Mei is incredibly scary on this patch. Yeah, they were like, okay, we'll remove a little bit of crowd control, but then they buffed her primary to do 100 damage per second, and that is absolutely terrifying in the close, because you also have to remember that it is that beam. It's not a projectile, right? So the Sigma, the Grasp, can't actually matrix it. You are forced to take the full amount of damage or burn your accretion cooldown on trying to push the Mei out of range.
Pushing already, Great Britain. Get that car control. Canada opting not go for that forward spawn. Hold. Wall comes out early, kind of did a little bait and switch. Also, counter wall comes through from Backbone. Forces the likes of Canada away for now. Also got the Immortality Field out early. Rock comes through. On to Astro. They're moving around the corner. Kai able to find that pick again. I mean, he's just so consistent on the Sojourn thus far. Great Britain does have Backbone a bit low here. However, they do have the man advantage. They just easily walk on to Canada here. Kai able to find Seeker as well. And on the Noxious. I mean, Great Britain, what a first fight for them.
Backbone had the better wall. He is actually able to isolate one of the Canadian players on the stairs. That's why you saw the Immortality Field come out so early. And the second that it was out, Great Britain knew that they could pressure. Funny Astro even getting in position to be able to knock Seeker before the transformation for the Bastion rolls back online. line means that Great Britain can just keep pushing, keep pressuring that front line. And now they've been able to cross corner. Oh, that's the better wall though. Noxious is able to absolutely backbone, and he is gone within seconds.
Yeah, I mean, off that, Great Britain just slows it down. So does Canada, though. I mean, they don't want to go for more, even though they got that kill, because they know Great Britain's probably got that ultimate advantage, right?
Well, Crimzo, however, does have Amplification Matrix before Great Britain, something that W Mayman has to be incredibly wary of, considering that they'd lost their main, don't have the wall to be able to block the damage the second that the window pops open.
There's both May walls out of the equation. Crimzo drops that window, but now here comes that Gravitic Flux. Mamone through it, able to find Crimzo. No Immortality Field to save. Seeker, Backbone also on the Noxious. I mean, Great Britain looking great so far on Circuit Royale as well. We know it's a long map, though, but Great Britain, I mean, this first objective, this first point made them look amazing.
Right, you want to know how to deal with a Bastion in your quick play? Just take a look at Jkaru cycling all of his abilities. So first Amplification Matrix pops open. Seeker's trying to use the transformation to actually be able to just chunk down the damage. Jkaru uses Accretion to be able to knock the Bastion backwards, doesn't catch the transformation, however, does mean that he's not firing, then goes for the Gravitic Flux, which means that the Bastion can't actually see through the window and can't melt anyone. And now we're on ramp where Backbone already has the Blizzard Bolts up, and Canada don't have the Siren Barrier to be able to mitigate it.
They had to know that the Blizzard was coming through from Backbone, right? But now, here comes that Gravitic Flux on the Jkaru beat drop to keep him healthy as well from Astro. So at least they forced that out. But Canada, I mean, they're working with a very low amount of ultimates at the moment. They're coming up with that Blizzard. Also, another window in his second, but they're down a person, waiting for them to come back from spawn. Meanwhile, Great Britain have that overclock ready to go from Kai. He's looking towards Noxious, who is making his return with that Blizzard available. Great Britain know that's coming up, so they drop the overclock early on to False. Get him so low. Now that Blizzard comes through. A defensive Blizzard, though, so nobody's really caught out. In fact, Noxious is the one caught out by Kai. Amazing pickoff from him. Gets that Blizzard out of the equation. Nobody could follow through. I mean, Kai is just ripping through Canada at the moment. Beat drop. Now they can go aggressive. Seeker! Oh my god! 4K from him to hold after the beat drop had landed.
That's why you're cautious of the Bastion. It looks like it's going perfectly for Great Britain. Like you said, it's a defensive Blizzard coming through from Noxious. Kai with the Sojourn has some ability to be able to dodge it and then punish the players from Canada's side who were looking to be able to set up kills off of the back of it, but they're not able to take out Seeker. Now the artillery strike's going to come through, delaying Great Britain's push up onto this high ground, allowing Force a little bit more time to be able to build this Flux and try to keep Jkaru in check.
There's the Flux. Canada actually reacting to it better than they did earlier to that May ultimate. Seeker able to find Astro as well. W Mayman goes solo on the Baptiste. Both supports gone. Kai understanding that this is a lost team fight at the moment. Backbone's able to find Seeker, but, you know, resets coming through for Great Britain now with 2 minutes and 24 seconds on the clock.
We've cycled back, though. Dustin, Backbone has a Blizzard. Cal does not have the sound barrier. False is going to have to either kinetic grasp this, or Crimson is going to need to burn the Immortality Field. The good news, however, for Canada is that there isn't a second ultimate to follow that up. If they still had the Flux, that's when Canada is going to start to sweat, because you're in a lose-lose situation.
Maywall comes through, but does not save them from the Gravitic Flux. Immortality Field had to be popped to keep Great Britain alive there. A bit too much damage on the side of Canada, but now they don't have any ultimates besides that window. Meanwhile, Great Britain have their own window. Blizzard and Beat Drop available. Understanding that Canada's just trying to play passive. React to those ultimates accordingly, but now they actually push in, force that window out. Now counter window comes through. Blizzard is here, but Seeker through it just connects onto the grenade of W Maymone. Deletes him before the beat could even land from Astro, and now they're just up a member. Beat drop pretty much useless there for the side of Great Britain. Now have to just run away as they wait for their Baptiste to come back from spawn, which he is able to regroup. However, this is a bit of a slow fight now with 1 minute and 17 seconds left.
Oh, and they lose Kai on the rotation up as well. Circuit Rail has always been defensive favored. As long as you can control this high ground and just pick apart the attacking team as they come through. And one thing that you can punish with the Sigma, unlike the Reinhardt, that shield is nowhere near as flexible in being able to cover all of those angles. You can hang it in one position and one position only, and that leaves everyone so vulnerable if everyone's not on the same wavelength on when to rotate.
Seeker unchained at the moment. I mean, so far he's looked amazing. Meanwhile, at the corner, False is holding, so a bit of a different approach to this fight as they drop the artillery strike. Jkaru goes so low, so he comes back with his last shot. Jkaru able to juggle around that shield. Now they push in. with the wall, but it's into a blizzard now. Jakaru gets frozen. His Immortality failed to save him. It doesn't look like it. False, able to get in the moan. Jakaru also fell. 22 seconds left now. I mean, this is desperation hour now for Great Britain.
Yeah, Kai used the overclock, power slid away from the blizzard, but are still going to lose players in that fight, and they have to wait for a regroup. And yet again, they're going to face the exact same problem, only this time it's not just a Bastion they're walking into, it's a Flux and Amp as well.
There's the Flux. Avoids the rock as well, so it doesn't get canceled. False now has to back up from backbone, but nobody touches! Oh my god! Canada, with far too much pressure, will stop Great Britain in the streets phase.
Yeah, Canada's doing a very good job. Honestly, where it all falls apart for Great Britain is that push where Backbone tries to go for the Blizzard to be able to just isolate out the pressure coming through from Crimson's amplification matrix. Unfortunately, because they played that exactly the same a couple of fights prior, Canada are expecting it. And the way that Seeker actually positions himself with the Bastion around the amplification matrix, he's a lot further away from it. Amplification matrix, remember, does not have a maximum range that it applies to projectiles going through. You can be as far away from it as you want. As long as the projectile travels through the window, it gets amplified in damage. As a result, Seeker is out of the range of the Blizzard and still is able to use the amplification matrix on the Bastion to just melt through Great Britain.
I mean, it's horrific to deal with. It's so hard, Mox. I mean, how do you deal with the likes of Seeker on that Bastion, you know, with that combination and synergy with the Baptiste?
Well, first of all, you just have to bait it. I mean, we saw it. They were successful with it on their first push of Route A. We're going to very quickly have a look at a replay, as you can see that it's a wall coming through from Noxious to make sure that no one from Great Britain can actually tap in time and keep that contest going.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. A lot of these teams have gotten so good at, you know, with little time left on the clock, just, you know, making sure nobody can even touch that payload. Now, on the attacking side, Canada is now on it. Great Britain, though, you know, they gotta hold at least one time here on this first phase, you would think, to have a bit more of a chance.
Oh, that shield is just gonna melt. 700 health in the face of a Transform Bastion is going to be gone within seconds. Also, such an advantage, but Seeker goes down first.
Before the Immortality Field could even deploy, I mean, that was so quick. Backbone, nice Maywall. Also, the follow-up there, that's that first pick that Great Britain desperately needed.
Yeah, this is what you can punish. The Bastion, in terms of mobility, is severely limited as opposed to something like the Sojourn. Kai's going to be able to look for off angles, but if Seeker tries to go off in his own, he's immediately going to get absolutely extinguished.
I was going to say, I mean, Backbone was such an aggressive off angle there, able to find that pick again. I mean, Canada now, minute off the clock already.
Yeah, and Great Britain, every single time they see Seeker go for that transformation, they have the corner to be able to hold back onto, wait for the wheels to go away from the Bastion, and then move right back into position. This time around, they're not actually able to wall off the Bastion, and it's actually Backbone walking in front of the bullet and using the Mega Ice blocks to be able to stop any of the damage.
How's he not dead? I mean, then it gets the suck from False or from Jakaru. Amazing work from Great Britain. Now they go aggressive with their own Baptiste window. Counter flank comes through from Canada, but it's really just such a small angle to work with there. Seeker does get the transform, maybe hit by the rock there, but it's Backbone again to find Cal. And then Noxious, the bone of back, doing so much right now. Also dropped the Blizzard, able to find the follow-up. There is Kai. Not necessarily 3 kills for him directly there, but I mean, that was amazing work from Backbone.
Yeah, and Canada, they don't have the sound barrier yet because every single kill that Great Britain's been able to find, a lot of it has just been immediate burst damage coming through from either Backbone or Kai, and as a result, Cal, with that slow burn heal up of the Lucio, has not been able to retain ultimate charge in comparison to someone like Funny Astro, who's constantly keeping the team topped up from all of the poke coming through from the Bastion, Sigma, and May.
It's underrated how hard that dynamic is to deal with as a Lucio player. Now the Gravitic Flux comes through from Jakaru. Connects on the Noxious, forces that ice block to come through. Artillery Strike forces the side of Great Britain to play a little bit slower. They avoid all the damage. And Backbone again! Crimso removed. Did not expect the May to be in such aggressive position without his team. Now the Gravitic Flux come through, but if he dropped to counter it, so all the damage is gone. Backbone also finds Seeker. Oh my god, he really is putting the team on his back at the moment. Great Britain, minute and 24 seconds left for Canada. They take point A. Cal goes for the 1v1 with Astro. Will lose it after all. and they're basically gonna have a minute left to capture point A.
And Canada tried to combo. They tried to use the Flux to bait out Sandbarrow, and then when the players of Great Britain fell, Noxious threw in the Blizzard to try to keep those players stuffed up so that Seeker was able to do something with the Bastion. But Great Britain anticipates that WMemo uses the lamp to be able to save everybody, and no one falls. And as a result, Canada do not have a single kill potential ultimate other than this amplification matrix, which Great Britain can just out-kite or match with one of their own.
Yeah, it's just gonna be so hard to deal with. Oh, I'm just a massive fan of Grid Overwatch, and Great Britain's doing it incredibly phenomenally right now. Now, Canada has to walk through, touch that payload, dropping the window on the cart as well to keep it moving forward. Seeker's gonna have to go off at the moment if Canada wants a chance to take this first point. Doing a lot of damage to Jakaru at the moment, forces him to back up, but the heals are strong there from WMemo. And Kai also dropped the overclock, needs a little bit of a top up to make sure he doesn't die. Does get it, also able to walk through. Backbone off the shot from Kai, able to find Cal on the outside, also has that Blizzard. 12 seconds left to go. Canada, they don't even have falls for this fight now either, and they don't have ultimates too. 6 seconds left. I don't even think they can really touch this payload. Great Britain, they needed a fantastic point A, and they did it. 2-0 over Canada, Moxie, today. Great Britain shutting down all of the haters.
What a series. This is huge for Great Britain. We talked about it coming into this, right? This is likely going to dictate who is able to come out first seed in Group B, and that is going to have significant ramifications for the teams that you're going up against immediately into the quarterfinals. Canada had a lot to prove coming into this. We did see that they were prepared for the strategies that Great Britain would throw at them. Unfortunately, they weren't able to topple the Sigma on Circuit Royale. The last push that they had with all of those ultimates, they're just trying desperately to melt Jakaru. Do anything they can with the Bastion, with the Amplification Matrix, because the second that the Sigma falls, they can use that Soundbarrier to get really aggressive speed directly onto that Sojourn so they can at least pick up point A and get a little bit more time. But unfortunately, the Bastion just has no mobility, no potential to be able to take up those off angles, and just continues to get shut down push after push after push by things like the Sojourn and Backbone on that Mei. Really good stuff coming through from Great Britain, making me incredibly proud to be wearing the red, white, and
No bias here today, huh, Moxie? No, but we have a lot of biases. I mean, this is obviously a fun little thing to root for your nation, and obviously World Cup has been that big feature thing to do in Overwatch, where you can kind of come together, root for your team. And Great Britain obviously not disappointing, like you said, Moxie. I mean, they played it phenomenally. Maybe some people doubted the WMemo on Baptiste pick or something, but when you have Backbone doing what he did on Mei, I mean, I guess that's the strategy you got to do.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it, right? Push after push after push. That Sigma did not fall. It's always a little bit dicey when you try and move a DPS player onto a support role because you can still have the accuracy, but being able to time those cooldowns is so instrumental to being a successful Baptiste. And WMemo, credit to him, he used the regenerative bursts, he used the immortality field, and the amplification matrices were perfectly placed as well. Really good stuff from the whole team.
Yeah, overall, fantastic work from Great Britain. They'll be moving forward in this round robin with that first win, which is absolutely huge from them. But we have another game coming up in just a bit, guys. So we'll have to go to a break. Actually, no, we're not going to break. Sorry, we'll go to the desk first to kind of bring you guys back around what happened in that match.
Thank you so much, Dustin and Moxie. Just like Great Britain, I'm starting my day with a W.
Never doubt, baby.
Feels good.
We all knew it. We all knew it.
Never doubt it. No, but this is exactly what I meant. Like when we talked during the predictions, like they came prepared. The coaching on that team has been spot on. They did their homework. They knew what to expect from Canada, and it took them out. Let's take a look at the highlights to see how Great Britain got it done. I mean, map one, to be fair, Ilios, that could have gone either way, Johnny. Like that was so close.
Yeah, it was really close. I mean, it kicked off with Backbone just having a great honor game, which was really good. I mean, the nanos onto Jakaru on the Winston as well, getting picks in the backline. And this looked solid from Great Britain, honestly, and something they can lean on later on here in the tournament. It did look close, especially when Canada swapped over to these slower compositions, integrating the Torbjorn, for example, falls on the Diva. So it was a really close Ilios, but honestly, like positively surprised by Great Britain coming out with Backbone on Diana, and then also doing some additional hero swaps on Circuit Royale, or role swaps rather, putting Backbone back on the May, of course, here on Circuit Royale. So really convincing win by Great Britain, to be honest. When I predicted Canada to go through here, and I predicted them to be solid, the coaching experience, Zoe, you were right. You made the main point. They've been here before. They know what they're doing.
Yeah, and I mean, Great Britain, I think having Backbone like on
Bone back. You keep on wanting to say it, don't you?
Oh, that too. I'll get to that later. But I mean, just Backbone on that May, he was just a menace, and just we all know how great Backbone is on that May, and funny Astro on that Lucio as well. It was just too much for Canada to handle. And I also want to say, Johnny, I want to apologize because you called out Boneback in the starting lineup. I thought you were just messing with me. So
that was crazy.
I was like, well, what is this guy talking about? But yeah, Boneback was apparently back, and I think Dub Maimon was another standout player for Great Britain as well.
Yeah, we read that, by the way, as Dub My Money. And I just so want this to be the way to pronounce the name. I don't think it is, but maybe if we roll with it, they consider changing it.
Don't think it is so, but we can try to make it happen, maybe.
It's just make it happen. I don't know.
As long as Maymon's okay with it, then we'll roll with it.
Dub my money. Well, they might be getting that. They might be getting that money. This is a super important victory for Great Britain. Moxie touched on this as well, because in Group B, if you're unfortunate enough to make it out on the second slot, you most likely will be facing against South Korea right in the bracket.
We never know. Is South Korea gonna make?
Come on, Daddy.
They haven't
South
played
Korea's gonna be
yet.
first.
They haven't
keeping
played
the
yet.
hopes up. That's you're very sweet, Daddy. That's very sweet of you. Appreciate that. No, but I mean, it's going to be an uphill battle. That first W was just so very important. Let's see if they can rake up more of those. Now, we will be heading into a quick break, and then afterwards, we will be talking about the second match of the day, and that one will be battled out between Mexico and Finland. So stick around. we are getting ready for the second match of the day. This is day number 1 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023 group stages. We are in the process of crowning the first ever Overwatch World Cup Overwatch 2 champion. And we're here to break it all down for you. Zoe, joined by Danny and Johnny, my trusted analysts. Jake, where are you at? I don't know. Maybe you see the homie again.
Jake?
Not to be trusted.
Jake?
Oh, maybe we see him around. I have a hunch.
Maybe.
I have a hunch. Maybe we see him around. And our first match was a convincing victory by the Great Britain team. Let's take a look at our next two teams facing off against each other. We're heading over to group number A. Number 8, that's right. I know numbers and letters from each other. Here is Mexico. Never mind. We'll just move on. We glance over that.
Yeah.
Previous 4 World Cups, Team Mexico not been able to actually even get past preliminaries or qualifiers. So I'm very sure that this very young roster is eager to put their country on everyone's radar, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, Mexico, this is their first time, being in the group stage with these players. They are very new, but I think one interesting thing to point out is their coach is Nomi, who was formerly with the San Francisco Shock in 2018. I think I'm going to be watching out for what Nomi has prepared, how Nomi has prepared these new youngsters for the Overwatch World Cup. I think that's going to be an interesting story to sort of follow for Team Mexico.
Yeah,
also,
exactly. Yes.
Do you want to say they did take a map of USA? USA did a little bit of trolling with the role swaps, but they take a map of the USA.
Yeah, and it's good to see that you have to take him serious. You can't be trolling and lolling around there. And now they will be facing off against Team Finland. And while, there have been recent roster changes for this squad right before the group stages, I don't really think that's going to impact them much here, Johnny.
No, this is a team that had played a variety of compositions in the qualifiers, of course, and we saw some Reinhardt in the mix then. But if they just lean on Vestola as their off-tank player, Sigma, we've seen a lot of Sigma recently in the pro meta, right? Well, Vestola is going to be a great tank for that, right? And so I think that Finland's going to be a really solid team. Tons of, veterans on this roster when it comes to competitive experience playing in the upper tier of Overwatch. Sauna, for example, is going to be a pivotal player for this team, but also Cloud on the Mei. If we're going to slow things down and play slower compositions with the Ramatra or the Sigma, for example, then Cloud is going to have a lot of impact on this Mei. So that's a player to watch, in my opinion. And of course, Masa, who's been competing in Overwatch for almost probably as long as I have, since like 2016 days, played at the highest level, participated in grand finals in the highest tier, right? But Vestola is going to be, I think, the most important player for Finland here in the 2023 World Cup. As you can see in the accolades, tons of experience playing in Contenders and participating at the highest level, right? So Vestola, bringing the Sigma, some of those off-tank heroes, it's going to be a player to watch out for here.
Yeah, I think the only quote-unquote veteran player we have on the server for this very game would be Masa. This is his second stunt in the Overwatch World Cup. Every other player is currently experiencing all the festivities for the first time ever. So it's going to be very excited to see if maybe Nerve's going to come into play. They are currently playing on LAN, right? Like, we may be remote, but the players, they are currently on LAN. We got to see the player face cams and whatnot. So that can change a lot. I'm rooting for all of them. I am very interested to see who's going to come out on top. Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I am going for the known factors. I have to go for Finland 2-0. I just have a lot of faith in those players, and especially in the backline for this team.
Yeah. Vamos Mexico is what I want to say, but I also went with Finland.
I was about to say that.
Sorry?
I really want to root for Mexico, but I think just on paper, just looking at, like Zoe said, just the amount of experience I think Team Finland has over Mexico is gonna be the winning factor for them.
Yeah, no fake outs here. I'm just going with Finland. The Finland has always been really good at Overwatch, since the inception of Overwatch, right? And I gotta go with Finland here. I trust them. I'm willing to put, unlike Canada, I feel like I can't trust Canada anymore after they betrayed my prediction in the first game. I still have a lot of trust in Finland, so I'm going with Finland 2-0 here.
All right, let's see if someone can break Johnny's heart again. I mean, Finland, the Finnish team, they have made it quite far in the Overwatch World Cups in the past, where I did say Mexico, unfortunately, has never come out of the preliminaries or qualifiers. Finland, in the first year in 2016, actually ended on 4th place, right?
Yeah.
So they've got some Finnish honor to protect here. They want to maybe place higher. I mean, that would be my thing, Johnny, as a player. I'd always want to place better than the previous people representing my country. I don't know if is that weird? Is that just me being too competitive?
I don't think that's too weird. I mean, some teams, they just want to qualify for once, right? Different standards. But yeah, as you're saying, like Finland, such a long history in Overwatch. You think back to some of the older teams, right, where Fragi was the main tank for that team, and they played Reinhardt compositions. They were so good at the triple tank metas, right? And they were some of the innovators in the triple tank meta. Sapis is another household name for Finland, of course. But then there was kind of this shift in the generation of players for Team Finland, and I think we're seeing some of that younger talent come up, right? So Cloud and Sana, they're both two, newer generation players, if I can say it that way, for Team Finland, right? And they get to participate here in the World Cup 2023. So yeah, it's going to be fun to follow this team and see if they can live up to some of those older, higher placings that Team Finland has gotten in the past.
But there's something to be said, Danny, about it being the underdog, right? If you're on no one's radar, the pressure is off. So for Team Mexico, this is not a bad spot to be in.
And not only that, because like we said, they are newer players. I don't know if that's the right term, but they want to prove themselves, right? And also, there's not a lot of expectations for these players, so they have that going for them, and they really want to sort of prove themselves that they could hang with the best, and that's why I think Mexico has a good shot at this as well.
Yeah, I mean, you also have to factor in that some teams which have those big household names and well-known players, you really know what to expect if you're the other team. It's so much easier to prep for those teams because you just kind of know what's coming at you. Whereas teams like Mexico, they can come up with all sorts of compositions, all the pocket picks here, Johnny.
Yeah, look, and also importantly for the World Cup, you brought up nerves, right? I feel like if you come into your matchup in the World Cup and you're just confident and you want to push the tempo and you go aggressive, the intangibles, it might sound like I'm cooking here. Trust me. But
love a good cook.
If you go into one of these matchups, one of the underdog teams, if you just go in aggressively, and we've seen teams in the past, like Team Thailand, for example, be super aggressive and make their opponent uncomfortable, that can actually give you a bit of a leg up in these matches, right? So if you're a team like Mexico, for example, you're probably not favored to get out of your group. Well, this is one of those matchups where you're just hey, Team Finland, they're probably not expecting anything too different. They're just gonna go in, play their own game, right? That's what so many pros say. If you're Mexico, just go in there, cause some ruckus, change things up a little bit. It can make a huge difference in the World Cup when you got inexperienced players but also just when these teams don't have as much practice, just going in and being confident in your own play and really pushing the tempo, that could make a big difference in these games. So I'm looking for that from Mexico in this match.
Can I be honest?
Yes, please.
I kind of want to switch my bread now.
You want to switch your bread? Have we talked you into Mexico?
I kind of want to go for Mexico. I saw it in their eyes. They're hungry.
You saw
I respect it. I really respect it.
I would respect that a lot. Now the question is, does production respect it enough to change it for you?
I'll do it.
I think you should do it.
I'll do it. I'm gonna do it.
Let's go. Let's go, Danny. Yes. That means we're doing our job right. We're selling people on it.
I honestly. Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Vamos, Mexico! Let's
2-0
go!
as well. This is convincing. A convincing switch.
As we're talking more and more about Mexico, how these guys are sort of newer players, they're hungry, they want to prove themselves, and because Finland really, it's hard for them to prep against teams like Mexico. I think that could work out for Team Mexico.
They took a map of the USA, Danny.
Yeah,
exactly.
When Super was on Genji, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, and we're watching Nomi at the end here of the table. This man knows what he's doing. He's been around the block. He's been playing on the big stages, and he's ready for this. I'm sure he's prepared really, really well. Now, one thing I want to just throw out there, which is this might be a crazy one, Johnny. Maybe I'm overcooking. But if you're in Group A, like Mexico is, and you have South Korea in your group, is that one of those? Well, technically, I should only prepare against 2 other teams rather than 3 because you don't expect to actually take down South Korea. So you have less homework to do?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how diligent some of these teams are with their homework in the first place, but if you want to go that route, then sure, maybe you don't prepare a ton for South Korea in that regard. But
I mean, I personally wouldn't. What about you, Danny?
I mean, I don't know. It could be looked in either way, right? You could also go Zoe's route, or on the other side, you're like, hey, like if we have a chance against Korea, like let's prep only for Korea, you know? It's like
yeah, if you have a chance, but like,
Group A.
yeah, leave
like,
rest to the chances that Korea, we're gonna prep Korea hard, you know?
But that makes no sense, Danny. Then you're like you're losing potentially the only chances you're having by not.
No, if you think you're
focusing on
better than
those.
all the other teams, and you know that you're sort of, you know, lower than Korea, why don't you prep more for Korea and less for the other teams?
Because chances of winning against Korea, it's simple math. Chances of winning against South
what
Korea.
if you do a lot of homework, Zoe?
Yeah, that's
A
why you
lot of
do
homework.
more homework. You watch more.
So much homework.
More
that you could maybe take
scripts.
down
Yeah.
Korea.
Well, maybe I got the wrong idea then at how competitive video games work. But hey, you know, we don't know their approach. Maybe we get to chat to some of the players later on, or to some of the coaches. I know, of course, we have our insider on the cases here with Emily Tang, and she will get the inside scoop of some of those teams. Maybe we can, you know, send them their way, find out how they prepared, what homework they did, or who they stole it from. For now, though, we are ready to get all the action going. Mexico going up against Finland. Let's see if Danny's swap will bear fruit or not. And for all the action,
Vamos,
Dustin
amigos.
and Moxie are standing by ready.
Thank you so much, Zoe. You know, I would say excellent work, Desk, for filling so much time, but also you did kind of overcook it. I mean, freaking Danny switched his prediction to Mexico halfway through. What the heck was that about? All right. I mean, he has faith in Mexico. I mean, they have a good team. You know, Angel Villado is a great player that we saw in the qualifiers, Moxie. So, you know, maybe this match could be an upset like Danny thinks.
Yeah, like you said, we did get to follow Mexico in the qualifier. They were able to come in third of the Group A, so did just manage to make it in. It went down to the absolute wire, though. The very, very, very last match of the entire conference was between Mexico and Puerto Rico. Mexico were able to take the win, thus advance forward to the very stage that they are, going up against Finland. This is a really important one for both of these teams, as the desk did talk about. These two teams are in Group A. South Korea is also a part of Group A, and with only the top 2 teams in every single group advancing, every single win is going to matter to the rest of those 3 teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very important matchup here on our hands. And, you know, obviously got the likes like the desk mentioned with Masa coming back, a veteran of the scene. You know, I was on a team with him at one point. He's, you know, I always think about Finnish people, Moxie. You know, they always like, I don't know, it's hard for them to kind of like assimilate with everybody else, you know, in a team environment. But maybe with like the other Finnish players, they just kind of reach another level, right? Like with the... Am I cooking a little too hard here, Moxie?
Well, like Voltron, 5 of them just formed together to make a super thing.
Yeah. Exactly. And also the lineup's a little bit different, but you know, obviously, yeah, it's like Masa and Finland have always, you know, performed pretty well. Obviously, with a bit of a different lineup leading into this one, are going to start on Mecha Base first.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing Mexico coming in with, I believe, actually, the name tag should be switched. We're going to see Finland coming through with Vestilla on the Sigma, and Mexico opting to run castles on the Orisa. A lot of defensive capability, but that Bastion is going to force that fortifier so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, they're immediately walled off, counter wall by Cloud. Immortality Field committed on both sides. Castle goes so low, but the Immortality Field keeps him healthy. Also hits the Javelin onto Cloud, and then the wall was there from Chobolux too. Perfect coordination from the likes of Mexico as they wipe Finland, sending them back to the spawn doors and taking the objective first.
All of that damage contributed. Sona has almost built up the artillery strike, but because Castle was able to be kept up by Momo, he's already got an amplification matrix to be able to use to make pushing through this choke so punishing.
Now they have to come back through. Counter wall comes through after wall is committed by Cloud. Both teams also dropping a Baptiste window there from Momo's side. Forces out Finland for now. No kills, though, in this fight just yet. Immortality Field committed from Finland temporarily to make sure this brawl goes in their favor. Also drops a counter wall from Mickey's side. With all of that bashing damage from Sana, it's just too much to deal with, even with the Blizzard to free Sana. They don't think they have the follow-up damage in the situation. Angel's able to find Sana and Mickey, but then gets stagger killed by Finland, who then walks towards that point to flip it in the 40 percentile.
Has been able to build up the overclock, however, so even though Cloud is going to be able to come into this next fight with that Blizzard to potentially combo up with the Stolar's Flux, Angel Velado with the Sojourn and whip ability, the power slide, can mitigate a lot of that threat and pop the overclock to make sure that they don't get any value from it.
Everybody Flux available here on the inside. Sana, though, able to find Caps before they even need to use it. Just commit a beat drop there from Masa. Good communication from the support line of Finland. Also, their team in general, I mean, just off of that beat, able to get the kills there, even though Angel popped the overclock.
Yeah, they were really trying to pressure Vestola as well. Trobolux on that May going right for the Sigma to try and burn through him as quickly as possible. Not able to find the kill off of that Sound Baron. As a result, they hold on to the choke and have 3 ultimates to make it incredibly punishing for Mexico, who lose the Orisa before they're able to break out into the more open space and place themselves into a position where they're not going to be able to have to worry about the Bastion's transformation.
Sana absolutely being a star player at the moment, just through that damage. Mexico can't do anything now, 50% on the board. It's tough for them to recontest.
Paralet's going to have a Sound Barrier, but Mexico may well have to use it. That's a fat finger of an Immortality Field, I feel like. So Paralet does have the Sound Barrier to try and break out of this choke, but Immortality Field, they're going to have to wait. They can't push until it comes back in cooldown.
Well, look at Angel's flank. I mean, he's all the way across the map on the bridge. No angle, though, because of the pillar in this fight. Sana does turn back for him. They're actually deciding what to do here. Angel being in this position really confuses Finland at the moment. They have to use the Immortality Field. The Blizzard did come out, so they're able to kill Momo. The beat drop not there in time to save him. And now Mexico, I mean, they have the beat, but eventually it gets worn off. They did capture the point with Angel coming back and making sure he was still that nuisance in the back line, but it is flipped back for Finland. Yeah,
and Vasola's still got the Sigma Flux, Sauna's still the artillery strike, so if Mexico try and go for one of those sneaky flanks with either the overclock or a Blizzard, Sauna's going to be able to buy back all of the space that Mexico tries to take away from them, as yet again, they have to push through a choke into a Bastion.
And there's that Gravitic Flux. Paulette goes into the air. Immortality Field here, but not in there, not in the area to save Paulette. Estella also finds Momo, so no more heals there. The Blizzard eventually will connect onto some of the members of Finland, but it might be far too late. Overclock from Angel. It's just him alive. Surely can't even touch the objective. And yeah, no, Finland will be taking Mecha Base, which is round 1.
Yeah, Orisa is an incredibly selfish tank. And what I mean by that is she's very good at keeping herself alive and only herself. Javelin Spin really doesn't have that wide a radius of effect. It's nowhere near as effective as something like the Diva's Matrix. And as a result, while your Orisa may be able to just chunk through all of the damage output that's coming through from Finland's side, the rest of the team not so much. And every single thing that you invest in keeping that Orisa up just depletes the rest of the team's resources. And as a result, it was down to the DPS to try and make those star plays, which worked out for a little bit, but Finland, however, had the numbs advantage, had the abilities, the resources, and still things like Immortality Field, and were able to just hold on to the choke far longer than Mexico wanted.
Mexico now rocking the Doomfist for this map, or this round in particular. Momo also over to the Ana, Pellet maybe over to that Mercy. A bit of a pocket pick for Chobolux there in the sky. 15 seconds before the point unlocks on the map with the train. Angel able to find Mickey too. Nice shot from him with that charge up shot. I mean, forces Finland to be in a bit of a precarious situation. Now they don't have their Baptiste. A lot of the heals removed now. Angel's able to find Sana. Chobolux finds Cloud. Point now unlocks as well. Mexico wins that first fight.
Yeah, it's honestly a smart counter coming through from Mexico. Castle coming onto that Doomfist is actually going to force the swap off of the Bastion. The Bastion wants to play around the Sigma so that you have the safety that the Sigma provides. But if you're playing too close to the Sigma, multiple players are going to get punched by that Doomfist, and that provides the opening for the Echo to be able to drop in entirely unimpeded. As a result, Cloud flexes onto the Cassidy.
Okay, onto the cast. Throws that nade onto Castle, forcing the back up after it hindered him temporarily. Mexico is sitting around that point now. Finland's so close to getting that cap through, but doesn't eventually come through. The nade, though, slows down Finland for now. Perfect Immortality Field from Mickey. Nobody deletes it in time. Masa does get traded out by Chobolux, but Sana and Cloud able to find 2 in that fight. Now Angel on the other side looking for Sana on the recall. able to look for that backline a bit more. Also, they're still even in this fight, but with Vistola and Cloud, that's a lot of damage. Looks into the sky after finding Angel on the low ground. Now after, he has to deal with Overwatch, who gets that copy. Now able to go for that backside. Eventually gets taken out of the copied form, but is the damage already done? No, because Cloud's able to find Tim Castle, though, with the nano boost, able to get Masa, so that's some healing removed, as well as some good needed pressure from Finland's side. They did flip the point, however, causing Mexico to now back up as they've lost a bit of positioning.
Yeah, and Castle came back in on the Winston spill, try and dive into the backline and also give that nano boost a little bit more threat to it. Comes in immediately with the bubble, jumps out before he can actually get hit by the accretion coming through from Vistola, so the Winston will not go down early. Lovely anti-nade connects onto Finland's backline, forcing the immortality field, and as a result, Angel Velada is trying to find a kill of the overclock, but he goes out to the flux.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Vistola just targeted him, knowing that was the target to remove. Only ultimate for Mexico gives them that first kill. And now they're going to actually go back through that point and still have that objective advantage.
Yeah, Mexico, you can see, actually had to swap off of the Echo, understanding that Finland with control of all of this space. The hit scan of the Cassidy just becomes too overwhelming for the Echo, even with a Mercy Pocket, to be able to deal with. Now it's going to be up to that Tracer to try and infiltrate the backline, but easier said than done, especially since Master is on the Brigida to be able to safeguard Mickey's position.
Yeah, Vistola's kind of noticed that Angel keeps going alone, just trying to make sure he kind of focuses on him, targets him a bit. Momo also does take down the immortality field from Finland's side. They kept Cloud alive during the high noon, but no kills come of it. Mexico, though, still don't have a lot of positioning here, even though they're fighting for a lot of it. They have to keep backing up now, understanding Finland's in a great position. They want to push off of this. Cloud, nice kill from him on the pallet. The nano boost is here, but they're already down 2 members. 85% on the board as well. It's dicey for the likes of Mexico at the moment, as even with the nano boost, they're able to kill Castle. 91% of the board now. I don't know if Mexico can even touch the objective.
That is not a fight you wanted prolonged, and unfortunately, you lost 3 key players before it finished up. Overlux is able to come in with the Pulse Bomb and at least tap, but unfortunately, all that does is draw out Immortality Field, and Finland's going to be able to take that one nice and cleanly. It's so unfortunate for Mexico, and it's so smart from Finland. They see all of these ultimates coming out from Mexico's side inside room with that health pack, and they just decide to bait out that fight as long as possible, understanding that even if they lose 1 or 2 players, they're still going to be able to have something like the Cassidy to be able to play bouncer when Mexico eventually tries to come contest before it hits into 100%.
I'm going to preface this by saying I love Mexico, and I think they have a lot of good, talented players, but man, I feel bad for Danny here, Moxie. I mean, he just got sold snake oil. Like, Jesus, like, Finland looks so good in that map specifically. Obviously, things can change, maybe leading into the future maps, Moxie, but, I mean, that was kind of a dominant first map for Finland.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like you said, there was one big thing that just happened time and time again from Mexico's side, and Finland started reading into it and punishing it. And that is that when the dives came through, a lot of it was very isolated. And as a result, we didn't really get to see all of the team working together to be able to chunk the targets down low. Instead, Finland saw that by pushing these players in one by one, Mexico were elongating all of these fights voluntarily by their own hand. So all Finland had to do was put something in like a Cassidy with Burden Nade, and it just meant that the dive never really got off the ground.
I mean, just great work from the DPSs of Finland, and overall as their team, you know, kind of shut them down there. Obviously, a lot of great work from the Stola, too, with that gravitic flux to shut down
that
Angel.
Flux was huge.
Like, yeah.
That flux could actually have changed the entire layout of the pacing between both of those teams, the entire power dynamic. Because the reason why Finland was so scary when they actually swapped to the Cassidy, they forego the Lucio, they forego the rotation and the speed, which means that they should be vulnerable on the rotations. And that's something that Mexico could have punished, but they were never able to oust them off the point. The Cassidy always had control, it was always his turn, because they were never able to find that team wipe they were looking for. And that flux, that was the one moment that they had to maybe get the door open, and Vestola banged it shut in their face.
Mexico, the pick coming through will be Paraíso. It's going to be that map. Number 2, like I said, in this series between Finland, maybe they think Paraíso was going to be a good one for their team in particular, but we'll have to see after a short break, and we'll see you guys for that number 2. Welcome back, everybody. Between this series between Finland and Mexico, Finland currently are up 1 in the matchup in the first of 2, so obviously 1 more, and they'll be feeling pretty good about themselves and their chances going against the likes of Team Korea, Moxie. We actually have a bit of a sideline reporter, a bit of information on the side from Emily, maybe to give us some more information. She talked to some of the teams before the game, so we'll have to see what she says. Emily, what's going on? What do you have to say about these two teams?
Thank you so much, Dustin and Moxie. So good to be back at Overwatch World Cup again. So I was able to chat a little bit with Team Mexico and Team Finland. So I figured, what are the greatest strengths from your team? And Team Mexico said, I think our strengths are Angel Volato, Paulette, and Momo. It's our coordination on the different compositions, and they are just absolute gods of technical gameplay. And when I asked Team Finland, their response were, I think our greatest strengths are that we're feeling confident. We know that we'll get through the group with our default game. And even though South Korea is obviously a massive team to beat, I think we're ready for them as well. Well, that's all I have. Stay tuned for some new juicy bits, and back to you guys, Dustin and Moxie.
Thank you, Emily. I mean, obviously, Finland boasting a lot of confidence. Meanwhile, Mexico, I mean, kind of a similar thing on their end. You know, obviously a bit of a younger team, newer team as well, Moxie, as the desk brought it up. So, you know, it's a big hill to climb versus the likes of Mexico. But, you know, as Emily said, you know, maybe they could do it with their mechanical skill with the likes of Angel Volato.
Yeah, there are 2 things I'm taking, especially from the Finland POV. One, they said play their default game, which immediately says to me that they're saving something in the pocket as a curveball to be able to surprise all of these teams, because obviously, you're not just going to be facing up against the teams in your group, right? If you make it into the top 2, you're going to be moving on to face all of the other groups. And that means if you're playing on broadcast, you don't want to give away all of your secrets. We already saw in the first matchup of the series, when we saw Great Britain versus Canada, exactly how important being able to do the homework, check the VOD, it is for everyone behind the scenes, for the coaches, the analysts, the managers, to be able to better equip the team. If you can get through group stage with a little bit of a surprise still up your sleeve, you're gonna be in a really good position. The second thing is that that's your answer, Zoe. Some of these teams are definitely prepping for South Korea because they want to be the ones that go up against one of the favorites and show us, okay, maybe there's some other teams still to play for this cup.
Yeah, Zoe's analysis there is definitely one of the takes of all time, with the you know, teams being a bit of a doomer mindset, maybe, you know, just give up versus South Korea, you know, throw the towel in. But no, honestly, she's not wrong. Like, it's just like from the outsider perspective, the likes of Korea are such a dominant team that it's, you know, it's hard to you know, have the mental fortitude to go against them.
Are we gonna see an opening grapple shot successful for Sorna? Oh, Chobalux's life flashed before his eyes. Thankfully, it wasn't a headshot, and that echo is still gonna be flying in the sky.
Body shot there in that situation. Mexico now sitting at the choke point. Like this composition for them in particular, having Chobalux on the echo again, so maybe sticking towards that Doomfist composition could lead them to some victory here. But Finland kind of walking through their steps, progressing to the window of this point. Sana looking for the tank player of Castle, meanwhile has to deal with Angel, and he does. Amazing kill from him. Had some help there too from the Brigitte. Able to get that shield from Masa, the pack from Masa. Now Castle goes so low. I mean, they just worked them down. Mexico tried it back up. Maybe they can get a recontest off some respawns, but that was clinical from Finland.
Yeah, really good recall coming through from Sorna to just cancel out the stickies and deny that ult charge going into Chobalux's pocket. Cloud on the Cassidy hasn't been doing that much in terms of damage, but his sheer presence has been stopping this echo from being able to close up the distance. And now that point A has been picked up, and they don't really have to worry about just Mexico having all of those high ground and sharp corners, they're going to actually put Cloud onto the Bastion to make sure that Chobalux is still not able to jump through. Castle swapping onto the Winston as well. That bubble's going to be burst within seconds if the Bastion has anything to say against it.
And both teams trying to control this inside room, walk through with the defensive matrix onto the Bastion, making sure no kills can be found. Sana again coming out on top versus Angel. That's 2 in a row now for Sana over the Tracer player of Mexico. Allows this card to keep pushing forward because he was the only one that was maybe going to be able to delay that payload. They have to wait for him to come back out of spawn to Finland. They could press the go key right now, opt to push in, and they do so. Cloud's able to find Chobolux. No more Echo available. That's a lot of damage removed. And you would think for Mexico, maybe they have to back up even further because I imagine Finland wants to keep pushing more and more into Mexico's side, maybe force some ultimates out of it.
Yeah, Vastola is a monster on the D.Va, and he's been doing so much to make sure that Paolette on this Mercy is forced to use the GA too early, back up, move away from the Echo pocket, and that's when the Echo gets pressured by the rest of Finland and goes down. And as a result, Mexico haven't really been able to find any standing ground to be able to try and use the high ground advantages as Finland try and approach. Duplication comes out from Chobolux onto the Bastion, will be able to get Artillery Strike off, baits out the lamp from Mickey's side, but immediately after that he's popped back into the Echo form, and it's still all of the kills in favor of Finland.
What an absolute wild fight. I mean, Finland trying to close it out here. Now, Castle eventually did fall, like you said, 3 meters left to go before they get that full cap. Nobody, I mean, there's got one person on the payload to touch it, but eventually Chobolux will fall. And Finland have a monstrous time bank leading into third phase as Vastola keeps pushing forward, playing so well. 8 that pulse bomb earlier. The sleep dart comes through, but eventually gets woken up and takes out Momo.
That's the stagger on both of the supports as well. Mexico is going to be swapping up a couple of things as we move into point C. A ceiling does come into play, so the Echo is going to be replaced by a Hanzo. Momo, as a result, does not have to be on the pocket and will swap on to the Alari with Paolette going over to that Baptiste off of the Mercy. Angel Velato still going to be sticking on that Sojourn. Are we going to be able to see any opening shots coming through as Clyde does go onto the May himself to be able to block out a lot of that poke pressure coming through from both of those snipers?
And this is tough. I mean, 2 awful things that happen in Mexico right now. They're getting staggered, and the cart just keeps getting pushed for free. So nearly 4 minutes and 15 seconds left, and basically last corner to go around. Pistola's able to find Angel as well before any support can come through for him. And now the rest of Mexico just back up again, gets staggered here. I mean, that's 1 kill. Now Chobolux gets killed on the Hanzo. Paolette eventually will fall. At least they died together, but Moxie, no ultimates on the Rika test. I mean, what do you do here as Team Mexico?
Dustin, has Vastola been demeched yet?
I don't think so. Nobody even touches. Nobody even touches.
Vastola, even if Mexico had been alive, remember they all got staggered, and Vastola is in prime position to be able to just boost in and body block so that Mexico isn't able to tap.
Moxie, they can't. Oh, never mind, I'm not going to say it. I ruined it already. Yeah, Mexico, obviously, pretty rough situation there for them. Finland now move on to the defensive side. Looking like a very dominant team right now. I mean, that's the biggest takeaway from this is like Mexico looked solid in the qualifiers versus even the likes of, you know, Team USA. But coming in today versus Finland, Finland just looks like a well-oiled machine, huh?
Yeah, they did not allow Mexico any moment to breathe. Any moment on this map that you think is defensively favored was just swept out from Mexico's feet because they never really got to stand anywhere. Vastola was being such a fawn in their backside with the D.Va, with the boosters, just continuing to apply pressure onto the Mercy. We're going to get to a couple of replays here coming through. Vastola using the accretion to be able to land onto Castle mid-air, so he's not able to regroup with the rest of his team. Like, Mexico were coming in with a game plan. Field the Doomfist, create an uproar, create dissent, so that the Echo can just push in with that little bit less attention on them and find a kill, especially with the Mercy pocket. But Finland never allowed Mexico to be able to play 5 men into these fights. They were constantly just applying pressure on every single one of these players individually.
Now they have to go on their offensive side after kind of a horrific defense on their side. Maybe they have to decide if they want to switch up compositions to Moxie. It looks like they're going right to that Sigma composition.
Sauna with the set Bastion nade, by the way, connecting onto Mexico's spawn alley and picks up 13% ult charge in the opening moments. Roblox goes onto the main to be able to block out a lot of that Bastion poke. Momo, with that Alari, takes a lot of pressure, however, as the Bastion nade threads the needle through the Sigma shield and still connects onto the players behind.
Trying to get Cloud on this off angle. Has to wall off for himself, but actually finds Paolette there. I mean, what do you do about that? They didn't even throw their immortality field down in time. Cloud as well finds Choblux. Masa eventually on the castle. Then tough first fight for Mexico as already nearly minutes off the clock.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate as a Baptiste when you do miss time throwing that immortality field, because a lot of the time, one, you lose the player that you tried to throw it in to save originally, and then it just gets burnt out. And at that point, the enemy team is so close with a Mei doing 100 damage per second with that endothermic blaster. Mexico are just gone within moments. At least silver lining for the team, it's fast.
They're going to try to ignore him in this fight. It looks like just move towards that point, but actually now double back onto Cloud, who has built up that Blizzard very quickly. Going to be the first ultimate in the lobby. Usually don't see Maze build up that ultimate so quickly, but he's got it ready to go. Drops down behind, sees that slow palette, just walls him off. Blizzard is here. Immortality field deleted. Both the Sigma and Baptiste are frozen. Now you're missing 2 members of your lineup. Mexico just looks to jump off the map, maybe not give any ult charge, but it's too far. It's a little too late. Nearly 2 minutes off the clock now. Finland looking strong.
Yeah, Cloud's doing so much damage with that blaster and also connecting onto multiple people at once. So, like you said, really supercharging up that Blizzard charge. Pretty much the pacing that we would expect of a Sombra EMP, and that is something else. It really is an accomplishment, as we're going to see a Vastola trying now to deal with this flux. Doesn't have the accretion on cooldown, won't be able to cancel it. Now uses it to connect onto Castle so that he's pushed back and can't burn out the immortality field in time as Massa picks up the kill.
I mean, it seems like Team Mexico's kind of lost some faith in each other. They're a bit discombobulated at the moment. I mean, what do they do to regroup here? Got a minute 30 seconds left, Moxie. Does this death spiral just keep going?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like, I would honestly just advise them to try and push the point as quickly as possible, right? Swap onto a Lucio, grab something like an Orisa to be able to survive the approach. You've got a Blizzard, throw it onto the point. At least you're going to be able to find some form of value. As keep an eye on Angel Velado, the Sojin has actually been able to infiltrate into that backline, and Finland might not have realized this.
No, they know. He's definitely back there. They're just like, does it really matter? Like, we don't really got to worry about that Sojourn at the moment. Now, they did what you said exactly as you advised, Moxie. They moved towards that point. A little bit of a distraction from Angel in that fight specifically. Now comes the artillery strike, though, after the Gravitic Flux hit. The Blizzard is here, but, like, Masa may get found. No, not even 1 kill for them after dropping that Blizzard. They did get a tick, though, with 40 seconds left. That's something to take away. But they still used a lot of ultimates, and Finland are still outnumbering them with that in that department.
Yeah, castled on the Orisa, goes for the Javelin throw to try and cancel the Flux, but it's not the damage from the Flux that you have to worry about. It's the fact you're all anchored in one position, and that's where Sona really makes that artillery strike count. Mexico do have an amplification matrix with this Baptiste. It might be able to buy them some space, but Finland closing up on a Blizzard. Even if we hit into overtime, they have the better ultimates. They have more of the ultimates. They're going to win a sustained fight.
I mean, they just try to charge in. A bit of a wasted window, unfortunately. Can't even use that one. Counter window comes through for Mickey. It's perfect. Now the Blizzard there to touch the point. Mexico full team wipe. Nobody's there to touch. Finland 2-0 in a very convincing fashion over Team Mexico.
Yeah, incredibly dominant. Like you said, Finland looking like one of the strongest teams in their group. They said that they're going to try to take the fight to Korea. They definitely have the means to be able to do so. If they play like they did, that dominantly, that coordinated, South Korea may well actually, I mean, they might not take a loss, but they might lose a map.
Yeah, I mean, that was... Maybe we'll have to see. I'm curious. I mean, that's going to be the matchup that everybody's looking forward to. Finland versus Korea in this group in particular. Later on, you know, obviously in this matchup, they look dominant, Moxie. I mean, Finland didn't look like they lost a step. I mean, with Vastola being in here, also Moss being in here, and then obviously carries with Sauna in their DPS lineup. This team looks strong as heck.
Cloud. Keep an eye on Mei plays. Keep an eye on Mei plays. When you look at the meta at the moment, yes, Sigma is incredibly strong. Yes, the Bastion does so much damage if you're not able to time your rotations and you fall afoul of the transformation. But it's these Mei players, because not only can they do so much damage with that primary doing 100 damage per second now, it's the walls. It's the fact that they can punish, they can block out so many win conditions for the other team. You look at Baptistes. What gets blocked by what gets blocked with a Mei wall? Amplification matrix, but also immortality field line of sight. every single time a Baptiste threw out a lamp, these Mei players are going to wait on their walls, block the line of sight on the lamp so that the kill goes through, and the Baptiste has wasted that ability as well. Really smart stuff coming through from all of our Mei so far today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, super smart stuff. We'll talk to some super smart people to break down what happened to that matchup. Desk, what do you have to say about that matchup between Finland and Mexico?
Thank you so much, Dustin and Moxie. Well, first off, I have to say something to you. I'm not a doomer boomer.
No, I think it's a doomer gloomer.
That's what I heard. Maybe I heard what I wanted to hear. I don't know.
So we are
my attitude
boomers.
might not be the right one to win video games, but that's why I talk about them and not play them. Either way, Finland, they rocked up with the right attitude. They were confident and they brought their A game going up against Mexico, which I think Dustin also mentioned that as the match progressed, they seemed to lose faith and hope a little bit in each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think Finland, I think this match was just, Finland was just the better team, you know, it's just overall. Starting off the match, I think Mexico, when Castle came out with Orisa and he got the first kill, I was like, yes! But then after that, it just sort of fell apart, and Finland really showed, you know, that they had way more experience compared to Mexico, and I think that was the deciding factor for this match. And really, throughout the whole match, it was like Vestola was a great tank. I think just Finland in general really sort of proved themselves that they are, you know, along with South Korea, the favorites to move out of Group A, right, Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, this team Finland, it's a team that's looking at this, you know, making the semifinals. Like, they have high aspirations this World Cup, right? And so it's two teams with a different caliber, and Finland, honestly, a good showing from them. They are, if they get out second in this group after South Korea, you know, they're looking to face teams like United Kingdom that we saw in our first match of the day, right? And based on what we saw today with Sana on the Bastion, for example, and like I said, playing these Vestola Sigma compositions, this is a strength for them that could be really hard to beat for some of these other teams that maybe struggle a bit with their role swaps and their hero swaps and maybe playing some heroes that they aren't totally comfortable with. This is like Finland playing what they're best at, right? So they looked really good in their first match here against Mexico.
And here are the current standings. Now Mexico taking the first L. Finland moving on with the first victory on the board, confidently so. And Emily already got us a little bit of insight from both of those teams right after the first map. But let's head it over to her again for some insight on how Finland now feels after getting the dub. Sup, Emily?
Zoe. Hi guys, so good to see you again.
Hi.
It's always lovely to see you, and of course to hear from you as you got an opportunity to talk to Finland after the victory. What does this victory mean to them?
Yes, that I did. Well, I think just like you said, this win is tremendous and definitely is quite a confidence booster as they probably have to face South Korea very soon. And I think they're feeling pretty good about it because Finland actually says, you know, Masa has been great for the new players. And just on their team, they actually have 3 members, you know, including staff, who have had Overwatch World Cup experience previously. So that actually makes it really easy for the first timers because, like you guys mentioned in the pre-show, nerves can also be a huge part of the Overwatch World Cup experience. So having veterans on a team really helps.
It really does. And I mean, yeah, Masa's second Overwatch World Cup for him here. So it's great to see that he's able to boost the confidence and help the team out with that experience he has under his belt. Emily, thank you so much for checking in with the teams. And we can't wait to hear more from all of them. Of course. And now another great thing we have going in the Overwatch World Cup is not just Emily and all her wonderful insight. It is also viewer rewards, and you can earn them too. You just have to watch. That's right. That's how easy it is. So kick back, enjoy the show, and earn some fantastic skins and other fancy rewards you're seeing on your screen right now as we are getting ready for our next match. First, we have a quick break, so stick around and we'll see you on the other side.
Drops.
Day one of the Overwatch World Cup will feature 6 matches, and we're about to be halfway through as we are gearing up for Australia and Brazil facing off against one another. Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by Danny and Johnny, and we are getting ready to discuss this next matchup. But I want to remind everyone that we also want to hear from you, so make sure to use your socials, include the hashtag OWWC2023. It rhymes, so it's got to be good. We want to hear from you, who you're rooting for, what are your thoughts on the matches, on the players, on just everything, actually. How was your day? What did you have for breakfast? I'm just a very curious person. I also want to hear our analysts' thoughts on the players we're going to see for these 2 upcoming teams, starting with Australia. There's a lot of names people should be very aware of if they're following Contenders, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is essentially the best Australian Contenders has to offer, right? And they did really well in the qualifiers as well. They topped their group over the likes of Thailand, for example. So if you came into the World Cup 2023 and you were like, oh, I'm excited about Thailand. Well, this team is better than those guys, okay? They did it in the qualifiers. So that about tells you that this can be a really strong team. And look, they had Punk on the roster, and Punk decided to take a step back and didn't want to participate in the World Cup this year. But that's fine, because Kaffa played most of the time for this team in the qualifiers anyway. So that's how they practiced and how they played some of these matches, right? It's going to be pretty interesting to see how they perform towards some of these better teams in the World Cup as we move on throughout this tournament. But Australia, you know, if you think back at Costa on those teams, you know, they were pretty scary, right?
Oh yeah.
So I don't think these will be the roles, but I would look like for Kaffa in specifically, because I do think that Kaffa, we've seen them on North American Contenders as well, participating for Timeless. We saw him in the Pro-Am earlier this year, right? Yeah, this other Team Australia team is going to be one to look out for.
Graphics are taking us places today. We're on a journey together. I love that. I love that for us. Now, of course, Australia, they're one of those rosters, whilst a lot of those players, or I think all those players actually, this is going to be their first Overwatch World Cup showing. We have a lot of veteran star power there on the bench, Johnny. For the coaches. For the coaches.
Oh,
the coaching
yeah.
bench.
For the coaches, yeah. You cut off there for a second. The coaches for Australia. I mean, look, yeah, it's really stacked too. Yeah. Again, I mean, if you've been coaching at the top of the Overwatch scene, if you're in the tier 1, right? Like, that is really valuable going into the World Cup, because it's about bringing together like some sense of chemistry and compositions in a very short amount of time. You haven't practiced that much, right? So you need to figure out quickly what you're good at and implement it. And if you got great coaches like Australia does, then that's just going to boost your odds at playing really well here in the World Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going up against Brazil, Danny.
Yeah, Brazil, I mean, they're sort of like Mexico. They have mostly newer players, so they're sort of green. But I think one interesting thing is they do have Neil as their main tank in the lineup right now. And this is his 3rd Overwatch World Cup. So we were talking about veterancy, maybe this veterancy from Neil, because this is his 3rd time being the Overwatch World Cup. Maybe that could help out Team Brazil this time. And also, I think just like Mexico, maybe, you know, come in with confidence. You know, there's a surprise factor. You know, not a lot of teams probably know how you guys, what you guys are going to play and what you guys have prepared. So I think, you know, just come in with confidence. I think it is going to be an uphill battle for Brazil, but, you know, it's still possible to get the win.
Yeah, and I mean, Danny, you just touched on something really important there. Having Neil in the lineup, this being his 3rd Overwatch World Cup, as Emily said when she got to talk to Finland, their reply was Masa's veterancy, him having had experience in a Overwatch World Cup previously, actually really helped out the other players in the team. So maybe we can say the same thing about Brazil, where Neil enjoying his 3rd one. And then, of course, we also have Ludwig, who's enjoying his 2nd Overwatch World Cup. Maybe that can tip it over in their favor. We will find out very soon. First of all, we have to look at our predictions for this one. I, once again, went with the known factors. I just know what to expect from that Australian team. They're solid. They have great synergy. I have a lot of faith in Australia making it through.
Same. I was gonna say I'm not going for Brazil, but yes, you know, it's sort of the more experienced players that I'm betting for. So I'm going with the Australian team for this time.
Yeah, I love that Danny's just like an unknown factor at this point. You never know what he's going to predict. So I love that. I too went 2-0 for Australia. And look, because this group is so difficult to predict, I mean, you got 3 really good teams vying for 2 spots, right? map differential comes into play. So if you're Australia in this one, you do want to get away with a 2-0 win here, because that's just gonna help you if you have to go like head-to-head map differential against Canada or Great Britain later on in the group, right?
Absolutely. But yeah, I'm excited to see what they're cooking up for us, especially, again, I feel like the only thing I've been talking about here is coaches thus far, but Australia has been coached by Unter, and Unter is just about one of my favorite players and people that we have in this scene. So I'm interested to see what he's been cooking up with that team. We'll find out very soon. We're taking a very quick break, and then we're back with all the action.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup. That's right. It's been a few years. It's great to be back here celebrating Overwatch the world over. I'm Mitch Leslie here with Matt Morello. We have a chance just before we jump into this matchup between Australia and Brazil to have a bit of a recap and get reacquainted with one of our rosters here. Of course, Team Australia. Matt, a roster that was being discussed pretty heavily in the pre-show. A lot of people expecting them to be pretty dominant, and Kuffer obviously move him over into that tank role.
Yeah, in the tank role, right? You know, 3 of these players for Ground Zero Gaming, right? Very, very good roster. Hunter as the coach. I know, so we'll talk about coaches later. I mean, some of these coaching staffs, I mean, they are deep. They go way back, but they go way back in terms of the amount of people as well. I don't even know if you got enough room in some of these spots to fit all these coaches. But no, Australia should actually be really good this year. I'm happy they gave you and I an Australian game, you know, to talk about, you know, our fellow countrymen here.
Give is putting it lightly. I think we probably deserve a bit of credit for basically taking it, but that's fine. We just said we wanted
because I have to fly. Yes. Yeah. We lucked into this, but hey, you know what? This is going to be an awesome match.
Going to start with Ilios here. And now Brazil had a pretty strong showing in their group, but one team kind of got to them. It was actually Team Colombia. And Ilios was a map featured in that particular series in which Colombia kind of ran away with it. The next map, Gibraltar, a little closer in that series, quite competitive in that region. On the other side of things, I think it was pointed out on the desk by Johnny here, is that Team Australia only dropped one map through that APAC qualifier. They were not in the group with South Korea et al. So they have a little bit of a smoother pathway here towards these matches. But again, they look very, very dominant up against much of their opposition. And a team like Thailand is always one that people are keeping their eye on here. And not just Ground Zero as well. Ground Zero definitely made a name for themselves, actually getting some results outside of Australia in Contenders, being able to beat that Billy Gaming squad. But we've got two players from Honeypot who are the winners of the full Contenders series. And of course, Kuffer, if you watch Contenders in NAL, was on that Timeless team. So definitely a proven quantity here. But Brazil, they have Mauricio Honorato on their coaching staff, just quietly. Obviously a player that was gained a lot of popularity when he played those couple of World Cups as well. We're out of the gates here, though. Map is going to be well to start us off.
It feels like an eternity ago.
Mauricio!
I mean, because it probably is. As both teams coming out with like an Echo-based comp with Winston. You know, we see like Winston obviously in a lot of like these dive variations, but you know, and I think Ilios makes a ton of sense. But a lot of maps kind of fallen out of favor, and that'll be none to fallen early.
Yeah, look, I think the Mercy, the key point of difference here, this really allows Ludwig to play that little bit more aggressively, and so they do. Immediately working his way through that Australian squad. Going to be Brig Anna for this Australian team, but very quickly, Ludwig is able to zero in on his opposite number and take Nanda out of it.
Well, right. I mean, with having the Mercy in play, it's really just, you know, pocket the Echo, and hopefully the Echo does that, what we just saw in that first play 2 to 3 times, and then you end up winning the map, right? As you know, you were talking a little bit earlier to me, like off camera, about like the Brazil process for finding this team. It seemed pretty grueling. I think they definitely found the best mix of players, it seems.
Yeah, I want to expand on that in just a moment here. It's a better start for Nanda in this fight, though. They get rid of that key Mercy. Still, though, Svenko causing them some problems. Kappa's going to be brought down. Nanda slept on the point, but is able to gain some altitude before the Tracer can get the job done. Brazil off to a pretty solid lead here, already at that 40%. And a pulse bomb in hand for Svenko was definitely meant for the Brig, but Birdlog is able to just skid her away. Nanda trying to keep above the ground here as Svenko again nipping at the heels, but eventually it's a long-range Bionade there, an attempt to res the Ana that was just taken down, interrupted, and Nanda finds Ludwig again.
Yeah, now I think for Brazil, it's like, how long can you kind of stall this out? Neil will fall, not able to get that primal rage, but still 57%, pretty good here for Brazil right off the rip, and they're going to come back in. You know, you'll have your Nano for your Winston here, or your Echo, depending on what you would want to do. The Winston already pretty has primals, so you can kind of go with the Ludwig if you really want to give him a lot of, you know, extra damage to be able to pocket.
Niall living dangerously there. Nanda was hoping to burn the Mercy down, but the heals were good. Very close to a Valkyrie. That Mercy, but X fell left alone in the backline. Nanda's able to finish the job there with the sticky bombs and a rally in play, but who can benefit from it on the side of Brazil as Ludwig duplicates a Brig? Nanda instead wants to go a bit more aggressive. It's going to be a Tracer Duke now. Svenko elsewhere had already found Kappa with the pulse. Nanda maybe not getting the most value out of this switch here, as there's no way to really put pressure on Niall as they stay so high up. Neil wants to go in here. Pulse bomb thrown behind. He actually takes much of the damage, but to the rescue comes Niall again. The Mercy is everywhere right now, and Brazil with a chance to flip.
Yeah, I mean, that Valkyrie is huge, right? Being able to keep everybody topped up. I mean, Neil ends up getting the nano boost, and then also the Valkyrie coming on in, but Nami takes out 2.
Yeah, that res gets punished there. Niall brings the Ana back into the fight, but all it does is prolong things a little bit more. Yeah, so, I mean, a bunch of teams had to compete in a huge double elimination bracket for the chance to try out for this squad. Warpigs is like a very, it's a household name in sort of the Brazilian scene. So they are able to win. They go through, and I think about half of their team ends up on this roster in the end here. So a really grueling process, but great to see so many teams turning up to try out here. This region was incredible to watch sort of back in 2020. 2019 period, but Ludwig already finds Nana at the start of this fight. Matt, there's something here. A Nano boost available for Act here. Who does it already lost 2?
I mean, yeah, like who did it even end up going on to? It looks like maybe it was actually over to Burlock, but he ends up falling right away because it didn't look like, at least on the UI, that, you know, it went over towards Kuffa, so maybe the Nano went for nothing.
Neil's back in the fight though, brought back by Niall, who's able to stay inside. The Winston bubble dropped before Neil went down. Svenko really trying to get to grips with Aki here as Kaffa has slept during the primal rage, but eventually he'll be roused. A recall forced here as Svenko looks to pressure Nami down on a double Bionade on the backline. That's perfect. Xfel finds a huge connection. And now, Australia may be forced to concede control here. Neil with the primal rage, Kaffa will be removed now, and that Bionade was good. It's going to force the recall, and Nami doesn't have anywhere to go. Brazil maintain a foothold here.
Yeah, it's going to be 99 though for Australia. It will be the flip, but I gotta say, Niall and Xfel being able to keep each other alive, right? The Valkyrie able to keep the Ana up as Xfel is getting primal raged by Kaffa. Kaffa making the right play. That's exactly what you want to do in that type of situation. Just not able to pick up that kill. And now you look across, Brazil does have that nano boost potentially on Neil here. Maybe you can make a play for the back line, get that rally out early.
Xfel here wants to play safe, give an easy nano boost over towards Neil. A lot of the eggs being thrown in that basket, but oh, they catch Niall. Nami has been all over this so far. And there's no way Ludwig's getting out of dodge there. Neil also getting taken down so quickly. Xfel never had a chance to deliver that nano boost over towards the tank of Brazil. Unclear what happened there, but a key misconnection. And Team Australia look well positioned to take this one away. And Neil, it'll be a cursory attempt, but that'll be all as Australia take well.
Much closer than I think a lot of people would have thought this round number 1 goes, but man, Brazil with an opportunity there towards the end. Just, you know, Xfel in an interesting spot there, just trying to like kind of see, you know, Neil's POV, but then also Niall then kind of comes out of the right hand side as he's getting dove by Kaffa and I believe it was Nami at the time. And he's not able to make it up towards the high ground on the Mercy. He ends up falling, and then when Xfel goes to try and find Neil again, he's dead as well. So not an opportunity to get that nano off. Yeah, here it is. And then see, yeah, Neil's just coming back, but at that point, Xfel had like broken like line of sight, right? He was trying to heal, you know, Niall as he's coming out towards him. So quite unfortunate. Australia with a little bit of a comp change here, so we'll see the Bastion come in with that Reinhardt.
Yeah, so far, tick in the box for the Winston Tracer dive set up for Australia. Very appropriate on well. As we head towards Ruins, though, the Bastion gets busted out. Kaffa looks to try and at least maintain this high ground control here. Gives Nami a pretty good angle to work from. Neil already receiving some pleasantries now as Ludwig tries to approach here. Not a great place for the Echo to have to come from. But now Brazil have been able to take some position, force them back. Nami now has to try and alight on top of this masonry and put some damage down, but Nanda's taken down early. Not much the Sim can do against that aerial assault, but Australia explode. Niall caught by a charge. Not a great start. Nami's getting close to another tank mode if needed.
But I gotta say though, I mean, Brazil keeps getting these first picks. It feels like, you know, Ludwig able to come out with a pick. Like it feels like every fight at the start, you're just not able to capitalize. And I really like this Bastion switch specifically here on Ruins. Like if, you know, Neil is going to be in a tough spot, right, and break line of sight and, you know, trying to make it back, the Bastion is going to punish a lot of that activity.
That's gross. Niall just able to get away as Nami materializes in front of the Brazilian lineup. Here, the Bastion Bionic Grenade connects just in time. Aki's able to throw down an Immortality Field though, and Xfel again another charge connection from Kaffa. The man is taking absolutely no prisoners. Ludwig with the Bastion dupe here. Kaffa very quickly having to throw that shield up, and he'll be able to eat much of this assault configuration. Kaffa charges back to the point, but Neil is brought back into the fight. This is a big swing now for Brazil as they're 40% behind. Kaffa now looks to the skies, gets himself a parasol as those mortars rain on in, but there's no support left for the Rhine, and Australia will be evicted.
You should be able to tie this up, I think, for Brazil pretty safely, right? You're gonna have like an Ant Matrix coming in here for Australia, actually like a Shatter, but you're gonna be in a spot where you have this Valkyrie to keep everybody topped up. You can get a little bit aggressive behind it, build up Primal, build up that nano boost. So really like the position Brazil's in at the moment. Xfel in a spot here potentially with a big bio yet again.
Oh, this is filthy. Fire plays him with a bio. Aki though, Immortality Field only on Nana by the looks of things. Australia completely flustered by that play. Lying in wait was the Ana, and it's a perfect approach for Brazil. It's a composition from Australia that has to play close together by definition, and they get punished for it.
Yeah, and they end up getting through it with those two ultimates I was talking about, right? They end up building up that nano boost. They give it on to Neil, just a little bit of extra damage on the point, and then the Valkyrie keep everybody topped up safe through it. So The win here for Australia is like, you know, Burlog didn't get the sound barrier and didn't end up burning it there, but may have to use it here quite early. Oh, they actually find Nile. That's huge.
The sound barrier is perfect, Matt. The immortality kept Australia alive. The pulse bomb connected. They were all so low. Even the Bionade thrown in, they get shut down by that one teensy tiny little drone. And Australia able to break through. Nothing subtle about this. This is plastic surgery with a sledgehammer, but it's working.
Yeah, there's some people out there screaming at the stream like, look how strong Baptiste is with the immortality field, which you know, actually, I mean, that is huge, right? You know, 3 players there get hit with a bio. No need for a cleanse, right? Just drop that immortality field. Everybody just play around it for a bit and wait for it to wear off.
Okay, here comes that sim warp. Now they're going to throw it up here. Couple wants to play from the safe side of it, but a primal rage here from Neil is a little bit concerning. May well look to knock them out of position. Cuppa's holding onto a shadow here. No one really coming close enough to the ground, though. This charge had to be cancelled. Cuppa wants to play just around the pillars for the time being. Ludwig's a problem, but Cuppa can't really interact. He goes for a shadow, but the bubble is going to be there at the Duke Bastion for Ludwig. He'll be knocked out of that transformation, and a huge amp matrix up close allows Australia to burn Ludwig to the ground. Nami sends up a grenade to that high ground, a pulse bomb here on Cuppa, but he's able to shrug it off. Svenko, though, chases the Bastion down, and Nami not nearly as resistant as the tank. Aki's still in a pretty decent spot here. Svenko repositions with that teleporter, and Niall gets picked off by Birdlog. Now Aki able to play from a safe spot again, does have to make use of that regenerative burst, but Australia are holding on. This comp, man, it's so hard to break, and now with the sound barrier, it's all but impossible to put a scratch on them. Ludwig gets taken down as he followed in Neil's footsteps, and now Winston is going to get him beaten.
Yeah, and I mean, seeing these two comps go against each other, Brazil needs these fights to be over fast, right? The longer they go, the better they are for Australia. With that Reinhardt in the mix, do you have a contest still going on? It was Ludwig getting the benefits of the nano. Few players weak.
Bit of competitive map so far, Matthew, but it's about to come to a close as Ludwig has to leave the point in order to get some safety. And Team Australia will take Ilios away. 2 distinctly different compositions from this team already. A bit of depth being displayed over the course of just one map. First map, the Winston Tracer looks really solid. It's a real brawl. There's a lot of elements on this Brazilian side, though, that are frightening. A lot of key individual prowess being displayed.
Well, look, they're trying to capitalize on the opening pickoffs from Ludwig and then those, you know, big biotic grenades, right, that are coming on through and actually doing a good job connecting with a few people, right? And especially with a composition on the other side that is not like dive oriented, right? A composition that wants to like play a little bit more sturdier and on the point. If you don't get like those kills early on, you're in a lot of trouble, especially against that comp they ran in round number 2 on Ruins. Here, you know, on Well, you saw Brazil pretty much play this like a 50-50 game, and this one goes the distance, right? Could have went either way. They looked much better in this because it's the same type of game, right? Where you're having these like fights that the first pick is huge, right? Early burst damage, trying to capitalize on supports and positioning. Once it goes into a comp, though, that Australia is way more sturdy, right? Bringing in the Baptiste, having the Reinhardt, having that Bastion. You need these fights to be over really fast if you're going to win them for Brazil. And it just didn't happen.
There's an element of this Australian roster here, this team composition that's really telegraphed, right? So it gives Brazil some key windows to exploit. They do that, right? Xvel sets up with a couple of big biotic grenades, but the defensive utility for this Australia composition is nuts. It wasn't just that immortality field that saves them from a big bio, it's a sound barrier that comes in after. Because Team Brazil threw a bloody pulse bomb at them, all grouped together in a small room. They feel like they're doing everything right in trying to break down that rush composition, but still couldn't get there. Team Australia far too canny when it came to the counterplay.
Yeah, and I think that'll definitely give Brazil problems as we move forward in this series. We'll see, you know, what map comes up here next for Brazil. If you're Brazil, try and pick a map that you can force some of those Winston echo comps. That seems like where, you know, you had the most success there on Ilios. And Circuit, this is interesting, right? Circuit, you can play a ton of those Bastion setups. You see a lot of Sigma here on Circuit, so curious what Brazil has cooked up here for this next map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them play this map against Ecuador in day 3 of the Americas Conference. They had a very comfortable win. Ecuador not even able to get that first checkpoint, so keep an eye on that one. Maybe a pocket pick here for Team Brazil as they look to even the odds against Australia. The same form being maintained by Team Australia coming out of their respective qualifier region. A strong start as Ilios goes in their way after a real back and forth on well. We got to ruins and things opened up a little bit more. Team Australia opted for that Reinhardt rush composition and it was just too stalwart to break. So Team Brazil are making a substitution at tank.
Yeah, as Dalka come in here for Neil. So maybe when we discussed what they would decide to do going into this, map and what looked good, what looked bad there from map number 1, didn't have the knowledge that they were going to bring in Dalka here from map number 2, so could give them a different look.
Here is your Team Brazil lineup. Of course, Ludwig and Svenko rather gave a strong account of themselves on Ilios in general. Both the Echo and Tracer play. Tough to deal with. Exfil, of course, the mastermind of a couple of those key set plays revolving around the Ana nade prior to a big TP play made by Team Australia. And Niall's been tough to catch on that Mercy. But as you notice, especially in some of the highlights of that well map, even every bit of mobility in Mercy's kit, which many people have said is excessive, just wasn't nearly enough. Nami was constantly chasing Niall down and able to find eliminations here. What is that, Hunter? What kind of handshake is that, mate?
What was that?
Think about it, big fella. Pull your head in.
Mitch just told me that the bloomin' onion doesn't exist in Australia, and I was stunned.
Well, no. I mean, we don't, like, you explain it to me, right? We don't have Outback Steakhouse, obviously, because it would be burnt down instantly. But, was it fried onion? Who says we eat fried onion?
I mean,
like that. I thought that was like you can get on your Pokeball, or it's something that you can get from IKEA. Like it's a Swedish garnish. Who said that we? I don't know where that comes from. We might stick them on the barbecue, give them a little grilling.
Could be a new business opportunity.
No, they just took like a saying from the 1940s. Oh, I'm so holding, bro. My hairline can't go back much further. I look like a Orisa Shield forehead already, mate.
Oh yeah, I mean,
just stop.
Yeah, you gotta start considering shaving it. It goes any further back. So we'll have I believe this is Brazil here on defense. So we'll get that switched up top. So they'll come out and play a Sigma base comp. So talked about how Sigma extremely good here on circuit. This is kind of what you want to see here from really just about every team is they'll play with a Genji Sojourn. So don't want to play a Bastion. You play Bastion with this. The Sigma's pretty strong against Bastion. I feel like if there is any tanks that can kind of like stand up to the damage output, probably like a recent Sigma. I think Sigma actually probably does a little bit of a better job, like barrier plus kinetic grasp and stun potentially. So we'll see how they play against it.
He definitely has to rotate his cooldowns pretty well though, Dalka, because there's a lot of pressure on that barrier, especially with Nanda as well playing in the front line. I kind of prefer to see Dalka play this high ground and try and get some poke damage in. You can see how low Kuffer's shield has already gotten on this approach, but this is, I won't say for real estate, but Australia have been able to advance pretty significantly now, and much of the players on the high ground position are being forced down. Svenko the last to leave here, but Australia has a pretty strong spot to play from, and Brazil is still biding their time.
Yeah, I'm curious why they choose to do this, Brazil, because you're playing with like Genji Sojourn, right? Like you want to play, they're not exactly close up, right? But you still have that, sturdiness with the Sigma to be able to kind of like brawl a little bit, which feels like is the strength of their comp. Like Ludwig poking here at range on Genji isn't going to get it done. I mean, there's already an amp matrix here. Yeah, I mean, just not a huge fan of the way they play that. I would love to see them push up a little bit, get aggressive, because Dalka can survive this. Like, when Bastion goes wheels mode, right? You get the kinetic grasp, you got a shield going. The Sigma can get up to like 800 something HP. I mean, he can get up high, absorbing a lot of that damage. And then you can start fighting. I mean, you also have a Brig in the mix at the start, right? So like backing up like with the Brig and the Genji, it just doesn't really work out.
I much prefer the Zen switch here for Niall, of course, especially if Brazil are so priced into trying to keep Australia at arm's length.
But then why play Genji? Like, what's the Genji here?
I mean, that's a fair point. I think eventually there is going to be an engagement. Maybe out of pressure backlines, I guess, but against like a Baptiste Lucio, it doesn't seem like the best target. The problem is, as well, is if you play a poke comp like this and you just give ground, you're actually just feeding ult charge to a lot of supports here. Svenko finally finds an angle, though, around that shield of Kuffer, and that's a huge opener. Now this seems out of the picture. Darkor also has that Gravitic Flux in the back pocket here. I think Australia going to have to wait their time. There's a lot of free damage here for Dalka.
Yeah, and this could be huge, right? The Flux, because you have the sound barrier on the opposite side. Here's going to be a blade. Okay, so they get the sound barrier out there. Now you have a free Flux.
Yeah, that's really nice. I mean, what does Australia do from that position? It's really a matter of not getting staggered and taken down. So doesn't feel like the best exchange for that from down under. Here comes the wall, though. Not going to do much about it. Gravitic Flux here is over the top. Comes Dalka, putting the pressure down. The Flux came out, but to what effect? It's unclear. Nanda and Kappa able to bring the Sigma down as we see an uncharacteristic moment of aggression from this composition that falls utterly flat.
Yeah, it's a nice flux, but you just have to push past that sim shield. And at that point, right, you have no healing potential from your Baptiste, right? It's very difficult to kind of get him on the opposite side there, and yeah, this is going to be a point to take here for Australia. I mean, they are speed running here through circuit.
I mean, there's a lot of elements here that really put a Sigma composition in peril, Matt. The Symmetra TP, just to throw forward. I mean, you don't even necessarily have to follow it, but if you want to close the gap and stop getting poked down ad nauseum, then that's an easy option for you. Finally, Ludwig gets into the action, able to pressure the Bastion down. That deflect is really crucial when assault configuration is active. But at best, it's a trade. You've lost both your supports now as Brazil, and you are being run off the map.
But you know what I would like here? Like, if you're Brazil, right, you could run a Bastion of your own. Like, if you want to play, let's say you want to play the Genji here, potentially, you could run like Bastion Genji and then at least have like some follow-up, right? And enough damage, because I think the Bash can take advantage of the Reinhardt. Like, you can maneuver the Reinhardt around the map with the Sim TP, but you kind of play it right. Eventually they're out of mobility. You can kind of catch this Reinhardt off guard.
Already this high ground control. I mean, Australia don't need to stay here, but being able to get the cart where they have without taking any casualties is just massive. Now that high ground position is basically invalidated. A TP to the high ground, but Kappa doesn't quite make it. It's going to still force out a Transcendence. Nami, yeah, very uncomfortable spot to be after that. Zenyatta ultimate was drawn from them. And Brazil will be able to find a foothold here finally. Maybe made a chance to re-establish some high ground control and actually find purchase with these poke elements.
Yeah, I mean, right, this is where, this part of the map, you think you maybe make a little bit of an impact, where you kind of have the Sojourner on one side, the Sigma on the other, kind of just like poking constantly. Genji could even, contest if need be. See how Australia plays this, though, Mitch. You're going to have everything coming into this fight. I mean, an opportunity to, like, engage with Sound Barrier, collapse on top of the Zenyatta. I mean, the Zenyatta would just crumble in that regard.
The issue is the Sound Barrier here has to answer either Blade or Gravitic Flux. Unlikely it's going to be adequate to cover both of them. And just as the Ant Matrix came up, Spenko rips Aki's head off. Here's that Flux, and Delka's happy enough to get Kappa. Such a high value elimination here. And Birdlog used that Sound Barrier. Australia came to that fight utterly unprepared. Brazil used one ultimate to win it.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge, right? That is an Ant Matrix and Sound Barrier gone, which are two huge ultimates. Like, Kappa is like, are you gonna be able to get a great shatter off here? Like, now this allows Ludwig to get really aggressive with this Blade with no real counter on the other side. Is it's a early Ant Matrix here, zoning. Gonna buy some time, but still, it allows Ludwig to get aggressive with this Blade and maybe getting another fight win for Brazil, which is huge, right? They burned like 2 minutes off this clock already after playing really no defense up until this point.
I love that. Coming from an unexpected angle there. Nanda maybe not expecting to drop down. Here comes the Blade. That'll be one for Ludwig. Symmetra, that vulnerability at close range gets exploited to its fullest as Ludwig's able to find 4 kills in that fight. He's trying to try a cute little off-angle TP to catch Brazil off. It doesn't pay off.
All right, this is where, though, Australia has an opportunity to win this fight, right? You could TP, shatter. You could actually, like, use the artillery and then force them into a spot and, like, TP into that. Like, a few opportunities here. That's going to be the shatter straight away. It's going to connect with 3. Oh.
That is so big. Nami brings that roof down on top of Brazil there. Not much you can do about that. Eventually, Kappa found some use for that ultimate. And it will be brought down eventually, but here's a chance for Australia to take some strides towards the end of the map. Still, though, another full fight at least to win, and the Transcendence is just around the corner.
The carts move so far back, right? Because a few fight wins for Brazil, and then Ludwig able to contest here. So even going to stop it from moving further. So these few fights are huge for Brazil's opportunity to potentially hold on deep.
And Matrix from the off angle here. It's not perfect to catch Dalka, but it's going to force the Transcendence one way or another. Brazil happy, though, to leverage it here. Australia falling under 1 minute left on their attack. there'll be a stagger on Nanda here just to twist the knife.
So now, just 30 seconds left on the clock. Been able to stop this Bastion comp now a few times in a row. It seems like they finally got their footing here, Brazil. Dalka with a huge Gravitic Flux, no support ultimate on the other side. Really just an immortality field that's going to keep everybody up.
And that high ground that Australia fought so doggedly to capture a few fights ago has well and truly been retaken by Brazil. So now it's all about playing on the point. Gravitic Flux now going to that low room. Dalka just having to look elsewhere here. No connection with the accretion, and look how aggressive Cover's looking to get now with the immortality field in play. Australia can withstand this. Birdlog has a sound barrier available, but Nami's already been taken down by the railgun. Cover straight to the back and straight to the fence for Nior. Has to get rid of the Zen here, but gives up so much of the HP in order to do so. Ludwig goes for the blade here, takes a hit from the Ryan, but is able to dash on through. That's 2, make it 3 for Ludwig. And what a save here for Brazil as Australia are brought to a halt.
All right, so Brazil is showing some signs of life here towards the end of this map. I mean, giving up their defense on point A was and B, quite frankly, were just not very good. But a 4+ minute hold here at the end, and now you're cooking here. If you're Brazil, I mean, you got a real opportunity to take this to a third map.
A deflect there from Ludwig after pulling out the blade is probably the last thing you want to do when you're going for a Dragon Blade. But he realizes that Kuffer is all over him. Couple hammer swings and that blade never gets to do any work. So he deflects, spends some time, of that duration, just avoiding damage, and then sees a swift strike opportunity. That's big. I mean, Kuffer really pushed very deep to try and get that Zenyatta kill and eventually punish for it.
Yeah, I mean, Ludwig had a really good map number 1. Even in the Brazil loss, right, on Echo. Now, following that up with another strong map here on Genji. I actually think this is gonna, if you run the same composition here on offense for Brazil, I actually think it's gonna work out a little bit better for them, because I actually thought their comp would have worked out fine if they actually took some fights here early on. Like if you took a fight at the corner, right? Like this Sigma can survive a lot of this damage that the Bastion's putting down. They just never actually fought early on, where now obviously on the offensive side of things, being forced to fight, I feel like they'll see good results.
Yeah, one thing's for sure. Australia cannot afford to give Brazil nearly as much room as Brazil offered them. They have to get value here out of this Bastion. They have to play this corner. And God forbid they let Niall line them up at long range with volley after volley of those orbs.
See Australia trying to figure out which way to attack this. Looks like they were gonna show that they were gonna wrap around, and then looks like they actually end up finding Dalka there. No, you talked about it, right? You're gonna have to rotate those cooldowns pretty well between your shield and your kinetic grasp and whatnot. Looked like even he got stunned for a second. Maybe he actually was just kind of using the grasp and then just got pinned there.
This is very dangerous. Svenko's starting to pop up a little bit there, and Cupper is too low. The immortality field, not an option here. Australia push deep, they win that fight. They've got to go aggressive. They've got to take the fight to Dalka. But as the dust settles, they're out of position. And then Nana gets picked off again. I mean, Nana has definitely struggled with a lot of this long-range hit scan pressure getting picked off around Cuffer's shield.
Yeah, and I think if Brazil played aggressive on defense, I think you would have saw the same type of results, right? Australia puts some pressure on Dalka, but to get that kill, they come out everybody very low and not end up enough HP to survive. Svenko and Ludwig running through them on the back end.
And Matrix up here for Aki. Might be an aggressive one, and so it is. It's thrown down instantly, but Ludwig sees an opportunity and he snatches the kill. Svenko now with that overclock. Nami falling to that one here, and Brazil look very, very well drilled on this map, Matthew. They are blazing through Circuit Royale, and even though Australia trying to close the gap, trying to take the fights, they're backfiring.
Well, they have to, right? You can't just play this Reinhardt sim and play at a distance, right? You have to be the team that's aggressive, getting in the mix, taking these fights constantly. But now they're going to be walking into a Transcendence, right, to keep everybody alive. If need be, you do have the Amp Matrix. So Brazil with a lot of good ultimates. And look at this X-Fault trying to play in the high ground here. Maybe trying to set up Svenko.
Yep, very quickly sets up that Amp Matrix. Svenko looking to make use of it early, but had to build some railgun charge first, but gives away the game to Australia. They know it's time to back away and give up this space. They'll surge forward and retake it in just a moment as Svenko knows it. He's going to slide his way out. Fire strike came through. A fully charged rail, but no good opportunity to make use of it. There's the Transcendence coming out, and still Xfel is felled. Ludwig wants to try and chase Cuffer down, but the sound barrier now means that these are going to be tough nuts to crack. And Ludwig at 1 HP will have to fade away from this fight as Nanda deals with Dalka.
Yeah, I mean, I loved how Brazil ended up backing out there for, you know, just a bit period of time, but that sound barrier was huge, able to keep Australia alive through that Dragon Blade that comes on through, right? You know, Ludwig looked like he would have been able to at least find Kuffa, probably some more, but had to use that big sound barrier to keep everybody topped up.
Now Australia have the privilege of playing from this high ground and must get value from this air matrix here, but Nanda had already found purchase. Nios somehow falling. Had to have been from right clicks, but we digress here as now the pressure turns towards Svenko's direction, and his slippery slide away only took him closer to the belly of the beast.
And the hardest part here for Brazil will be trying to push up towards this high ground through all this damage that potentially could come down, because they don't have a speed boost, right? Very slow comp. Even getting the Zenyatta into position will be difficult, right? It's gonna have Ludwig maybe moving this card around, but look at this. I mean, you're gonna be able to just get TP right down, get right in that Zen's face.
I cannot believe what I just saw there. Very quickly TP in, throw the shadow, then get back out. And Brazil completely shattered by that one.
Are they changing comps off of this? Because, I mean, that was the flux there towards the end, which, you know, I don't even think Dalka got it off. Yeah.
Pretty wild play.
This is really smart, though, by Australia. You realize that they have to play a Zen with this type of comp, and that's what they want to do. It's almost impossible to get the Zen out of this position. Look, what? This is just a very close sim wall here, just basically locking them back in the spawn.
Team Australia really trying to play to their strengths here. The sim wall is thrown out, but they actually take 2 kills before it even goes up. 2 very important players taken down. Dalka, yes, will be a little bit slower than the rest of Team Brazil, but they're going to get there. I tell you what, real hardy vibes from that TP shatter play here. Team Australia doing a great rendition of what we saw from London.
They just want to close distance and take fights, right? Where is the Zen? TP in, force them to split, and then take the fight, right? So playing a little bit slower now. You do have double support ult here for Australia, and just 1 minute and 30 on the clock, so not a ton of time.
Blade is a problem. Ludwig can throw the one out here. Quick air matrix though, and oh my goodness! Ludwig catches the wrong side of that tactical grenade. Well, that option's off the table right now for Team Brazil. It looks like they'll elect to regroup.
I mean, what other... So the hard part is, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to lose some players here on the exit. You have to regroup, but now you're back at, like, square one, right? Where, how do you get out of your spawn, right? Because they're going to now realize, hey, the Zen doesn't have that position. They don't have everybody pushed up. Let's play close to the door again.
Well, Brazil now resigned to the fact that they're going to have to fight for every inch they get. Ludwig pulls the blade this time. He's going to go for it, but the sound barrier was well timed by Birdlog. Kuffa's looking durable with a shadow to boot. If anyone comes close enough, he'll bring that hammer down. Australia extracting their team from the front of Brazil's spawn here with a TP to get them to safety, but Birdlog might have some problems. He's hit with the Discord orb right now and is somehow able to slip away.
But I mean, dude, Brazil forced to end up using Transcendence and their Blade and Ant Matrix just to get out of spawn, just for Australia to TP away and then just team wipe them. I mean, that is just really tough to play against, as now we see the Lucio come in for Brazil.
I mean, if you were a fan of the London Spitfire in 2023, this might be your team. I'm not going to lie. Another TP shatter here from Australia. I think Xfel was caught by it and then got hit with a mortar strike. Dalka Release is able to find Nami there. But that's not really going to be enough. There needs to be more. Ludwig not going to be able to get involved in that fight nearly enough. And Brazil must look on with dismay as the card goes begging. Team Australia lock it up.
Yeah, I mean, Australia obviously looks really strong here. On circuit. I thought tremendous stuff with that Reinhardt realizing the no speed on the other side, close the gap, play up at the spawn door. No opportunity for Brazil to get out, but Brazil put up a really good fight though. I mean, a really close map number 1, and even map number 2, being able to hold on defense for like 4 minutes right at the end. Quite massive. I think it's just for Brazil, you got to like go back and reassess some of those comps and figure out if you maybe need to make a few slight adjustments.
Again, this group is absolutely brutal. Great Britain, Canada, Australia, Brazil. They lumped 3 Commonwealth countries in there. All right, fair enough. But again, a showing like this is really important. Not only are you here to get a win, but you're here to announce your entrance, to make a strong showing, to put yourself on the map. And I think Team Australia have definitely done that. That last map, of course, was a pick from Team Brazil. They wanted to play the Sigma composition. But at the end of it, Nami ends with 23 final blows and 10 deaths out of a total of 46. That is absolutely insane and a lot of value gained by the Bastion play.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Bastion obviously putting out, high amounts of damage. And I like Brazil's decision to play the Sigma into it. I think Sigma is the choice there. It's just without that speed to be able to kind of dodge that Reinhardt, right? Kuffa gets in the mix, starts swinging. There's nothing they can really do at that point.
Yeah, look, great showing for this Team Australia squad. I think, though, there's a lot of potential for upsets here in this particular group. I mean, I'm very excited to see how these two teams advance a little bit further. We're going to be back after a quick break. I'll see you on the other side of it. Cheers, everyone. Get up here, Team Australia. We'll see you after the break.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt.
Welcome to the break.
Welcome to the break.
Welcome to the break.
Wait,
Well, we are
we're in the
here.
break.
We are in the break. We allow everyone to get a breather, to kick back, relax, and just let us bedazzle you with words.
Was Mitch trying to do a shoe? He had a shoe.
He had it ready. The man's came prepared. All right.
Also, I gotta call out Mitch. Don't put blooming onions on Sweden IKEA. Like, what are you trying to do here? You're trying to go on. It's an Australia classic, Outback Steakhouse. That's what it's all about, right? Come on now. So
Isn't it American? Never mind.
It's not Swedish. I'll tell you that. It's not Swedish. Don't.
It might be one of those American things which they just blamed on another country, like whatever the heck you call Swiss cheese in America. No, this is not Swiss. It doesn't. There is no such thing. Like which Swiss cheese? What are you talking about? Anyway,
there's more than one Swiss cheese. What? Oh wow.
You know what? Let's move on. Let's talk about too much before I get angry. There's a lot to discuss. Obviously, Brazil showed up. They made a really, really good case for themselves. A good showing. Even though they fell, I think they played it a lot closer. But before we look at the big picture here, I do want to single out a singular player because, Johnny, you had your eyes set on one particular one.
Look, I don't know how many of these moments are going together, right? So I gotta highlight Kuffa while I can, of course. And this is a guy that we've heard plenty about. It's been kind of on the brink of tier 1 and tier 2. Trying to vie for those tier 1 spots when available. But look, I gotta showcase my man when I get the chance to, right? Okay. Pulling out the Reinhardt, going aggressive, going for the TP shatters, the charges. I just love these kind of charges. Just hey, I'm just gonna jump off this ledge, go for a charge.
He's just
going deep into the backline. This is the kind of Reinhardt gameplay that I love to see. So thank you, Kuffa, for bringing out the aggressive Reinhardt. Look at this stuff. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. So thank you, Kuffa. It was a blast. It was a blast to watch this match.
I think all of the best. We all just love good Ryan play.
We are here for it, so we hope to see much more of that. But generally, there were a lot of great highlights in this game. I feel from both sides. Brazil, again, they played it a lot closer than I think most people would have expected. Maybe really taking Australia by surprise here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Brazil definitely caught us off guard. They really played it well. They played it super close despite losing 0-2 to Australia. I think for me, it was their two DPS players, the Ludwig and Svenko, really were very impressive. But at the end of the day, it wasn't enough to beat down Team Australia. We talked about Kuffa, but I think Nami was also fantastic in this series as well. And they just played the Ryan Rush to a very high level. It was really it was a joy to see for me to see the Ryan Rush played by Team Australia.
I love that Australia switched it up, both teams starting obviously with that dive, and while that was very, very closely played, Australia made changes. They came in with that Bastion Ryan comp, and that really worked out for them here, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, like I've said, I think this is going to be the kind of composition you want to play if you want to win the World Cup, and so being able to play that Bastion, whether it's Reinhardt or Sigma composition, is going to be a big addition to your team, to your success, right? So looking good for Australia, but this is the toughest group. You got Great Britain and Canada in there, so yeah, you got the 2-0 win against Brazil. Can you repeat that against some of the other teams in the group?
Yeah, and right now Canada and Brazil are finding themselves at the bottom of the group. We'll see much more of all of those teams, of course, as we are playing in a round-robin format. Next up, we will be heading over to Group D and get our first look at Japan and France. All of that after a break, so stick around. Three matches done and three more to go, starting with Japan and France. Welcome back, everyone. It is I, Zoe, joined by Danny and Johnny, and we are here to set you up for all the action. I'm very excited for this next one. Feels a little bit like choosing your favorite child, which is, as we all know, impossible. As an absolute resident dweeb, I have to root for Japan, but also
Resident Weeb.
but also the French are my people, so I can't go against them.
How are you a weeb?
difficult.
What's your most weeb trait, Zoe?
Oh, have you seen her comic book collection,
Have you
Johnny?
seen my manga collection?
She is.
I'm currently in possession, as of my last count, of over 800 comic books, and
Right,
the
so
majority
if
of
you-
that are manga. So
If you didn't pledge
My people.
Japan, I'm gonna be
well,
so
we get
disappointed.
to that. We get to that, Danny. We get to that. I do want to talk about both teams' starting lineups, of course. We're starting here at France. A lot of veteran players, a lot of faces we know and love. And France has been very successful in previous Overwatch World Cups.
Yeah, that, and like you said, filled with veteran players. They have a lot of experience in pro scene and in the Overwatch World Cup as well. And as we're seeing right now, we're seeing Poco in the lineup, so they're probably gonna run with something with a off tank sort of composition, right? He is sort of known for his diva play for a very long time. And not only that, you know, they also have Bembes, who's a great main tank as well. So I think France has a lot of versatility as well, along with the experience with over the years as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, in the most recent Overwatch World Cup, they placed 4th. So obviously they're coming into this eager with at least a top 3. They're bringing the whole posse with 11 people on their committee. And they're going up against Team Japan. Johnny, I mean, they have to come in with synergy. They know each other.
Yeah, I mean, these players all play together on a team called Varel in the Asia Pacific region. And they did win an event just like this month. So, of course, they have tons of experience working together, but also like they've been playing at a pretty high level very recently, right? So a bit of a perfect kind of like underdog story here is Team Japan going into this series right here. So I know that everyone's going to look at France as historically one of the better countries when it comes to World Cup performances, but I don't sleep with Japan. Look, I can't really classify myself as a weeb, Zoe, but I'm on your side. I'm on your side. I do think that Team Japan is going to be very exciting to watch, so keep your eyes out.
That's right. We want them to. We want them to. If anything, go check out their profile pictures on Wikipedia. Like, if one team showed up with some Riz in those profile pictures, it's Team Japan.
You like those, yeah.
I do like them. They rock the poses, like proper gamer poses. They covered them all, and I'm here for this. I'm very excited. It's one of those things where obviously there's just too many people on the server to root for, and that makes predictions especially hard. Either way, one of the teams will win, and I'll be happy for them. Let's look at the predictions. Yes, my heart wanted to go with Japan, but no, man, the French.
Fake
I cannot root against them.
You picked a favorite child.
Yeah, I did, because Switzerland didn't make it, and this is the closest I get to home. So go France, avec les six, today and always. What about you, Danny?
I mean, Japan has synergy, but talking about synergy, I think France has also synergy experience. They got versatility as well. I think France has the upper hand for this matchup against Japan.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I said that Team Japan won an event this month, they got second place. My bad on that one, misremembered.
So better than third. It's better than third, Johnny.
I went with France 2-0. I really do want to go with Japan, but
hey, you're never too late, Johnny.
Should I do a Danny swap?
Don't do a Danny swap. There's no prediction leaderboard.
Can I do that production? Can I swap over to Japan?
Hard.
This late in the day? Yeah, I'll swap over to Japan.
Yeah?
I'll swap over to Japan. I promise.
Nice.
I won't make a habit of swapping my prediction after we've submitted them.
We'll never do it again.
But this time, I gotta go with Team Japan.
Yeah,
I gotta go. I'm excited to watch it.
Everyone gets one of those, right? Then Nathan, Alex. There we go. Nice. I love that. Johnny is all of us in this one. So I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top. And also, I just can't wait to get a first look at both of those teams and to see how they're shaping up in this year's Overwatch World Cup. And as they are getting the lay of the land here right on your screens, we're heading into a very quick break. And afterwards, we will be back with all the action. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to our fourth match of the day here as we are starting to get serious at our 2023 Overwatch World Cup. We're looking at two teams that have achieved their own distinct levels of fame globally over the years of the Overwatch World Cup. I mean, France, they've always been a fixture, always in the top echelons of teams. Last time we saw them was in 2019. They made fourth at that event because they had the misfortune of running up against Team South Korea. A tough game for them, to be sure. But Team Japan has been involved in some of the most incredible games I think we've seen through our preliminaries and qualifiers. I think it was 2017 in Sydney, that incredible 5-map game against Team Australia. Everyone was going wild for it. A lot of players really made their names in that game, including Tayo, for example. So this is always an exciting team, and I'm really looking forward to see what this region's been cooking up.
Yeah, I would say like, Team France, right, has a lot of players that we are, familiar with, that we've seen at previous Overwatch World Cups over the years. Samoa will be map number 1. Japan is a team made up of everybody who this is their first Overwatch World Cup. But it is a, region that has been growing in terms of Overwatch, right? And Overwatch esports, right? A lot of just players want to get involved. So excited to see, you see even, Japan and other first-person shooters, right? Really, popping up and ascending in terms of the ranks and overall teams in esports. So excited to see what they have here for Team France.
And again, for Team Japan, we've seen this in the past. Even I did this as a committee member, sending a full roster. They were discussed, of course, already. A lot of those second, third place finishes in Contenders. So this is a well-oiled machine, a team that's really familiar at working together. We see the return, of course, of a couple of players on the French roster. It's Ben Best's second Overwatch World Cup, Poco's, of course, FD God, and Nico also returning. So, I mean, and this France team, by the way, has enough assistant coaches to make a whole other team, maybe 2 more teams here. So a lot of resources domestically put into ensuring this roster's success.
France has 6 assistant coaches and 1 head coach.
Okay.
That is, you're bringing a lot of minds together, kind of craft it up.
Your coach to player ratio is bonkers. So I'll be feeling pretty good about that one here. To be Sigma's for both sides to set things up here, of course, a bit of a specialty of Poco's, as we've seen that his prowess has been displayed over the years. Nico always on the May somehow. More known, I think, as like a projectile player. Farah, Genji were huge picks for Nico back in the day, so to speak. But here, France already take a very strong position on point.
I'm curious of the Bastion with the Echo setup, right? The Bastion can put down tons of damage and then just, have the Echo finish off some of these kills. But it looks like they lose KSG early on the point. Drops down to try and contest. Maywall comes on through, and we know everything else that happens after that, right? Just tons of damage, but it doesn't matter. Japan cleans it up.
Yeah, I mean, they play for this high ground, right? I don't know if France, they're aware of this, right? France want to move in, make use of the Sigma, buy themselves a lot of time, but Natlox gets pressured really heavily by Kuki there at the start of the fight. And there it's pretty tough then to keep the rest of your team hale and hardy, where a Bastion is raining down from that high ground. Japan now also opt to reassume that same high ground position. Let France push in. And the Frenchmen had better figure this out.
Yeah, it's like you have the Brig to kind of play with the Sigma, like on the low ground if you want, as we see from FD God's POV. He's going to get right up to the high ground, try and remove some of those players from that. But you also then have this Echo. It's a really interesting comp as Nico gets quite low. It's going to be a dupe here.
Yeah, Kuki going to be duping the Sigma. That is pretty frightening. A lot more durability now added to the mix. And of course, the Gravitic Flux threat is always present. Again, easy come, easy go. Kuki not able to find a connection because there was no one else to stand in it. Team Japan, again, continue to extend their lead.
It's still, you see that burst damage of the Echo start to come in. Really, Nico takes some shots from that Bastion. Then the burst damage, the focusing beam from that Echo comes swooping on in. So difficult for France to react. They really got to dump everything into that. Comp's been proven to really give them trouble so far.
Yeah, again, I mean, it's been an issue when Japan have just sort of gone up to that high ground. France now need to make good use of it themselves, but okay, they're going to use the wall here from Nico to split Japan up for the time being, but they're going to come back in with a rally. Avo gets taken down pretty much straight away. Cloud's Immortality Field does its work, but that Air Matrix is a scary prospect from both sides.
Rally.
Now, Kuki going to try and work his way through the back as Nico's staved off by Mint here. France able to move in numbers for the time being. A Gravitic Flux from Poco will ensure that KSG goes ultra low, and even a Kinetic Grasp won't be enough to save him. But elsewhere, Kuki found FD God, and already 2 eliminations from Team Japan. Now Mint hunting for the rest of France, who again have been able to have had to concede the point, rather.
Yeah, I mean, you have QQ and Mint here able to just live all through this, right? That rally comes through. It's huge there for Japan as they're on the cusp of taking this first point.
99-13 here, not a great start for France, and FD God almost goes low there, just the poke damage from Kuki, putting the fear of God in him. Here comes KSG, that's going to be a huge gravitic flux. It has to be an instant ice block used there by Nico, and a lot of pressure on Natlox. Has to use an immortality field to help him and his teammates survive after the fact, but KSG will hold on for long enough to secure the kill on FD God. Nico, though, still stands. There's still a chance here for France. Yes, that's a scary prospect facing the other Nico down on this Bastion, but again, the Sigma Shield buys him a lot of space. An attempt to try and section Cloud off from the rest of their team. He will eventually be brought down. And finally, France might get a decent foothold.
And I think, you know, Japan is going to have to figure out a way to keep KSG alive with these, you know, Mei walls coming in and whatnot from Nico, because keeps getting caught out on the opposite side of that, trying to kinetic grasp, walk away, shield. There's just too much damage. They got to figure out another way to keep him up.
That looks may have been considering setting up a Amp Matrix in the high ground, but that's a great first pick. Nico for Japan, able to find one on the French side of things, and that's a tracer out of the mix. That mobility now severely compromised. Kuki finds himself on the back line, and a quick pause is going to be called here. Looks like issues with some audio on the side of Team France.
Yes, once we get back into it, I mean, that is going to be a fight that is going to be chaotic, because you have the duplicated Mei coming from like the backside of the point. It looks like was like putting down damage on Nico as he was trying to get back on a contest, maybe to help out Poco as he was in some trouble taking damage from the opposite side. So I expect once we get back into this, you are going to have a fast fight.
We've already lost the Tracer player on Team France. That's probably the biggest issue here. I duped Mei as well. If there's any risk of a blizzard coming out, Team Japan are very well positioned here. Now, I want to make something very clear. There is always extremely high expectations on the Team France roster. They have a whole nation behind them who are extremely passionate. We saw this firsthand when we traveled out to Paris for a World Cup qualifying stage. That fan base brings the thunder, and right now they're going to need to give their team all the energy they can.
I mean, you know, the few times we've been to, you know, Paris and just France, you know, for Overwatch, it's been incredible. I mean, just such a passionate, like, esports fan base. Is just like I was talking about, once we get back in the game, a fast fight that goes in favor of Japan.
Yeah, again, that first pick is absolutely massive here. Kuki now wants to chase FD God down, who has to use a solo sound barrier to try and keep it going, and instantly gets burnt. That Bastion pressure is too much, even with that overshield. FD God was not long for this world, and nor are the rest of Team France here. Japan come out of the gates with the Bastion set up. They use the high ground, and they convert.
It's a really nice comp there from Japan. The Bastion with that Echo combination going up against the Mei, right? The Mei want to play is like a little bit more like control on the ground, where if you can keep your tank alive really kind of through some of that damage and, you know, through the wall that comes through, you're going to be able to, you know, win fights pretty convincingly just like that. And it looks like we're going to have some comp changes coming in here for round number 2.
Okay, so with the, I don't know if we'll see the Moira here. That would be a little bit surprising. But from Team Japan, again, much in the same vein as Australia had, looking to demonstrate a bit more depth here. Again, the opportunities maybe to get your Bastion set up are a little bit more limited on this particular stage, but the Doomfist is a good look. It's going to put a ton of pressure on as we head to beach.
Yeah, I think it's just because this point is like very different, right? Where it's like lower, like it's like, you know, down underneath like this kind of main play area where, yeah, having some of that, you know, verticality there with the Doomfist can help out.
France don't have a flanker here to pressure this solo position that Nico's been playing with on the side of Team Japan. So good opportunity for Nico to set up in comfortable sight lines, provided that Avo doesn't pressure him down. Again, on the other side of things, though, there is a Tracer here for Japan, and they are doing exactly what we'd expect, constantly harrying. Nico actually gets caught in like a long-range disruptor shot there, and Avo is going to be able to clean up the Tracer as well. That's both DPS for Japan out of the picture.
Yeah, I'd love to see that like long-range disruptor shot, because like that's typically not one we see get kills at range, right? Like end of fight cleanup type of thing, you know, long range cross map disruptor shots, typically not what we see there. Is Mint will end up playing Kariko, gives it a little bit more dive potential, right? Can go in with that Doom, go in with the Tracer.
Yeah, the latter might be even more important here as Japan probably just want to put as much pressure as they can on Avo. Here's a long-range Bionade, catches FD God, and the follow-up is so good for Japan. Now Pack on the point, it's going to be an Ice Block, has to be used early, and you see Poco steps in to try and rescue Nico, and Ice Wall almost gets Nico out of trouble, but Min will pursue and find the kill, and Poco is all on his own.
Yeah, he's in a world of trouble. I mean, that looked like a pulse bomb that was stuck to him. It's Mint finishing it off as really just trying to get this. The Mei was able to stay alive for a long period of time. Then FD God comes in to keep stalling the point out. But just like that, Japan flips it. And now they'll have a nano boost to work with. So give this on to KSG, make him really difficult to take out.
Mint playing an extremity here, knowing that they can reposition in a pinch if needed. France obviously pretty slow moving, want to play fairly close together and want good sight lines. There's a lot to ask for here. KSG there gets a defensive biotic grenade, crucially combined with that nano, but no kills yet have been found. Finally, there it is. Avo gets taken down as Japan take the fight to Team France, and they know exactly how to unravel this poke composition that really needs all 5 players to find full effect.
Yes, that's some big bio grenades coming down here as well as Poco gets anti. They try and use a Mei wall to save him. You got a Widowmaker switch here, just to maybe try and find somebody pushing up towards that spawn door. But now it is back to the Bastion. So Doom can obviously get into the backline. He becomes very tanky, right? You know, with his block, and then starts building up shields. Now against this Bastion, it's going to make you know, KSG second guess diving in there a little bit.
Means though Nico now might have a safer sideline to post up on here. It's going to be a little bit harder to put pressure at him in a long range. Juki looks like had to go for a recall there, and here comes Nico from the aforementioned sightline, but the sound barrier is going to make it a little bit hard to cut to the heart of the matter. Sees Poco on the pointy, but great chase there. Nico spots the other Nico, dropped to the low ground instantly, chases him down with the Mei, and of course FD God was right there with him. 3 players here with a biotic grenade here. KSG's able to leverage that into a kill, but just the one here going too low without Cloud in a position to keep him standing.
Yeah, and the issue is, right, you know, KSG uses, like, let's say Seismic Slam gets in, right, Rocket Punch, whatnot. When he goes to power block, when that Bastion's his way, you have that Sigma Rock, right? If Poco lands that rock, I mean, he should be dead in theory, right? I know he should be able to get that kill on KSG. He's going to have to use all of his cooldowns if they're back up to get out. So makes it very difficult to play this dude.
We go. France in control right now. Poco hit with a Bionade, but Unperturbed still wants to go for a Gravitic Flux. Meteor Strike for KSG was there. Oh, well done. QQ really gets rid of that Immortality field just before the Pulse Bomb blows up. And where does FD God go from here? Straight spawn. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. And Team Japan are back in control here. They once more, they pull at that thread and unravel France's little Christmas sweater.
And the amount of times we see people stick a pulse bomb and that, you know, immortality field just ends up saving somebody. Being able to connect the pulse bomb, then just destroy the immortality field right away as France making some last minute changes just to get back.
Sombra Tracy here for Japan. It might be another attempt to mitigate the effectiveness of the Bastion here. Nico not able to get a hack on the other Nico. That would have been curtains for the God Hand himself. And he still eventually gets brought down anyway. Kuki doesn't let him head back upstairs, but it looks like a couple players from Japan wandered into the sight lines of Avo, and that's 2 comfortable kills. The duo of Mint and KSG fall under a hail of bullets, and France will get it back. This one is going all the way.
Yes, you're probably going to have one more fight here to decide this, where Mint will now switch over to the Brig. So going to be playing the Brig. You're still going to have this Sombra in the mix, which you haven't seen really that much. Obviously the rework just comes through, so artillery, yeah, able to live though.
And obviously not the fastest moving hero. A little bit of a scary moment to try and avoid that mortar strike here. Poco feigned going down to the low ground here, but the sound barrier gives him enough durability to be wherever he needs to be. Poco is back, make no mistake, now on the Diva, another of his very celebrated picks. And it's that and the rest of Team France digging their heels, and that will give them the win here on Beach, and we're headed all the way.
It's really just having that sound barrier there towards the end, right? If you don't have that sound barrier, I mean, to allow you to just kind of like push on through, right? I mean, Poco and a few other players who had a biotic grenade there towards the end didn't really impact it that much, as you have that extra durability with that Lucio ult to go on in.
The round 3 will be Volcano, Matt. Again, I think the last time we got to see, the only other time we've got to see Samoa in a competitive setting might have been the show match, if you want to call that competitive. I guess
competitive setting. Oh man,
it's a slightly loose terminology for it here. But so far, both of these teams respectively have favored.
Yeah, which one of these tanks do you think watched Danny's play and is taking some tips to go into this one?
Probably KSG is my thinking. Again, Poco being in here and not being sort of, obviously Ben Best is another option for Team France. They have all the tanks covered. Poco is definitely known more as like a Sigma and Diva player with plenty of Zarya, even some Hog in the mix here. So maybe not expecting one of those more static tanks from him. But what a great start. Kuki falls to the Hyperspheres. And now the accretion is just going to miss KSG, able to reposition. But FD God is picked off on the other side of things, so both teams down to 4 rather.
Yeah, and I mean, that pick off on the Kuki at the beginning is huge, right? Because the Tracer really kind of wants to go in here with this Doom and play together, finish some kills off. As Japan will get point first. It looks like a rock that's going to connect on the KSG, but it looks like able to live.
Yeah, Poco's doing a very good job of tracking KSG's movements and making sure he can disrupt him with those accretions as they become available. But Japan took the point first. It's up to France here to make the way in.
I like this echo swap. I think there's a lot of look at the positions that you can play from here. A lot of really interesting off angles.
Look at this flank. Oh, that flank is so sick. Nico's caught there in ice block and no one turns around because Poco's too busy dealing with KSG front and center. There were 3 players from Japan that had wrapped around the point there, and it gives them a bit of an extension on capture progress, but maybe not much more than that here. KSG might elect to just, throw himself at the point and die horribly. That's fine. A little bit more percentage for Japan.
A little bit of a brawl there towards the end ends up in France's favor. You can kind of see when KSG goes in, there's so many players stacked up, right? Hitting some of these big punches that are stunning players into walls and whatnot. Wants to just kind of keep on going, but just the addition of the Baptiste, right? The immortality field and just the group healing, sometimes too much.
Cloud.
Get Nano the Echo here. I mean, you could easily find a kill that way.
Last time we saw KSG get that Nano just to give him a little bit more of that leeway to play aggressively. Double Bionate connection though. Cloud making good use of that vantage point here. That's the Meteor Strike coming in. Immortality Field did have to be deployed by Natlox. Kuki though finds himself in the thick of things and all of a sudden is duped. Lucio? Okay, well, building a sound barrier wouldn't hurt here, but right now survival is the key mandate as Japan do flip the point back. That lack of mobility from France puts them in a position where they struggle to respond quickly enough, and this is serious pressure on Natlox. Kuki's not able to get out alive though, can't even deploy those sticky bombs. A little bit of an awkward situation to be caught in coming out of their duplicate mat, but Japan still hold for now. Mint wants to extend this fight here with the rally, and Nico found Poco.
Yeah, they decide to rally, and I don't think that France can fight this, right? You're just walking into the rally with that Doomfist there, the Sojourn as well, as gonna have to back up and let Poco get back in the fight.
This is getting dangerous now. France have
some pretty sick movement as well from Kuki with the Lucio, right? Like that's an Echo player.
One more fight in this map potentially for France. They're going to open up here with the Ant Matrix KSG. Block available. Not when the wall came up though, so that's why he takes so much damage initially there and will be brought down. France have yet another chance to claw this round back, and it starts here.
Yeah, some swings and misses there from KSG. Just I know it's a power block, then just trying to build up some shields there, and just nobody home there when he's going in.
Here's the switch. Nico over to the Tracer. Maybe the thinking here is that more pressure on that Ana, or maybe even a pulse bomb deployed in Mint's direction could be a game changer. Here comes the Doomfist once more. KSG appears and quickly disappears with that Meteor Strike. Wants to still partake in the fight, though it's going to be forcing an Immortality Field out so early, and Empty Gob is still picked up by the Seismic Slam. Nico doesn't want to hang around here. What a pick from Avo, though. Kuki out of the mix means there's a 4 versus 4, and France are in control. They've got a safe position to play this Sojourn from.
Yeah, but I wonder if Japan knows, right? They kill FD God and he's so close to Sound Barrier. I wonder if there's an opportunity to take advantage of this.
There's that sightline paying off here, but this is from the other direction. Nico able to catch Avo out here. KSG wants to pressure Poco down, but sees that Sound Barrier now. Perhaps he considers something more of an environmental flavor. Back towards the point here. Block is available. Going to throw it up just in time as the Immortality Field came down, and not before he got rid of FD God with that punch. Natlox, Nico, huge amounts of pressure going their way. It forced a recall from the Tracer player, and Poco has to go for the kinetic grasp, but Japan flip the fight back. It's going to be a desperation Ant Matrix for France, but it's not enough. The players looking to benefit from it got taken out instantly by Nico, who finds 3. And now Japan see France in their death throes. Nico over to stand proudly on the point here. Is this just the dregs for France coming in? And that is not going to come remotely close enough. Overtime will tick down and Japan take our first map.
Man, some sick shots there from Nico. I think he had the benefits of a nano boost as well. The overclock with the nano boost, and as soon as they realize that Poco is low, they don't even care about the damage. They push right on through and finish him off. Really impressive stuff from Japan.
And for those that maybe weren't watching a ton of contenders in the region that this roster was playing in, maybe wouldn't be aware of some of these individuals. But we have standouts straight away. Kuki, really impressive play there on that DPS. KSG, of course, on that Doomfist, showing off some pretty insane mechanics here. This team is frightening. France have a pedigree of having incredible DPS players. Nico coming back this year here in a very competitive field. This team is dead serious about finding wins, and already falling 0-1 against Japan here is not a good sign. Japan, no reason to respect them here. They've been an underrated region for quite some time, but they're here to make some noise.
No, and I really liked some of these compositions that they brought out. I really like this like Bastion Echo specifically on this first point. And then even on the, they had an opportunity to win round number 2, did Japan. It's just, some really nice swaps from France at the end. A big sound barrier from FD God really kind of puts them over the line. And then, that third round went the distance as well.
Really competitive map in general, like you pointed out here. And we got to see, I guess, the comparison of the Sigma composition and what they're looking to do, and how the Doomfist composition looks to execute their own win conditions. It was a sojourn battle for much of this game. Avo versus Nico, and the latter comes out with 18 final blows and 9 deaths. QQ also nothing to sneer at, 15 and 9 here. The DPS on Team Japan look absolutely ferocious, and even Mint gets involved with 10 final blows. What's going to be the pick here for France? They probably need to find a way to invalidate this Doomfist composition if they can.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like at least, look, you're going to run like Mei Sigma. You want to play at like a slower pace, right? Especially against a team that's running like the Doomfist Echo, like the Tracer comms. Potentially a map that you can slow this down. I think if you want to keep Poco in, could you play like Circuit, like just like we saw in the last series? It's a possibility.
France, I mean, they had a tough time in their particular conference here. They end up at 5-2. But there are a lot of teams that serve them up some pretty harsh games. I think Spain and, of course, Great Britain challenged them very heavily here. And we're waiting on the pick in just a moment here. And bear in mind, this may be the first time we've seen Samoa played in a competitive setting, and Japan truly came prepared. A lot of the Bastion, composition around the Sigma we saw straight out of the gates, then the mix-up into the Doomfist. That was exciting. Blizzard World will be the pick for France in map 2.
Quite interesting, because you see historically lots of Winston, D.Va, dive here potentially on Blizzard World. So maybe they kind of want to go with what they saw in that second point of control, maybe have Poco play some of that D.Va.
France played this map last against Spain. It was actually Spain's pick, and France were not able to find success on that particular map. So bear that in mind here. We've seen quite a lot of these maps played through. Being loser pick is pretty important. But there you have it, everybody. Team Japan with a very strong start here. Some names already getting the spotlight shone on them. Can't wait to see what's next. year after year, the best stories coming out of the Overwatch World Cup have got to be those potential underdog instances. And while perhaps at large we don't know a whole lot about this Team Japan, we know they've been a roster for quite some time and have found great results regionally. Now, Matt, they're taking it to the rest of the world.
Yes, they end up taking this map #1 here. I think maybe even like stunning France a little bit as take a look at some of the subs here that are gonna come in. I believe they are just on the Japan side. So looks like you will have Mihawk coming in here for Japan.
The base One Piece reference? Okay, I'm here to see what Mihawk has to offer us.
Is that a One Piece reference? What is?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just look at me and say, doesn't look like anything to me, and we can move on.
Yeah, doesn't look like anything to me. I have no idea what I just committed to.
All right.
That was cool.
Let's talk about the first map, Bernard Analysis. Because this Team Japan squad, of course, they switched to that Doomfist comp, and it looks like France don't really have an answer. Blizzard World was their pick for map 2.
Yeah, and I mean, what do you do here in map #2, right? You have Poco stay in the game, so think that you're going to still see like Sigma, Diva base compositions. Didn't really fare, well on Samoa. I would say the Sigma ones, but like you were able to, steal that second round really towards the end with, the Diva swap was effective, but really it's sound barrier. So curious to think what France has here cooked up that they feel like will work against what Japan's throwing at them.
Interesting as well, no substitution from the French roster, right? No tank substitution as well. That was something we often look at Ben Best and all the teams that he's played in at the top level in the past. We've gone, right, does he get subbed in here, and how telegraphed is that? Because this is a team with pretty defined roles. Let's take this moment here to cross to Emily Tang, our reporter, to get some insights from us for this first map between these two teams.
Thanks, Mitch. So prior to this match, we asked Team Japan, what were you looking forward to coming into this match against France? And they said they have actually never scrimmed with a European team before today. So that was the biggest challenge for Japan's national team. And I'm hoping to get more info for you guys in the next match. I will throw it back to you guys for now.
Thank you very much, Emily. And that's, I guess, that's just a facet, I think, of competitive Overwatch the world over, is that it is regionalized quite heavily. You get a chance maybe to watch footage of your opponents, but the experience of playing against them and seeing those regional differences, man, that's a real test.
Yeah, and typically between regions, right, there's different compositions that arise or favorites of each region, right? And then that's what's so awesome about World Cup and international events, right? You see all that kind of merge together.
Oh my god,
Japan with a wrecking ball composition here off the rip. Interesting as well, like the Lari with the Ana comboed with the ball, really kind of relying on the Ana to provide a lot of the healing here for this wrecking ball.
Your execution with this composition has to be picture perfect, though. France are playing a very tried and tested, a very durable, robust setup here, obviously around that Sigma, the Bastion and the Mei, but we've seen Wrecking Ball comps be able to disrupt this as well. They're so good at denying that setup, that positional play that the Sigma looks want to go for. Nice wall attempt there from Nico. KSG, though, as Wrecking Ball often is able to get away with the healing pylon removed here for Cloud. So that's
a mortality field.
They're already used here. I mean, KSG goes very low in that exchange as well, but is able to get away. Is in a bit of an odd spot, though, with only 180 HP. Adaptive shielding is going to give him a little bit more durability, but he needs to get away, and that slower the Mei makes it impossible. Kuki, though, still turns that into a trade. The Mei with Ice Block potentially used already gets brought down.
Yeah, but there's no appeal for the supports, right? When you have FD God and the Lucio kind of just getting Poco right in the mix. Yeah, you're gonna see the swap off the ball straight away. I like the change off of Wrecking Ball. I would actually say, you look across the roster right now in terms of tanks, Wrecking Ball is really, at least off the top of my memory, the only one that really hasn't had a moment in Overwatch 2, right? Where they've been really strong or a go-to. It feels like everybody else has had moments, opportunities, even Roadhog, right? It's just Wrecking Ball just not able to make work in some of these comps.
We've definitely seen some teams flirt with the prospect of her. We saw that from Donghack a fair bit this year.
Yeah.
At times, eventually that was sort of.
But I think Doom just does almost the same type of things now, just better.
And that's why KSD makes the switch. All right, Captain Sun used by Cloud, only really able to get the immortality kill with that though. But once Japan pile in, it's on for young and old. The duplicate of the Bastion is timely as ever. And now QQ can wrap around, maybe make some use of the last couple of seconds in this Bastion form as Poke gets a kill on the way out here. Not too shabby. Japan though, going to begin this cap.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do it. Looks like at least Nico's still here, potentially here for France, as you have FD God working the outside as well.
Such an FD God thing to do. Look at him, straight for that healing pylon. He does remove it, but does he put himself in harm's way here? The classic Nico. Wasn't, oh brother, FD God sound barrier covered 2 players there. At least wasn't just a solo one, but I'm afraid France, the rest of them would probably have liked some more durability from that in that fight.
Yeah, maybe you'd love to have that sound barrier back. And I mean, you could see like, so when you're talking about like Doom versus the Wrecking Ball, right? Like Doom really kind of wins out in like every regard. Like maybe you can say displacement is a bit easier on Ball, right? Like the slam, just, you know, rolling in, knocking players around. Like Doom also does that with like Seismic Slam and the punches and whatnot. And also just has like more control over his mobility, right? Where Ball, you're gonna need to like latch on to stuff, get that movement right. Doom, it's fairly simple.
KSG trying to command the high ground here. The Gravitic Flux though might prove a wrinkle in that plan. A little bit of harassment from the low ground, but KSG is unperturbed here. Wants to try and knock that Sigma around as much as possible. It's unclear what value was found with that Gravitic Flux.
Well, I mean, he gets like knocked in midair, like back in towards Team Japan. He's able to find one and somehow makes it back to the high ground. So, I mean, really interesting stuff.
Yeah, unclear if that really interrupted it. We'll have to keep track of that now as Ultimate no longer available there, of course, for your Sigma. Well, it's great to see FD God here on the Iliari. Not the normal pick that we see him on. QQ gets picked off though here, so now looks able to really put a lot of pressure on that airborne target here, and KSG takes a backside full of damage there as Avo unloads on the Doom as he turns his back.
Yeah, I mean, even if you kind of use your power block there, you're not going to be able to soak up that much damage, right? And then there's the damage coming from the opposite side. So now you'll see Japan, they'll make a change. It'll actually be moving away from Doom, and they'll actually play the Sigma here. So no Bastion in play. They'll stay with the Sojourn and Echo for now, but this will give them a little bit more kind of control. They're going to play a little bit of slower pace now.
We can see the thinking behind this map pick for Team France. They've really been able to control the pace and force Japan away from that aggressive composition. But nothing's going to stop Nico from finding picks like that. It's KSG folding though, as the shots come in response from Avo, which is again going to slow up this already much slowed Japanese setup. And there goes Nico.
It seems like they have not figured out a way to crack this. Not being able to get Poco off of that high ground. You're also just taking so much damage from that Bastion from afar. Right, you dive in to make a play for that Bastion when they were, on some of the more dive heroes. You're just giving your back up to the rest of the team. It's very difficult to say. You're gonna have to use a duplicate there just to live.
And that's all it really achieves here. QQ almost gets brought down even outside of that duplicated form here. Hit by the Captive Sun by the looks of things, but Nico's going to be here with an overclock. The only target presenting itself right now was Poco, who, by the way, is about to unleash a Gravitic Flux here, which is going to hamper Japan in a big way. Eventually, QQ falls out. That Captive Sun debuff gets popped, and Poco's able to take Mihawk out as he backs away. He's being chased down now, but Team Japan really investing in trying to get rid of the Sigma, and Poco's pretty safe, all things considered.
I mean, he's been able to just dominate that high ground, which has been huge here for France, but now gets pushed off of it a little bit. Can Japan control the high ground? It looks like Nico even just getting it onto KSG, just trying to force him back.
KSG is super out of position right now. The Cardi's on the move, in fairness. Now, Mihawk, give me one more shot here. There's no real way to keep Mihawk under the thumb there, though, from Avo, and QQ's able to pick him off, and that switch to the Genji. A little bit of extra pressure on the Bastion. Of course, the threat of that deflect in your face. Mihawk has that nano available. Is going to send it to QQ, who does not have a Dragon Blade. Maybe just trying to, again, be as aggressive as possible. Create some space here as Poco went extremely low. And in that accretion animation, exposes himself to the damage from Nico. Overtime here, but it looks like the card is going to get there. FD God's not in a position to intervene. 3 players grouped up here for France as Avo heads to the high ground, and Nico wants to harass immediately Japan, knock them down.
And it feels like these are the moments that win you series in World Cup, especially during groups where that is one where, I mean, think about that. France is one fight away from basically holding them to being under the underpass, really, like once they capture the cart, and they end up like giving it up. It's look at this Q out, a little bit of a flank here. I mean, almost forces out block.
Outburst does give you some mobility, but if you get rushed down there, you're in deep trouble. Also, you're in no position to provide sort of the lion's share of your healing. Maybe like off-angle turret. Oh, that's very cheeky. Thrown on the other side of the masonry. They're going to get caught though inside the gravitic flux, and I like that from Cutie trying to make sure he goes below half HP. The mortality field was in play, but here they come. Cloud going to get huge value off the detonations, and Cutie's blade is going to be there. The Captive Sun Dragon Blade combo lays waste to France.
Yeah, there was a sick bio there from Mihawk, connects with like 2-3 players. So now Japan is rolling. Overclock here potentially could be the thing that decides it. You also have like a nano coming up here. But KSG or Yuki.
Nico with decent sight lines here. The ability also to transition up to the high ground in the pinch if needed. It's Mihawk taking down FD God. He is not beating those allegations. You know what ones I'm talking about. Nico going to back up here. Overclock in hand. A great bite of grenade connection coming in again from Mihawk, having an outsized impact on this fight. Desperately, Poker trying to stay alive here with that kinetic grasp, but gets blown to smithereens as KSG finishes the job. Nico and Overclock here, and FD God desperately wants to get involved. Avo down to half HP, and before he touches the ground, he's dead. Natlock's here, no chance to stay alive. And Japan get the map done in overtime.
I mean, you can't fall really that early. You know, with FD God, I mean, he's getting close. He would have had sound barrier there, right? I mean, he finishes that round, I think, like 88%, right? He ends up living a little bit. You know, what? That's like 88 to 100. That's like an amp and like a little bit of damage, right? I mean, that is an easy sound barrier there towards the end to be able to get the combo with Poco's flux, which I think could have maybe been enough to hold there at the end, where that is massive for Japan. It looked like they were going to actually just stall out their attack once they took that first checkpoint. Like they were really making no progress. Poco able to dominate the high ground. All of a sudden they turn that into a full map completion. I mean, that is brutal for France.
And it wasn't even that involved from Japan. Mihawk gives a nano boost over to Kuki, I think, on the Genji. But there's no blade available. He's at like 40% charge, but he dashes towards Poco, and I think it's a couple shuriken throws. Already the Sigma's very low. Obviously the damage amp, getting a lot of work done there against the Sigma. And all of a sudden Poco just gets popped because both Team Japan DPS are really zeroed in on that target. It's not common that teams focus the tanks down first, but it's just where Poco ended up being and where the chips fell. Was that the tank was the most viable target there.
Let's see what happened.
Oh, I have to go.
So,
all right.
So a bit of a flank here. Just takes 2 shots, yeah.
I mean, the homie's not even feeding. He's just trying to live his best life in the background there and get some info, but Mihawk with 2 very quick taps.
I don't know if I'd call the background, the wall where the card is approaching the end of the map out in the opposite side from the spawn room. I don't know if I'd say mind his own business in the back.
He hasn't set thrusters to warp feed there and still gets picked off. So got to hand it to Mihawk there, having a great spot there to find a huge opening. Taking the Lucio out of the picture straight away. France, though, already trying to maneuver into a closer position to get themselves within striking distance of the point with this wraparound.
I like this from Japan, though. You have this Ash in the mix, right? It can get huge value at the dynamite just like that. Bio grenade on the opposite side. They had to use a Mei wall. They're really more of like a defensive manner. Let everybody get healed up.
Yeah, maybe at first glance you think that Mei wall's intended
to sleep on FD God.
He's able to pick himself up, though. That immortality field does a lot of work there, but Nico's got a filthy off angle here. FD God, though, that's the other side of the coin. He's able to get in there and deal with KSG, who was playing just as a single player on that right-hand side. France were able to group up and eventually make their push in there. And Nico didn't have enough time to get value out of that off angle.
No, will you be able to actually kind of like keep this going here? If you're Japan, you're going to lose another player. It doesn't look like our tank is going to be able to make it back in the mix.
I mean, no, this is just too powerful a position. You can out Matrix from this room here and set your Bastion up. There's no need to even do that at this point. France with that kill on the Sigma.
Okay, that was interesting because it looked like Nico and the rest of the squad ran backwards and Mihawk ran forwards right into the rest of the crew. Where I think you could have gotten, Nico set up on the high ground there on the Ash, right? Now you're actually going to give this up to France.
Japan have to find a way to retake this piece by piece, essentially. Just rushing up there would be pretty problematic for them. They still have to deal with a very quickly built amplification matrix there for Natlocks. Poco really just a token resistance at the high ground. He's not really trying to take it, but he does want to draw KSG over there, so there's less defensive architecture for players on that high ground. Gives some opportunities for Nico and Kuki to get in there, find these kills. Poker low. Oh, that focusing beam is very scary, but Kuki, I mean, a little too low to the ground there.
Duplicate there. Yeah, he was going to go for the dupe. That's kind of what he's been doing, is like he goes in a little bit maybe too far, but gets a dupe off and then able to kind of like keep fighting that a little bit, but doesn't get it off there.
Avo's low though. This high ground control now actually starting to manifest on the kill feed. I'm not sure we'll get the job done, and Cloud finds 2 there. And this is the other side of what Iliari can offer you. Now all of France forced to bundle up inside that small room, but they're playing against the Sigma this time, so that is a scary prospect. Nico though might have a response here. He's forced to use his ice block early and pops out of it to try and take Cloud by surprise, but the cavalry soon arrives.
Nasty shots. Yeah, I mean, Cloud hitting some sick shots there on the Ilari, where able to take out Avo range, and then now this is where, if you're Japan, burn as much clock as possible, right? Even if they get this in an OT, you still feel like this is a winnable situation because you've completed the map. At that point, you just need like a fight or 2 and you're good to go.
An early gravitic flux here for KSG might be an option. All of France were filtering out of this small room, but KSG, okay, gonna go for it anyway. Gravitic flux came out. Okay, Immortality Field was there to respond. That locks good deployment there. The Bastion ability.
They know that France is split a little bit though. They know that like, okay, now FD God's gonna get the bash and the rest of the
Kuki. That's dangerous.
This is gonna be a duplicate, yeah.
Here's a gravitic flux that's going to catch Mihawk on the high ground. I think Cloud might try and keep him topped up so he doesn't die when he falls, and it works. They keep the Ana alive. Poco really going for a solo play by there while the rest of his team is turning to mulch.
I mean, the healing from the Ilari is absolutely bonkers there. I mean, that is Mihawk taking some damage, getting hit with a gravitic flux. I mean, that is the pylon plus the alternate fire from the Ilari, able to just keep Mihawk alive through all of that. And now France, they may find themselves in some trouble.
Well, it feels like Cloud used that captive stun like 30 seconds ago. Already has another ultimate build up. Now, that's a beautiful biotic grenade, but there's no chance to follow up on that one. But look at these poke elements in play. You've got the
But
dynamite.
they try and speed out, right? You got dynamite, right?
And the dynamite, that's a pretty nice hit there. Poker as well, Nico both hit by that bionic grenade, and they're forced to stand in place. Ice block was used there for Nico. That basically says to all of France, we cannot advance past this point. You need to play with that Mei if you can. They are going to be able to get into the safety of that small room, but this will allow Japan to take flanking positions. Cloud might be caught here. Right clicks to try and keep the Sigma up, an outburst to try and create some space, but it's not enough. Eventually, France bully their way to the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, that one, they a huge captive sun, and I think all their eyes light up of like, hey, this is a sick opportunity for us. But sound barrier in that Mei wall locks Cloud and KSG in position, but there's some changes. You have a Bob here in the mix. Maybe they want to try and contest.
I don't think there's enough time. They're going to go for it anyway. Straight over the top, here's KSG on the Doom Fist now, and Cloud going to get there to try and keep him standing. They can't keep the Doom alive. Bob got caught on the wrong side of the wall. Cloud was right dangling in front of the French front line, and that was too tempting a morsel to refuse. Japan down 2-3. Not a whole lot they can do from the periphery of this fight. Will eventually be forced away.
Yeah, as I think KSG going to try and make it back to the spawn there. Looks like he's able to make it out as see if there's any changes. So Nico will play the Sojourn here. So Sojourn in the mix now for Japan as KSG will stay on the Doomfist.
Committed to it at this point. Halfway towards a Meteor Strike here, which may be relevant. Nico is, it's a big ask there. Even the God Hand trying to take an Iliari at long range as Mei. Tough fight to win there. But look at this, France get a lot of free real estate now as they went with the Amp Matrix play to force Japan back. Kuki duplicates a Bastion in desperation as it may appear, and France are still advancing. Just under 2 minutes to play for here. Japan have to strike, and they have to hit hard. FD God's going to get very close to a sound barrier now, and the Gravitic Flux strikes gold. KSG, how do you get out of this one? Skittering back towards spawn if he can, as Poku takes a ton of damage from the sticky bombs over the top. He'll have to double back now as Iliari's in his back line. Okay.
Captive Sun as well, but it looks like that's eaten by Poco.
Still, Cloud survives a little longer here. Enough time for KSG to maybe make something happen. It was Nico to find the other Nico. You actually go for that? Oh, that is absolutely unhinged. KSG, can he get out alive? Being topped up, and the power block does a heck of a lot of work here. The durability of Doomfist on full display here as France have been interrupted.
I mean, he needed to go for that Meteor Strike. He would not have been able to live kind of through some of that damage that was coming down in a really tough spot, but Look at this, trying to push in towards this Doomfist in these close quarters. Get a ton of impact with his abilities.
He bought time for another power block too, Matt. That's what's crucial. Yeah, I mean, I thought he'd get out with a Meteor Strike. Mihawk not able to get away. Avo just catches in there with that last little strike. Kuki's able to respond, and it's two supports down across the map, and Poco with the Hyperspheres managed to catch on to Nico. Now KSG's caught out in the open here with not a lot of damage coming from those off angles, and Poco wants to get this one home. 40 seconds left here for France, and they're going to get there, no doubt about it. Blizzard now just to seal the deal. And France get it done with time to spare. It's a 35-second lead.
Yeah, I mean, it took them a bit to break that second point hold, but once they did, a lot like how Japan was on their offense, just rolled right through that last phase of the map. Just France still a little bit more time.
It's hard not to see France as genuine favorites on this map. They really set the pace with these Sigma compositions, but in a couple of small moments, Japan were able to gain advantages here. Definitely felt like there was a chance, even with 3 minutes left on that last phase of the map, to hold. But France are very good at really bullying into position with this Sigma composition. You got a lot of players that really want to be aggressive. Nico, FD God, of course, able to use that mobility. And again, just trying to stay out of these really long sight lines. I guess I kind of wonder, you know, we have a pretty slow composition from France, and Japan, there's an option here to make use of Zenyatta if they were inclined.
Yeah, I mean, they switched to it towards the end, but like Zen with the Illari, just not a lot of like heal potential. Like I think here with an Ana in the mix, you could go for it, right? Ana, Zen, have a little bit of the Discord, maybe make it easier for Nico and Kuki, like to finish some players off, right? Harmony, you can just slap it on KSG and just forget about it, right? So an opportunity to run the Zen here, thinking that you're not going to be under any pressure. You know, FD God will chase you down though, if he kind of sees you off on your own, but maybe that's a fight you're willing to think that Cloud can take.
While Zen Iliari definitely didn't seem like it made a lot of sense in terms of overall healing throughput. This composition offers you a little bit of both worlds here. Obviously, Ana can absolutely nail KSG with constant healing, providing he stays in that line of sight. And you have a lot of threat with that Discord Orb and constant damage here for Cloud. High ground already assumed here for this Japan roster. Now France have to stay out of line of sight, playing that left side just behind this cover.
And can we get this Zen in position where it's gonna oversee the point and get that volley of orbs going down? Is like they had one player low there, Kuki, but he gets topped up and they lose Nico. That's huge. That's a lot of their stall on the point.
Yeah, no chance to get use of ice block there. That was a bit of an insta kill. Poco also falling. This is getting ugly for Team France now as Kuki looks to tighten those thumb screws just a little bit more. Avo is able to at least stand on 2 feet here, but Japan want the cap, and they've already got 2 ticks here. As the fight was going, they're already underway. FD would probably think about stalling, but it's too late in the day for that. In Japan, now with overtime, to be fair, but still, they get this first checkpoint, and that could be huge.
Yeah, now I think, well, Poco's on the Diva here, so interesting, can control the high ground a little bit more, but that's going to allow Japan with these close spawns to make big changes. So we're going to have a Risa in the mix here. The first time we're seeing a Risa here from KSG, but it seems like they're willing to mix it up in terms of tanks.
I mean, what do you do about this as the Diva? Is this not a scary prospect for Poco running into KSG like this?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is, right? Can't really kind of like hold his ground in the cart and battle it out, right? They have to get quite aggressive as now you've lost Nico again.
Now he's down once more. KSG looking a little bit worse for wear, but eventually Japan able to regroup here and get this Orisa comp really starting to tick over. Avo, this is a desperate play to the back line here. You'll notice they're struck with the Discord Orb now. Can they get him out of the picture? Juki duped the Diva to try and chase Avo down, but loses out in that duel. Rare thing to see from Diva. Although Kuki, of course, remember, builds that ultimate much quicker in dupe form, and that includes getting back in the mech after being desuited. Cloudy seems to be under no pressure and has a Transcendence available. This is looking pretty scary. France have to shut this down now, and they try to go for this Amp Matrix. It's an odd spot for it. Nico wants to hold his ground on this mate here. It's going to be KSG dealing with Avo, though. That's pretty huge. Poco eating a lot of this Orisa damage, but here comes the Tracer map. The Tracer's coming back in. Empty God's very close to a sound barrier, though, and looks to try and force them off the cart here. Japan now down to 3 players. Mihawk does not have that barrier, just switching to the Lucio a little bit late. And Japan looks like they're eventually going to be ground down. The momentum fizzles as France shut the door.
Still with a minute on the clock, though, that is a pretty significant push, right? I mean, if you're Japan, you're looking at things right now, right? A minute and 30 on the clock, you get 1 hold on point A, then they're pretty much an OT from there on out, right? Going into this second point, and you can control high ground, especially if you want to play that Ashe again. I think Japan put themselves in a great spot to win this.
So what do they come out with? is there value in opening with the Sigma
Why not just play
composition?
the Ashe again?
Yeah. That off-angle
I think-
Ashe, try not to just lose your tank at the start of the fight.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that comp was quite good. I mean, you can play with the Doom here, right? Like the Sigma is not essential for like holding like a high ground or anything, right? If KSG feels like he's able to survive a bit better and, you know, maneuver around on the Doom, and it also seemed like the Doom is giving them trouble, right? It's not like France is, you know, picking him off every time, landing these accretions and finishing him off, right? So commit to the Doom. If you're able to survive on that, you think this Ashe, which was pretty impactful the first go on defense, can do it again, right? You know, one win fight here for Japan starts to give them a good ultimate bank that they can also, even if they give up the point, carry over in that second checkpoint. You're not gonna have to switch anything up.
Again with the Iliari setup, and Cloud has demonstrated significant prowess on that particular pick. Avo wants a second bite of the apple here. Kyuki dangling tantalizingly above the statue, but eventually we'll be switching back towards the Sojourn.
Is just a little bit safer, right, with the Sojourn going in rather than Widowmaker. The Widowmaker could be a pretty good dive target. Look at that. That's a punch there from the side. And you lose both supports. Like, that is, I mean, that is worst case scenario.
Not only, Matt, did France have to fight through a brutal group in the European qualifier. Like, the teams in their group were just disgusting. Now, going up against a team that no one really has information on. If you've been watching Contenders in that region, that's a different story. But, you know, conversely, Team Japan have not ever screamed a European team. They really don't know what they're going into. So they play their style, they play what works, and it is causing so many problems here for France. Matlock's hoping to line a couple players up here as we see a switch towards this Ana Diva look now. Poco,
the Diva can put, yeah, it can put more pressure on the back line, right? And then also eat some of these like dynamites that come on through, right? So what you're trying to do here with that Diva.
High ground pressure, Avo sliding away as the seismic slam came in, and very quickly Nico checks the enemy Nico, evil Nico, whichever one you prefer. The Tracer tries to wrap around. Dynamite here, but Nico really wants to try and line up something a little bit more tasty. That one will do. Mihawk brought down, the Tracer eventually finding purchase now. Nico obviously not in a position to intervene, so it's just going to be down to Cloud's healing, but he's got damage as well, and Nico got taken out on the trade. No KSG left here. Kyuki duplicates it. Lucio again. That's happened again. Lucio.
He doesn't care. He'll duplicate anybody.
He doesn't care, but look, and the spacing you can create for your DPS with the boop is actually pretty impressive. Poco's going to run out of gas here. There's no more juice left. And we're going to go for just a celebration ultimate here for Cloud as Team Japan hold France at bay. That full hold is going to lock things up. A 2-0 victory for Japan.
Well, I think you know, most people would have obviously said France taking this series coming on in.
Not Johnny.
No, not Johnny. And I think, you know, with seeing how Japan played, they are going to be a problem moving forward. I mean, they were lights out in this series. Some really impressive stuff.
And now it's worth talking about the rest of this group, because awaiting Japan elsewhere is Saudi Arabia and the United States. Again, I think expectations for both of those teams are sky high. Saudi Arabia is mostly Twisted Minds plus a wild Sir Marchhead in there. And of course, we know all the hype going into this Team United States roster. It's a brutal group. All of them are. But Team Japan has showed a willingness to go their own way and make adaptations as they go. Cloud, Nico with peace sign and thumbs up. Yeah, I'd be feeling good if I were you too. It's been quite some time since we've got to see Japan compete on the international stage, and they've only gotten better.
Yeah, I mean, just overall, I really love their comps. I thought KSG on the tank role, right, specifically, being able to play that Doomfist and live constantly, not being punished, especially with the caliber of a tank on the other side, a Sigma like Poco, right? Not able to kind of capitalize, I thought was huge, right? Being able to be that disruptor in the back line, just really nice stuff there from Japan.
And we saw a substitution at support there as well. Mihawk came in and had an incredible honor. We also got to see the Zenyatta that we teased a little bit on that overtime attack from Team Japan, and it worked beautifully. I can't wait to hear what Adis has to say about this. I'm sure they've got some opinions. So let's waste no time and head over to Zoe in the game.
Thank you so much, friends. Japan! We are back here.
Japan, let's go.
Yeah, Japan.
Let's go.
I thought Danny was going to come in with a yatta, but he did not.
I mean, I knew you were going to do it, so I saved that one for you.
Someone had to say, I know, very sugoi was that. It was This was incredible. I love, because if you're looking at that group now, things are wide open. I think this might be a really tight group, and this is going to make it so much harder to predict. Let's once more take a look at highlights to see what brought us here. It was very, very close on Samoa. Japan, in the end, taking it, but it went the distance all 3 rounds.
Hey, credit to Japan. I mean, they came out and they did it their way, but also they beat France playing this Sigma Bastion composition to kick things off, right? And then you're thinking like, okay, well, you know, if they're gonna play Sigma, you know, cool, great, works out pretty well. But then KSG swaps over to the Doomfist and just pounds the entire match. Like, just great Doomfist play, staying alive, getting the punches, being annoying, being a nuisance. That's what you want to do in Doomfist. Just. I feel like every year in the World Cup we get one of those teams that just like surprises people, and you know, as some of us learn about some new names and new players that we haven't really heard about before. I feel like Japan might be that team. So many players on this team, Danny, that were just really fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Japan definitely did their homework, and we talked about how great KSU was. We're looking at another great player that we saw from Team Japan, Q Loud. Cloud? I think it was Cloud.
It's Cloud. It's Cloud.
Sorry, Cloud. I've been just calling you Q Loud the whole time, but this guy was on fire the whole series. It was just not even supporting his team, but just everything that he did was just fantastic. I think Japan is definitely an exciting team in Group D.
Yeah, and I love that there were so many standouts. Like Nico played a really, really good game there as well, all game long. I loved that Sojourn battle that Matt and Mitch also highlighted between Evo and Nico. And then, as you said, Q Loud. I do love that though, Danny. Oh yeah, Cloud.
Sorry, Cloud.
Q-Key. All of them.
Q
like I think
Are you sure it's Q-Key?
This has been a really, really impressive performance. If you're a France fan, though, are you worried right now, Reinforce?
I'm a little bit worried because they did cook a little bit with their compositions. So look, they got the most staff out of any team here in the World Cup, and it did feel like they were cooking a little bit. You know, having Nico swapped over to the Tracer. You know, when they're playing these Sigma compositions, and it was a little bit all over the place. And of course, I'm nervous because now, I mean, if you look at Group D, sure, you got USA. They're the favorites to win that group, and now France has lost to Japan. So you need 2 wins to make it out of the group, pretty much. And so you gotta beat United States. That is an uphill battle. It's tough.
And I mean, I feel like their compositions seemed a little disconnected. Maybe it wasn't really everyone on the same page. And we're looking at teams here with Japan having so much synergy coming from one and the same team. Of course, the same can be said about Saudi Arabia, which also finds in Group D, all of them playing for the same team. So they have it figured out. They know exactly what they're going to play. Let's see if France can clean it up. This was just the first of many games. We're all playing the group stages in round robin. So there are more opportunities, of course, to come out on top. We're going to break down our next game in just a little bit. But first, let's head into a quick break. So don't go anywhere.
ゆっくりやったらウルト上がるよ。ゆっくりやったらウルト上がるよ。オッケー。よしよしよしよし。リバリバリバリバ。ボブないないわ。オッケー。これいける。キリコだけキリコだけキリコ。ナイス。オッケーナイス。ナイス。オッケー。ナイス。
And we have another exciting match coming our way as Thailand will be facing off against Hong Kong. We get a first look at both of those teams in just a little bit, but first we're going to set you up for everything there is to know about both of these squads. And of course, to do that, we have the experts on our imaginary desk, Danny and Johnny, joining me for this one. I'm excited for this one. I'm very hyped about the match we just saw, and I hope that this next one delivers as well. And once more, of course, a reminder that everyone watching, we want from you. Post to your socials using the hashtag OWWC2023, and you can get involved, and we might feature some of your takes, whether they hot or cold or somewhere in between, on broadcast. Also, we of course want to know how you're enjoying the Overwatch World Cup and how you're watching it, because we get to watch as friends here on the not desk.
Desk? No. What is this called? Virtual desk.
Virtual desk. Is it really virtual?
On the call.
Like
On the call.
Right?
On the call, yeah.
But I wouldn't want anyone else on the call for action such as this. So many. Maybe Jake.
Where's Jake? Who's Jake?
Who's Jake?
I miss Jake.
Guy.
I miss Jake.
Same.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not like I'm not happy with you guys, but
No, I agree.
something's missing. Something's missing.
No, yeah, we got the same vibe. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
We both, yeah.
Good.
I have no idea what you're
Good.
talking about.
What?
What? Well, you know what you do know? You know those teams. You know those players. You love them. You see them. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for Team Thailand. I mean, they've been a favorite in Overwatch World Cup's past. And much of it, of course, has not just been due to their aggressive playstyles, but also their players, like Aputo. I mean, he's been a mainstay in the World Cup. He's the only player, in fact, who has been with us for each and every single one of them. I mean, look at him. What's not to love? Also, he's made a big name for himself during those World Cups on absolute sick Sombra gameplay. So I am very excited to see him and the team showing up once again, Johnny.
Yeah, this time it's going to be on support, though. A little role swap coming in from Aputo throughout all these years. I mean, look, Thailand is just like legendary in the World Cup. Like you said, they always bring us really aggressive, really fun gameplay. This time around, though, they are going to slow down the pace. So it's not going to be the dive-heavy, you know, super aggressive Thailand that we know and love. Instead, it's going to be a mixture of players, primarily from a team called DAF Esport in the Asia-Pacific region once more. So back when I misremember that Japan won that event, it was actually pretty much Team Thailand that won that event, right? So this is going to be a really fun time to watch Thailand now, maybe similar to Team Japan in the sense that they can punch upwards here in this tournament.
Yeah, and they're going up against Team Hong Kong, right? I think Team Hong Kong they have a good mix of some newer players and also veterans as well. The two people that I'm looking out for is their tank player Rek and also Mango Jai. First, talking about Rek, it's an interesting thing because he's going up against his teammates from John, you just mentioned DAF Esports. All of Team Thailand is on DAF Esports, and Rek is a tank player for DAF Esports, so he's going to be going up against his team. And Mango Jai, he's coming back from retirement. He is a legendary flex support player, and I know that this is his fourth Overwatch World Cup as well. You're seeing his accolades. He's got a first place in season 2 Pacific 2018 as well. This guy's definitely a legendary player who's making a comeback, so I think I'm definitely watching out for Mango Jai as well.
Yeah, lots of familiar faces, lots of new faces as well, and we are hoping for a very exciting match. So once again, let's take a look at our predictions. They've been going pretty well today, I dare say, for us. It's been a lot of fun. I went with Team Thailand for this one, just because with Apuro as well as Tita Watt in the lineup, I know what to expect from those players. I gotta be honest with you. Other than Mango, I'm not too familiar with the players from Team Hong Kong, so I'm not sure what they have to offer, but I'm looking for a close game. I'm hoping for a close game.
Yeah, I also went with Team Thailand. Just as we mentioned, it's mostly all of the DAF Esports, and they are a really good Asia Pacific Contenders team, so I'm believing in their synergy to take the win.
Yeah, I think it'll be a little bit close. I got Thailand 2-1 in this one, but I think they're a really respectable team. So similar to Japan, as I already mentioned, I do think that both Japan and Thailand are going to be two contenders this kind of like World Cup that can positively surprise in this one. So, being that the meta is the Sigma Bastion compositions, I think we'll see a similar story from Team Thailand in this one, and we might be positively surprised at the end of this game.
Yeah, and of course, both of those teams finding themselves in a group with China. China, definitely one of the teams which we all expect to come out at the very top. So it's a steep uphill battle, and that makes this first victory all the more important. You want to get that first W on the board. Let's see which of the two teams can get it done. We're going to find out after this break.
everyone. Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup, the one time of year we can all be biased, sad or happy, depending on how our country is doing, where Canada is down tremendous, but the down unders are apparently on top.
Yeah, let's go, baby. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. We got our first win. Hey, it's okay. You know, we will have the battle for the Commonwealth later on. I believe that's tomorrow, and I think we're casting that one, so bias will be at an all-time high.
Yeah, you guys will want to tune in for that match, but Custa, didn't you play for the Overwatch World Cup, man? Things have changed for you.
I know. I've become incredibly washed since then. But yeah, I have actually been able and fortunate enough to play for Team Australia. Oh my God, look how young I look.
You're an infant.
It was an awesome experience. It's a great opportunity for a lot of players to play on the international stage, play against a lot of guys. I actually went to Thailand, Bangkok to qualify for it, and then we brought our onesies. Oh no.
You still have that onesie?
I actually think it was recently tossed away because it didn't travel too well, honestly. All the zippers broke, but this was the qualifiers here. That was Johnny in the background. We beat Johnny to qualify for the actual World Cup, which is nice to see. And obviously Goomba was the coach of Team Australia back then. But it's awesome. And then we actually made it to BlizzCon. We made it to the round of 8. It was an awesome opportunity for us. And then we played against South Korea in the first round. I played Torb, and as you can imagine, we lost.
Great. I like how you had to remind everyone that you beat Reinforce. Hey, you even got to be on a video with Coach of the Year, Gunba. And what is your anti-aging secret? Because I swear to God, you look the same.
No, there's no way. Did you see Babyface Custer up there? No, I've definitely aged. A couple of wrinkles coming on the forehead, but it's awesome to be able to see World Cup back once again. It's been 4 years, and now we have almost a new generation of players coming through to play in some of these matches. And we have, some actual veterans. We have a Pudo, as Zoe said, who's been around the ringer of the World Cup. But, for Team Hong Kong, some players that we haven't seen much of at all.
Pudo is a flex god. I got to cast him a bit in the Overwatch League summer stage. The way that he could do support, DPS, he can do it all. We start on Samoa, that neutral map. Then I really think the highlight for Thailand is actually their DPS, High Vision Ace, Opudo, if it feels like being DPS that day. They are incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting talent that a lot of people don't really, have eyes on. They don't really know how great these players are. We just saw it in the last Japan series. That's a great team that has a lot of experience in Asia Pacific Contenders. But now we head into this match, and Thailand is the team that has that experience, and they won the Asia Pacific Contenders. But to hear more, let's talk to Emily, who has the sideline report for this match.
Hey, thank you so much, Custa. So before the match, I was able to speak briefly with Team Hong Kong and Team Thailand. And I just asked the usual questions. What are some challenges you'll face? And what are some things you admire from the opponent team? And so Hong Kong was a bit cheeky with their response, but they said they're very friendly with Team Thailand. And what they admire is that they have many talented players, and you can see that they have 3 tank players. So they're a little bit jealous of Team Thailand's strategies and diverse compositions. As for Team Thailand, I asked, what are your biggest challenges facing Team Hong Kong? And they said that mainly, I would say ourselves, because everyone in the team except for Tito Watt has never experienced LAN. And finally, they wanted to say thank you so much for supporting us all the way from Thailand here in the US. We really felt the love of our fans, and we're definitely going to try our best. Back to you guys, Lemon and Custa.
Thank you so much, Emily. It's great to see the respect between these teams, and how much do you appreciate the support from, of course, their own country, but everyone watching. And hey, you can see Thailand feeling that support. Already a first kill for High Vision on the Xiaolian, and Thailand already got the cap too.
And it's interesting, we're going to see both teams come out on a mirror composition. They both want to play the Doomfist, something unconventional that only a few teams have been playing in the World Cup so far, but Thailand feeling very comfortable with that first cap, and they're putting the pressure on, and they find another pick onto mCrazy.
I know the Dusk were feeling about the synergy between Thailand, and I think Hong Kong also have a lot of synergy. They played under Hong Kong Protege and Contenders, so a lot of chemistry on here, but Thailand so far leading that and keeping Hong Kong at bay.
R3K actually plays for DAF Esports as well with a lot of these Thailand players. That's why you see them waving and they have that mutual respect. They probably know and understand what both teams are going to play, so it's just going to come down to who executes better. But another pick on the Mango Jai. Hong Kong just haven't even had an opportunity to fight yet.
Yeah, High Vision has been that highlight for the team, but Xiaolian gets the revenge. Thailand missing that one player. Do they still protect the point? They got the high ground, and especially that Doomfist of Titawa with these close walls in Samoa. It's great to lock down a certain hero, an R3K, shot through there by Ace as Oputo and friends move forward thanks to the nano of Pally, and Thailand haven't lost any control.
Yeah, the nano onto Oputo was so smart. Hong Kong committed so many resources to taking them down, and then boom, raid boss Brig not going down, and Hong Kong just couldn't keep up the damage. And now 80% and counting. Not many ultimates have been used at all. Zhao Liang cannot fall. Oh, there he goes.
Oh, that's not good for them. Hong Kong will definitely have to use ultimates as it's the last fight for the first point. Mango Jai with the nano. This has been that veteran that Hong Kong could rely on before, but High Vision is sneaking behind the team. Can he take out Mango Jai before that nano comes out? Hong Kong are quite far away and was actually hunting for Xiao Lian, who exposes him. Now duplicates available, giving that second life. Huge anti and a stun from Titawa on the supports of Hong Kong. And they weren't even able to touch Thailand with a statement of 100-0.
And that's what I expect from this Thailand squad. You know, we talked in the last series about, you know, Japan, this is a sneaky team that people might not put enough respect onto. Thailand is the exact same thing. They are a great team in the Asia Pacific region, and they could be a scary team moving forward. They're in a group with China, so everyone expects China to come through as that #1 seed. So Thailand and Hong Kong, they're really vying for that second spot in this group to make it to BlizzCon. So this is a very important match for both of these teams.
And there's varying experience levels too on Hong Kong, where I got to cast him recently in the Overwatch League summer stage, and performing at varying degrees just because he just made that roster. So I think it was NGK with Mango Jai and Xiao Lian, where wishing they could put on a better show. But this is what the World Cup is all about: redemption for how your career started, how it's going, maybe even resurrecting that career, whoever you may be. For now, it is Thailand taking up a lot of real estate. They've actually antied R3K, have him up against the wall, almost able to lock down High Vision, manages to fly away, and Xiao Lian can take advantage of that moment. Now, you almost don't want to touch the point with how exposed you may be with no cover available, and Thailand are still jumping in. R3K is such a target of their focus.
Once again, first capture goes over to Thailand, though. Hong Kong doing a better job of staying alive. Now they're the one with the first pick onto High Vision.
Yeah, Thailand have the cap, but for really how long? You see Ace has to jump in to help Oputo, but at least is able to fire back with a double kill. And this maybe gives Thailand a winning chance, but Hong Kong still put quite a dent in the forces of Thailand. Can Hong Kong win their first fight? The nano onto R3K sure reinvigorates that front line. And now with the cap, Hong Kong can keep going.
Great confidence by Hong Kong, putting the nano onto R3K to give themselves that advantage. They get the flip back over, but now Thailand's going to come back. They will have the nano boost advantage, but Pally's actually running very far behind. Doesn't even have it yet at 80%.
Titawa going for the flip. This is the punch onto R3K, who's jumped behind, and Titawa goes down the hole. Buy some time for him to heal back up. He jumps back towards his healers, but takes too much pressure, especially with that focusing beam of Xiao Lian. Now all over these supports at the 3K for that echo of Hong Kong. And they have a lead that's growing.
Yeah, all of a sudden you see Hong Kong maybe breaking off some of those nerves, playing a lot more confident. Xiao Lian's finding these picks on the echo time and time again, and Pally is still not up to that nano boost. So now Thailand, it's their opportunity to enter in. They're going around the left side to give their backline a little bit of protection, and now Pally's going to drop the nano, but here comes the Brig duplicate from Xiao Lian.
Maybe not the one he wanted, but either way, the rally sure is strong if he could get up to it. But High Vision had duped the Doomfist, dropped right in the middle of the team, somehow escapes. He got antis hitting Hong Kong left and right, and that break from Xiao Lian did not last, but Am Crazy trying to do his best with the rally to keep his team up, but Hong Kong are struggling against the sustain and the team chemistry that Thailand have. That's a 3-man anti from Mango Jai, but Hong Kong lacked the damage to do anything with that.
Just no punish. Am Crazy, the rally was just a smidge too late. The rest of his team had already fallen and they didn't get the value of that rally. And now Thailand, they're upping the tempo. They're trying to dive early, trying to find an early pick. But nano onto Kurumi, and there goes the overclock.
Kurumi is slept and damage mitigation just enough. Hits 2. And that should be enough somehow. Yeah, Kurumi still dies, but that sleep should have been the end of him. That nano was huge from Mango Jai.
Yeah, great response from Hong Kong. Recognize the aggression from Thailand. Even with Pali hitting that sleep, just not enough. And now Tita, what's gonna be the first one to switch, goes over to the Winston. Maybe thinking they can get more damage, get into that backline.
Yeah, Winston, just a kryptonite to Ana too. And if Mangojai is such an impactful person for Hong Kong, getting on top of these supports, the bubble right at the choke is great. You block off some of the healing. That's only slowing down Hong Kong, but maybe it gives some space for Kurumi and Ace to trade blow for blow. 91%, 92 before it's flipped back over to Thailand, who stay in the driver's seat.
Yeah, but Hong Kong, they only need one more team fight to be able to get this, but they have no ultimates. R3K switching over to the Diva, a counter pick of Winston because you can just shoot him in the butt and follow him all the way. But Thailand's coming up to some big ultimates right now.
Oh, you can't lose Xiaolian! But Thailand now have to dupe. Afraid of how that Diva dive would go, High Vision buys himself another life in Thailand, just wipe Hong Kong, and they did have to use some ultimates, of course the Nano and the Duke, but staggering out Hong Kong is huge.
Oh, R3K just doesn't make it back to the spawn, loses the mech. He's gonna have to go back into spawn, switch back and forth, and now all of a sudden desperation mode for Hong Kong. M Crazy on the Lucio, R3K over to the Wrecking Ball, 6% to touch.
All right, swapping to the Hammond to allow that touch. R3K starts it, but is slapped. And that means the rest of Hong Kong are exposed, and that Hammond never woke up in Thailand. We'll take map 1.
Ah, that was so unfortunate. The Wrecking Ball rolls through the point, but just a little bit early to trigger the overtime. And then the Wrecking Ball gets slept, so they can't re-engage on the touch. And it's a pretty convincing first map win here from Team Thailand.
It is. I think Hong Kong had a lot more fight. I think they had better planning around the Mangojai Nano. Xiaolian kept up better against High Vision's Echo, where High Vision, I would say, was diffing him on that first round.
Yeah.
And I like the tank swaps. It's a bit of a chess match.
Yeah, you can see both of these teams come from a similar region. They want to play that Doomfist. They want to play the dive. That's what they're more comfortable in. So Hong Kong more than happy to take this mirror against Thailand, but some better looks on the second round. But if they can avoid some of the mistakes, avoid getting picked early on in the rounds, then they can start to play their own game, start to cycle their ultimates, because you can see signs of life from them the further we went into this map.
Smiles all around.
Yeah.
From the left side. It's nice. I was kind of talking to you before we got on our cast. It's very nostalgic. Sometimes you see returning players. We talked about that next generation. When we'll see South Korea in our next match, it'll be very different of a South Korea than in 2019. But here are your highlights of map number 1. The Doomfist matchup was very fun.
Yeah, and Doomfist has a very interesting matchup because it's all about your engages, your disengages. You can punch the blocks, right? So that sort of negates a lot of that defensive utility that a Doomfist has. So there is a bit of a mirror tank matchup going on here. But the other one I want to highlight from this map so far was the Echo matchup. Xiaolian versus High Vision. I think both of them were making big plays, finding first picks, and they're just meeting each other in the air, trying to win that Echo duel.
I think Kurumi had some big pop-off moments too, thinking about when he got nanoed by Mangojai and still pulled off like a 2 or 3K, which was a big win condition for Hong Kong to even get on the board. So now we're waiting for the map pick from Hong Kong. It is match point. These are all best of 3s, and Thailand, I think, got away with a swift 100-0, but Hong Kong still got some fight in them.
Yeah, and anything can happen as you move further in the series. Control plays very quickly. You want to play a lot of these fast compositions, but we've actually seen a lot of teams so far in this World Cup picking Circuit Royale so they can play around Sigma, play a little bit slower. You know, we saw how effective Kurumi was on that Sojin. If they could lean into that a little bit more, that could be a win condition.
See what the map pick is, and it's an interesting format because in map 2 you get to pick either escort or hybrid, so there's just so many maps to pick from, and in map 3 it's either push or flashpoint. So Hong Kong are locking in Circuit Royale.
Yeah, and this is probably them looking as like, hey, doesn't seem like we're going to win in this Doomfist matchup. I would be surprised if either team picked Doomfist on Circuit Royale, so maybe a different look in map 2.
We'll see if it will be a different look. At least that's what Hong Kong is looking for. It's match point for Thailand. We'll see what happens on the other side of this break. Thailand riding on a high 1-0 in our series on match point. Of course, highlight being High Vision Ace, the DPS of Thailand, putting on a show once again.
Yeah, you really just see the firepower that this Thailand squad has, but not just the firepower of the individual mechanics, just the synergy that they have coming into this tournament. A lot of other teams, their players haven't had a lot of practice time together, or they're just a hodgepodge of different players and teams, while there is just inherent, just synergy from playing so much in Contenders that they can just translate to the World Cup stage, and that caught Hong Kong off guard.
Maybe Thailand felt like they had to change something too, and Hong Kong started to come back in that second round where Titawat was swapping from Doomfist to Winston, maybe to try to block some of the heals. And speaking of now changing things, we're gonna just change Titawat altogether. He's gonna be swapped out for Calbun, whichever one you want to go with. He was an off-tank player.
Makes sense. You heading over to Circle Royale, historically, that's always been a Sigma map. It's a long range, long sightline, so you play snipers, you play long range DPS, and Sigma really stands up and assists that so much. So Calboon coming in, we'll see if he's going to be able to sort of step up and throw another wrench in the Hong Kong plans, but you have to think that Hong Kong have an idea and have a strategy around sending Thailand to this map.
And Sigma's pretty meta right now, and I'm looking forward to the hit scan matchup between the two. We kind of just lightly touched on Kurumi versus Ace, both of these players being highlights of their team. Where there was on the Sojourn, maybe we'll see some Widowmaker. Now that you have maybe a less mobile tank like a Sigma, you don't have to worry about jumping back. Maybe you don't need the Sojourn, you can go for something else.
Not only that, with the long-range hit scan, right? Like, I think that could be a good strategy if you're confident in your individual player, but we've seen a lot of other teams most recently going over to the Bastion for that high damage output. It really changes the way that you have to play as a Sigma and as a team just because of the amount of damage that can come out. So maybe that's what Kurumi wants to go over to. Maybe they just have confidence in winning that 1v1 duel against Ace because, as we said, there's a lot of mutual respect, but because they play in the same region, they probably have a good feel for the skill level of each other player on the opposite team.
Yeah, and support-wise, it was cool to see Mangojai, the impact of his nanos. I think Pally on the other side, is it Pally or Oputo, the Ana, when they were throwing these huge anti-nades on the Hong Kong, felt like there were some issues following that up, just with the lack of damage or just how the chaos was running down. So it ended up being pretty close on the second round, but we'll see now with Hong Kong's choice how confident they feel on circuit.
Yeah, and that's really the big thing for these guys is confidence moving forward because, we talked about how important this match was to win, to just sort of hopefully get to that BlizzCon finals, but there are only more difficult teams as you move forward. There are some stacked teams to the teeth with Overwatch League. We talk about China, we talk about USA, we talk about Korea, but then you also have some of these other middling of packs. The other team in this group is Spain, which are no slouches either, so there's always going to be more to sort of face, and this has to be just sort of shaking off the nerves, getting experience on LAN as well, because Emily said a lot of these players have never played on a LAN environment before.
No, and then you're just sitting across the table of your opponent. Thankfully, it's all friendly, we're waving and stuff, but yeah, who knows how that'll go. We're just going to take a quick break because we have a technical pause being called, so we'll see you on the other side of whatever this is. just so giddy to see all those Overwatch World Cup statues.
I know, it's been so long.
I can't wait for the main event. The players beat us there. Also, one of them got so excited to be there, they went missing, so...
Hey, sometimes you just got places to be in the middle of a match. You gotta go to the bathroom, you gotta get some air. I don't know, but hey, it happens from time to time, but I'm just like you, Lemon. I'm so excited for this BlizzCon, for Overwatch World Cup to just be back in general. It felt like such a staple of early Overwatch, seeing everyone cheer for their country, represent their country. You know, pride always comes out at such a big level in esports, so hopefully we see that once again this year.
And I know a lot of Thailand, including that new substitute of Calboon that came in, also from DAF Esports. Thailand actually held open tryouts and were like, you know, whoever is the best, y'all decide, and we'll put you on the team, or at least we'll give you a tryout. And well, a lot of these players made it through that. Of course, when you have great chemistry from DAF Esports, that helps out a lot. But yeah, Calboon will be coming in, like we said, as that Sigma player. Now that we have all our players in their seats, we'll see how he does.
Okay, we can cancel the milk cartons with the player's face on it. You know, we've found them. Everybody calm down. Everyone give the coach a wave on the way out. You know, this is such respectful players and teams. You know, I know Team Australia. I played for them. I know how it's going. People aren't that friendly to the coaches in Australia, but I respect it. I respect the love that they show for their coaches.
Sometimes coaches are decorative, but
yeah.
they're there for moral support, and I love that for them. And you'll need all the support they can get for Circuit Royale coming up next, and it's still match point for Thailand. And as the team said, as Emily pointed out when she reported to us, the teams have been so appreciative of just being back on the stage and getting support from everyone in the world, not just from their country. Everyone is so stoked for World Cup to be back, and me as well. See how Circuit Royale goes.
Yeah, and you know, Thailand has always been a fan favorite. Obviously, it really started with Mickey for that team. He was discovered, a great player in the history of Overwatch, was discovered in World Cup. And that's something that makes World Cup special as well, is this is a platform for a lot of these players to step onto the international stage and make a name for themselves of like, hey, I can play at this top level, I can perform. And that's what every player is sort of really here to do, to prove that themselves as a player in their country can play with the, you know, and hang with the best teams in the world.
Oh, I know. I miss the Mickey, the Patapans of Thailand. Like,
the good days.
The good days. Hey, the better days are here, right? So Thailand have chosen to opt for defense, and it took a while to figure out this is the side they really wanted. Everyone's chilling on the high ground on the left side, kind of unconventional.
And interestingly enough, you're going to see Mango Jai come out on the Zenyatta, and this is a different pick to what we see from Pally for Thailand. So there's going to be more damage for Hong Kong with the Zenyatta, with just the orbs and the Discord, but Pally is going to have better individual healing because they have the packs, they have the AoE healing, and Xiaolian's just going aggressive with that Zenyatta orb as well. Gives them that excess healing to be able to sort of go aggressive onto the Hanzo of High Vision.
Yeah, Xiaolian is trying to harass that Hanzo, as you said, but here's a storm bow and just goes, nah, I don't want that smoke. And you gotta be so careful. Just one random headshot is just the end of that. And this Thailand setup is also contesting the cart, like the cycling of the shield and the matrix there, or the kinetic grasp from Calboon. Hong Kong will have to remove them by force. CR3K taking a counter position on the other side of the cart. Finally, enough spacing is given over, and that cart is running away.
Yeah, that's the problem of the Thailand setup, is that as soon as they can't contest the card, it's going to move away from them. Fortunately, they do find the pick onto Xiaolian, but now Mango Jai, they've found the pick as well. So all of a sudden, with how far the spawns are for Team Thailand, Hong Kong will start to get it moving, but High Vision has to be careful to stagger too much. There goes, jumps in, falls down. But this is really a great setup for Thailand because all of a sudden, that's a lot of time off the clock. That's a minute 20, which they did essentially a spawn camp. As long as Ace doesn't fall down, that should give them the opportunity to get up ultimates and then hold this, you know, advantageous corner at the back here.
Yeah, when Xiaolian and Mango Jai were on NGUK, the whole Genji Zen sort of meta was a highlight for them. They just kind of got beaten by just other teams having more experience together as a team, but this could be a map that favors Hong Kong, especially Mango Jai on one of his more well-known heroes. But Kurumi is the one who also popped off hit scan-wise on Samoa, but he gets rocked in the face as I'm trying to hype him up. 14 HP in a dream. You got Xiaolian Nano going after Ace, who just used the slide, I think, to get into that position, so there's no escaping that. Thailand trying to fight back with the Gravitic Flux, and I don't even know if Calboon got anyone. He's trying to cancel this respawning Gravitic Flux, and Hong Kong, I think, have done more than enough to cap.
Yeah, the damage is done, but there's still supports here for Thailand. Xiaolian goes with the blade to try and close it out and just falls down. So all of a sudden, Hong Kong looked like they had the advantage, is eventually going to be thwarted. You should see Kurumi falling here. And so far, we talked about it. Why would Hong Kong go to this map? They wanted to put Kurumi onto this Widowmaker, but so far hasn't found any meaningful picks in this matchup. He's going to need to find something because those were 5 ultimates from Hong Kong used to try and cap that point. And now with a minute 15 remaining, they have no ultimates remaining, while Thailand, they still have the overclock. Pally has the rally. It's going to be difficult for Hong Kong to fight into.
Difficult when you used all the ults, as you said. I was like, surely this is enough, right? 5 ults equals fight win? No, apparently not.
Oh, that hurts as well.
And a headshot after headshot. Ace and High Vision doing all the work. And Hong Kong hope to escape with their lives still intact. And look who's bashing in. Pally's not done with them. And Hong Kong have lost a lot of wind in their sails.
Yeah, and they didn't even have to use either of those ultimates, the rally or the overclock, to win that fight as well. So now you're seeing swaps from Hong Kong with only 35 seconds remaining. They're going to have to rush towards the point, and Thailand are ready for this. They're setting up a trap, but Apudo falling early is huge.
Yeah, you fell for Hong Kong's trap. Great headshot to open things up and trying to punish Thailand, but it's Ace that had the space and just finds 2 like that. And Hong Kong find themselves all reset again.
Once again, Hong Kong are going to have to make switches to get towards this cart. R3K back onto the Wrecking Ball. But you can just see Calvin is just holding the spawn doors.
You see the cart says, I'm on my way, Hong Kong.
I'm coming.
I'm putting that thing in reverse. And R3K can't touch in time. Hong Kong getting full held on their map choices. Not ideal.
Yeah, and as I said, it just didn't feel like this strategy from Hong Kong ever came to fruition. The Genji Blade not able to find any value. The Widowmaker from Kurumi not able to hit the shots. And Thailand just playing an exceptional game of understanding the strengths of their setup. They had more healing, they slowed down the cart, and then they won that big important fight. So Thailand just once again proving that they are a very strong team with that synergy, with a pretty deep playbook so far in this match.
Just great spacing from Thailand when they see the wave of ultimates coming your way. You do not want to face the sun head on. So Thailand move up the road, respect that, and then we're able to engage back into them with their own ultimates. And then it does, it helps a lot when High Vision and Ace are getting headshots, and with how important DPS, their impact is on a map like Circuit Royale. You choose this map because you have faith in your DPS. And Thailand, oh, we get to see what Ace is up to. Oh, this is that double kill.
Yeah. And that was the flanking brig as well. We didn't call it out at the moment, but Pally goes, I have rally, I have 300 health, and I am unkillable and walking at you. And that just gives Ace the space to be able to just walk out, get those multiple kills. And that's what I'm talking about with that understanding of a strategy and a playbook. They've obviously practiced that in the past. They knew exactly how they wanted to execute it. And against teams like Hong Kong, who don't really react in the correct way all the time, it can catch them off guard in a big way.
Kurumi back on the Widow. And remember, I was telling you, I was like, oh, Sojourn, like, you don't need the jump because nothing's going to be engaging into you. Ace is like, no, I'm jumping in. I'm going in with this jump. And I hope my ranked teammates are not learning anything from this. But Kurumi wanted to line up that headshot. Failed both times. Now Mango Jai is removed, and Hong Kong can't afford to lose fights.
Yeah, and they can't lose any more players from here as well. You can see the card moving forward. The Hanzo Xiaolian might get caught on this statue right here. He's trying to make the run away, but he's just getting split off by the rest of the Thailand team. And now Xiaolian falls. Can Thailand keep the pressure going? If they find another pick, there might not even be a defense by Hong Kong.
Yeah, Xiaolian should have disengaged way earlier. The statue is such a hard position to get out of. And Pally says, it's the Portal combat time. Thailand sailing away, box of victory in sight. Calboon is heading for the spawn room doors to knock on the doors of Hong Kong just to wave goodbye in the end. Thailand take the series 2-0.
Thailand just proving that they are the better team. Hong Kong just not able to do anything, especially on that Circuit Royale. We saw some signs of light on Samoa, but Circuit Royale, that was Thailand's playground. And for me, the most impressive thing is they have an effective dive, but they can also play the Sigma at a high level. They have great hit scan players. This might be a much more versatile team than some of these other teams in the Overwatch World Cup so far.
And also using Cal Boon ended up being a boon for their team, considering you just needed a Sigma to be that pillar, that bully at the front. That's exactly what he did. Gave more than enough space for his team to move forward and take the shots that they needed. It was Xiao Lian that maybe overstayed his welcome there on the Hong Kong side, over on the statue, trying so desperately to get a trading blow once they lost Mango Chai. Didn't get that pick. Kurumi too went for 2 jump shots, missed both, and those are opportunities that Hong Kong needed to execute on.
Yeah, Hong Kong, you could see the idea of their strategy really just relying on the mechanics of their players to just hit those shots. And sometimes those shots just never get hit. And when you have a brig of the, I guess, suicidal nature of Pali just running into the backline, getting his one, just putting that pressure for the rest of his team, all of a sudden that just opens up so many doors. And Hong Kong unfortunately fall, and now they have a ways to go if they are going to make it out of these groups.
It's going to be a tough road ahead, but I like you said that this is opening doors, which this is what World Cup is all about, putting these countries on a map. They're already on a map, but you know what I mean, showcasing them to the audience, and everyone gets to be in person very soon for the main event. And, well, let's see how the desk feels also about their predictions. They're happy, they're sad, but how about now? What do you think, Zoe?
Oh, Lemon, we're always happy, aren't we? Here on the desk, Danny and Johnny joining me for this one. Another great match in the books and another opportunity for us to highlight some of the players we got to see as absolute standouts. So let's dive straight into the highlights for this one. Johnny, what and who did you see?
Well, I mean, it was a pretty easy match here for Team Thailand. And obviously they played the slower composition on Circuit Real, but it started out with the Doomfist matchup, right? Between Tirawat, who is this experienced veteran, again, 4th time participating here in the Overwatch World Cup, right? But really, it was a bit of a skill diff here because Team Thailand, they are so efficient when it comes to these compositions. Ace, for example, on the Sojourn did a great job. So I think we'll see more of this from Team Thailand moving forward, to be quite honest with you. I don't think they're going to slow down after this matchup at all. So great first show here for Team Thailand.
Yeah, I also agree. And also, I think something that Lemon and Costa said, I totally agree with. I think it was the pre-existing synergy for Team Thailand that really got them the win. You know, they were all on the same page. And yeah, they were very coordinated. And, you know, I think it was all of that really come into fruition to take the win for Team Thailand.
I mean, to add on as well, I mean, this group is pretty wide open because we all know that China, the team from China is probably the favorite here in Group C. But then, like, who's going to make second place? Is it going to be Hong Kong or Spain? Spain had a really good showing in the European qualifiers. But it could be Thailand who makes it out second in this group. And this was a great first show.
Absolutely. And I was also just very excited to see some of those players like Mango showing up again on that Zen. He is known as a bit of a flex god in the Pacific region. So it was great to see him back on in action after his retirement. Now, unfortunately, Hong Kong taking the first L, and Thailand is feeling pretty good about their first showing here in the Overwatch World Cup 2023. I am very, very excited to see where this group is taking us. And we got another match coming your way. It's going to be the last one of the day. It's going to be Colombia and South Korea. Let's see what both of those teams have to bring to the table after this break. Let's get ready for the last match of the day. South Korea will be facing off against Colombia. We're gonna find out who's gonna come out on top of this last match in just a little bit. But first, let's set the stage. Danny and Johnny here to give you all the insight about both of those teams and who they think is going to take the W. I'm excited for this one. I'm excited to see both teams clashing. So let's look at Colombia first here. Definitely the underdog heading into this. This is another roster with last-minute changes, announcing just 9 days ago that their star player EQO will not be able to join them here in the US. And Serki, I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly, which was initially their coach, actually replaces EQO now. So Johnny, that's quite a mix-up, or change-up rather, heading into their first match.
Yeah, look, like you can't beat around the bush. It's going to have an enormous impact on Team Colombia's chances here at the World Cup. Like, they did have a really good performance in the qualifiers, but EQO was their standout player. Obviously, tons of experience competing in Overwatch before, in the Overwatch World Cup, in fact, but as well in, you know, some of the better tournaments in the pro scene, right? So missing out on EQO is going to take a big hit here on Team Colombia, but at the end of the day, look, I think Team Colombia, I think they're happy they made it so far here through the group stages and potentially, you know, get to experience BlizzCon here later this week. But you're facing off against South Korea. I mean, oof.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough uphill battle for Colombia because they are going up against Team South Korea. Like, look at this lineup. You know, we got Fearless on tank, Sparkle, Limp on DPS, Fielder, and Chio. This is like the superstar Overwatch League team, and that is Team South Korea. I think, you know, I could argue, I think it's safe to say that, you know, all of these players are probably one of the best players in their respective roles. Like, you know, the Chio that we're seeing is a great main support player, and he, along with Fielder as well, they have been playing together for a very long time. And actually, all of these players have played with one another at least once in their professional career. They were all playing in Dallas Fuel. They've also played in Atlanta. Some of them played in Atlanta Reign as well. So they not only are they mechanically really talented, they also got the synergy as well. So I don't know. I think it's gonna be sort of an easy, sweet, like ice cream that I just saw from Zoe. It's gonna be a sweet match for Team South Korea. Was that an ice cream?
Yeah, I just tried to get one last lick.
You're eating an ice cream in between when we're showing graphics and highlights and stuff?
I thought the last match would have gone a lot longer. I thought the last match would have gone longer, so I opened an ice cream and I tossed the package, and then I couldn't set it down, and I don't want it's melting, so I tried to eat fast, but then I got tricked.
Is it
because
good?
the cone is a cookie, so I can't just
that cone is very
down.
thick.
It's so thick.
That's a very thick cone.
So I tried to hide it, but then it started to melt. So anyway, I'm very excited for this upcoming match. Obviously, if you're looking at the South Korea roster, it's star-studded, but still a fun fact, none of these players have actually been playing in the Overwatch World Cup prior to this one. They're coming to clean it up, you know. In 2019, the last Overwatch World Cup, unfortunately, South Korea did not manage to grab that title again. They came third, so they want to redeem the name of their country. Let's see if they can get it done one victory at a time, and I think this one has got to be theirs. If we're looking at the prediction, I think this is going to be a very convincing victory for South Korea. What about you, Danny?
대한민국! Let's go, South Korea! Woohoo! 대한민국!
Yeah, what Danny said. 2-0, South Korea. There it is.
Well, we hope to see a banger of a match regardless. Also, of course, as always, we're very excited to see some people playing that we don't know that much about from Colombia, for example. This is where stars are being made, and they have everything to play for, not just fame and fortune. No, a lot of fortune, actually, because there's prize pool, and all of that is growing.
Some fortune.
Some fortune. We don't know what fortune, though, because it's growing by the second, by the minutes. Every time you get one of those bundles, you are actively contributing to the prize pool for the Overwatch World Cup, which is just so very exciting. I love crowdfunding. I love to see the passion and support on display by the numbers. So make sure to do your part. And in the process, you can grab yourself those beautiful skins and some other goodies as well, which come in that bundle. Very exciting stuff. And we are about to be ready for this next match. So once more, relax, kick back, take a drink, stay hydrated. We're heading into a very quick break, and then we're back with or eat an ice cream, that's right. And we will be back with the last match of the day after this.
time for our last match of the day. The boys in yellow, blue, and red are facing the boys in blue and red. It's harder to say when there's multiple colors, but Colombia versus South Korea, isn't it?
I'm just glad that Australia doesn't have to go, well, they will, well, they did actually today against Brazil. Those colors are so similar. If you see them on jerseys on stage, they're pretty much the same thing. But as you said, a little bit of differentiating factors. And now Team Colombia has trial by fire in their first LAN match against South Korea.
Oh, they're being thrown right into the fire. But Emily actually has heard from Colombia, so let's see what they have to say.
Yes, thank you so much, you guys. My cat is biting me right now. So we got a chance to catch up with Team Colombia before the game, and I asked, what are some challenges you'll face against Korea? And they said everything. Korea is a very disciplined and coordinated team, so it'll be hard to capitalize off any mistakes they made. And what are some things that Colombia admires from what they've seen from Korea? And they said their dedication to the game. Korea came super prepared, and they really put their 110% into every move. So coming into the Overwatch World Cup, they did a lot of team bonding exercises. I think they feel pretty good about themselves, but it's hard to be super confident since their star player, EQO, wasn't able to come, but they're gonna give it their best and hope to just make all of their fans and country proud. They wanted to say that we love you so much. Thank you for all of the support, and Viva Colombia.
Ooh, thank you so much,
Back
Emily.
to you guys.
Thank you so much. It's great to hear the passion out of Team Colombia. This especially is a region close to my heart because my very first Contenders region was Contenders South America, where Drummer and Cersei, their careers really blossomed. And I know with Contenders South America missing, this is such a competitive region with Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, etc. This is a team with so much passion, but so much love for each other and the game that it's great to see them still here.
And, Colombia, they went 5-0 in the groups to qualify for this top 16 group stage. And they proved that they were one of the best countries in the South American region. And it does, suck that EQO isn't able to be able to show up and sort of compete with them because he was that sort of leadership role. He has a lot of experience playing against, the league level players. And now they have to go up against some of the best players to ever play this game, right? You talk about how, Cersei and a couple of these other players have played in the World Cup in the past. A lot of these South Korean players, they are players that they're the new generation. None of them have ever played in the World Cup in the past, but they've already proven themselves on the international stage.
Yeah, and players like Drummer and Cersei played for Team Colombia last World Cup, I should say, back in 2019. So yes, EQO frees up that seat, but maybe for a new star to shine. We start on Busan as our neutral first map on Control, then the loser picks the next one. So I know everyone is looking at South Korea to be the team to beat, and maybe this is too big of a giant for Colombia to take down, but it's also a nice idea to see what is the meta going to be for a team like South Korea. How far can their run really go, and is there any weaknesses going to be shown in this first match?
And we didn't really get a great gauge on how good the South Korean roster was in the initial qualifiers because of just the sheer talent they have on their roster. They was kind of messing around, playing some off roles, playing some strange heroes. So I think they're going to take it a little bit more seriously now, and we will get that first gauge of these players because as much as there is some historical play from South Korea, they have they had a lot of players who were part of the Dallas Fuel 2022 championship, and then a couple of players from the Atlanta Reign. Like, these guys are sort of a hodgepodge of a lot of different teams in the past, but we know how talented they are, and now Colombia is going to have to face that synergy. With Fearless in as first as well, I'm curious to see what Korea is going to run.
Yeah, especially on Mecha base first. Colombia, from what we know, only Drummer and Cersei have Contenders experience, but like I said before, it is so hard to get on a team in Contenders South America back in the day when you're competing against, I would say the best region being Brazil when it comes to South America. Colombia, Argentina have been up there, but they are players, they are people that play with so much fire in their soul, and it's great to see them here. They're going to be on the Orisa, which we'll see if the Spears will be enough to lock down Fearless.
So Colombia is going to want to move together as a unit, play tight, and utilize the healing of the Lucio and the Baptiste, while Korea, they're just going to be looking to find individual picks, find a punch, get the empowered punch. And you can see the backline of South Korea just sort of rotating around, but Hug is the first one to fall to fielder.
The backline evaporates and Sparkle's behind there on one of his signature heroes, so that's when you know that South Korea is just not messing around. And with a flawless first fight at that, South Korea will get the cap first.
Yeah, South Korea absolutely not messing around with this composition, playing it flawlessly. Colombia just weren't even close to closing the distance into the South Korean roster before they had someone fall, and Drummer is going to switch over to the Soldier themselves, maybe give themselves a little bit of an off angle, put some more pressure out, but they have to get out of these doors first.
Okay, trying to juke and go through the opposite door, maybe running after Lip, who already sees that fire coming, so disengages. That's a big anti thrown by Fielder. Look who comes charging in. It's Sparkle on the Duke Darissa, tossing as Colombia are just living through a nightmare. That is a huge Darissa ult, and South Korea wiped the floor with them.
Yeah, South Korea and Sparkle specifically doing a great job, going very early, stuffing Colombia in, and once Sparkle got that Terror Surge, it was over. There's nothing Colombia can do stuck in a small room. So now South Korea, with only one ultimate, able to win another team fight as Colombia tries the same door once again.
It's crazy that the first ultimate in the game is Sparkle. Of course, when he does that much work in the backline, Colombia will have to watch their backs. But now they're watching the high ground, looking at Sparkle up there, forcing flight out. Fearless can jump up from behind. He's got the nano too. Drummer's got his best sneakers on, trying to run away, but he's not looking behind him, and he's going to pay dearly for that. Super Gomez on the Sarissa has been looking in front, just frontlining, bulldozing everything, but not really looking at the flankers. South Korea, I don't even know if they've had a death yet.
Yeah, we did just see Chio fall, but it feels like Fearless has an invisibility cloak on as he's just running down Drummer on the Soldier. Because they can't spend their time wasting shooting at the Doomfist because there's just too much damage coming up from the Echo and the Soldier. So Colombia is playing it correctly, they just haven't been able to execute, and it's going to be difficult against the caliber of players of South Korea. They're just putting out so much damage. Now 93% and counting, ultimates coming up for Colombia. This has to be the time, but how cold.
You lost your main healer immediately. The sound barrier of Mixby evaporates, and Colombia didn't even have a chance to use their ultimates before the fight is just gone. You had to try and bait South Korea towards you with the Blizzard, but South Korea just won with range damage only. And now it's Chio's second death. Way to go, Chio. Way to drag the team down. 100-0 ends for South Korea on Mega Base.
Hey, Chio's just giving Colombia a little bit of confidence, you know? Give them an opportunity to sort of like feel out the land, and I think that is an important takeaway here for Colombia as their players, sit down in this first match is just get comfortable, shake off some of those nerves. There isn't that big expectation that you're going to be able to win versus South Korea. The matches that you need to win are against Mexico and Finland in your next two matches. So this is a great opportunity to get a feel for everything, get a feel for playing on land, get your comms in order because you're playing on new desks, you're playing all that type of stuff. They obviously have a clear strategy of wanting to play this Orisa or now switching over to the Sigma. They want to play as a unit. They don't want to be playing that dive style.
Was just how fast South Korea are playing. Colombia have to be ready to counter-rotate, which we saw some inklings of on Mecha Base. But now on Sanctuary, they'll have to do even more running, which I'm sure that's why Drummer is on the Soldier to begin with. But with Cersei on the Mei, who were you hoping to isolate? Especially this Blizzard, is it going to have the value they hope for? Or is it going to be towards Fearless? Can you even get close to Fielder and Chio? For now, the battle of the hit scans on the pack side, but Drummer is gone.
Mixv switches over to the Illari to sort of give themselves more damage. They're trying to play slow, but Fearless sniffs out that flank, and as soon as he heads over there to help out Lip, there's just nothing that the Colombian squad can do, and that's going to be a decisive first fight win for South Korea.
At least Colombia got in the right position on the pack side, but yeah, Lip versus Drummer, that is a tough matchup to go up against.
I think there's a lot of tough matchups when you face this South Korea squad. They have the best support line in the world, they have the best DPS players in the world, and they have Fearless and Hanbin, a storied tank duo in the past of Overwatch 1 to face off against. There is no easy matchup against this South Korean roster.
Ooh, Hug and Mixby are just dead, and I didn't even see where they were. I think they were trying to stay in LOS of Super Gomez, who obviously wants to play aggressively to make the space, of course, but South Korea are just not letting them breathe at all.
Yeah, they're just being so oppressive, and that's why Colombia did switch over to this Doomfist, trying to give themselves some more space, maybe can play a little bit faster. Just need to try and keep that backline alive. You can see how far away Hug has to play. They're just so terrified of stepping up into the trap of South Korea.
Right, Colombia managed to sneak through the right side, but Super Gomez is taking a lot of damage. Reconnecting there with Hug is a good start. Not getting first blooded is good, and Sparkle duplicates the Tracer. Also one of his better heroes. Super Gomez gets punched off as he was trying to LOS away, and Fearless Meteor strikes into the supports. South Korea are relentless.
Silver lining, what? Okay, Sparkle having a little bit of troll trying to take Fielder down, but can't do it. But silver lining for Colombia, that was 3 ultimates from South Korea, but Mixby takes a toe out of the spawn door and gets absolutely obliterated as now Fielder's taking names.
Okay, Mixby is still missing, so Hog is the only healer, and the Nano maybe could have been thrown to Super Gomez while he was just, well, in the thick of it, but if Colombia's supports can't leave spawn, there's a bigger problem to address.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is they can't even get into a clean fight. Hug's just in a corner against the Nano Fearless Doomfist. 95% and counting. Is anyone going to even be able to get close to touch? Doesn't seem like it. And South Korea, easy as it can be for them.
200-0. And one of the things we wanted to see in this match is, are there any weaknesses to South Korea? Can Colombia win a fight? How do they talk to each other? How do they coordinate when they're constantly on the back foot? And we both know that control, the first fight, is so important. Who is defending, who is attacking, and Colombia having issues just getting out of spawn, having to make space, and have to deal with flankers of South Korea constantly. It's a true test facing these players.
And you can see Cersei as the person on your left here for Team Colombia trying to work out what map you go to. You scratch his chin. What map gives us the best opportunity to win a map? And he's thinking, he's trying and cooking, but it's going to be difficult. Obviously on Escort and Hybrid, there's opportunities to play your own style, but with the flexibility of the South Korean roster, it's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, just a reminder that map 2 can be Escort or Hybrid, so I'm sure Cersei is crossing out every map that he can, but Mecha Base was so disgusting from Sparkle, who generated the first ultimate of the game of the duplicate, running them over with the Terra Surge. Like, Sparkle was easily my MVP of round 1.
Oh, absolutely. Sparkle was flawless in his round. This Terra Surge was just nasty. As soon as he popped that one, it's like, where do you go from there? Triple kill Terra Surge, unconventional ultimate to get that much value. But then Fearless on the Doomfist as well. One of his picks that he's just been exceptional at lately, just winning that diff of the Doomfist against Super Gomez.
And you're not even safe if you're a support. And I feel that you're not safe in spawn, you're not safe behind a wall, but how will you do on this next map? This is Colombia's choice. And with a 200-0 statement from South Korea, I'm sure you just got to go to the map that you are the most confident in, and for Colombia, that's Blizzard World.
Yeah, but you know, it's difficult to know why they want to go to Blizzard World. Hopefully we'll see some signs of what they want to play. It seems like they want to play that clumped up style with the Orisa, the Lucio Baptiste, and trying to counter dive that of South Korea. Didn't work well on Busan. Maybe it'll work better on Blizzard World.
We'll see if the power of friendship will help Colombia on this next map. Stay tuned after the break. Team South Korea are up 1-0 on match point against Colombia, burying them 6 feet under after how Busan went. But hey, it's Colombia's choice now. Let's see where they want to go. Oh yeah, it was Blizzard World, and they have a substitute too to help out.
Yeah, you know, there's substitutions coming from both sides. You know, it's both teams just sort of getting a feel for themselves. We're gonna have Hanbin come in. You know, it's pretty nice to have the luxury of having Fearless play a world-class Doomfist and take them out and put Hanbin in. Maybe we'll see the South Korea play a more traditional style of what a lot of other teams have been playing with the Sigma and the Bastion. We know this is a composition that was very popular in the Overwatch League just recently.
I almost don't recognize Sparkle without his glasses on. I was like, that doesn't look like him, but why? It's the glasses. But here's the lineup once again. We have some subs and changes on the Colombia side. Happy Alonso on tank, and Super Gomez has moved over to DPS over Cersei.
Cersei, as the coach player, has benched themselves. You know, like, you know what? I don't think I was cutting the mustard. It's time to bench myself, put someone in, and obviously just giving people as much opportunity to play as well. And, you know, see if Colombia, maybe this sub is the secret sauce that they needed to sort of get the advantage over South Korea. I'd be shocked if it is, but you never know.
Yeah, with the Doomfist differential that existed on Busan, hopefully we're going to see something different on Blizzard World, at least Colombia. That's what they're hoping for. With Hanbin in the lineup, I'm sure. We go to Blizzard World where, well, the meta has been so different in World Cup, obviously, since Overwatch League Finals, but it's also depending on what the team's preferences are.
Yeah, and in general, in the World Cup, this used to be a historical thing back in the day, is like teams, they don't have these robust rosters. A lot of these teams generally just play to their own strengths. You know, we saw Australia, they wanted to play Cupra on the Reinhardt because that's where they feel comfortable. We've seen other teams wanting to play Dive, they don't want to play Sigma. There isn't going to be a standardized meta for the rest of this Overwatch World Cup because teams just want to play to their own strengths, and that's how you find these advantages. Because not only are you playing to your own strengths, it can be difficult for other teams to know how to play against you because every team and every player plays a different way.
Well, we just heard from our insider Unknown that Team South Korea are going to play a Le Seraphim strat of Diva, Tracer, Sombra, Break, Kiriko. So...
Whoa, yo, can we give them all the skins as well? Let's just find a way to give them access, and we'll just play the music video over the entire gameplay the whole time. Honestly, you can mute us at this point, and you can just do that, and I'd be okay with it.
I play the song on repeat.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited to see them in person at BlizzCon.
It's gonna be awesome.
Are Colombia going to be excited to see those heroes on the other side? Maybe. Maybe they're counterable.
It could be a good strategy. Honestly, that composition isn't too bad. You got Brig Kiriko on the back line. You got, you know, Sombra, Tracer. It can work. Diva on the tank. Hanbin can do it. If anyone can do it, it's going to be Hanbin. So I hope Unknown doesn't lie to us, the fans.
Oh God, did he get lied to? We'll find out on the attack. But South Korea have chosen to also attack, so we'll get at least a whole round going. But it's match point for South Korea, Colombia. Gotta hope that these changes will affect their success. They're going back to the May, though, which I didn't love on Busan, but it's a different map, I guess.
It looks like we're getting almost there to the Le Seraphim setup. We'll see if they're going to go for it. I know Lip, you know, he's loved Sombra for so long. He's probably one of the best Sombras in the world historically. Kid's obviously been trained dramatically lately. We haven't seen, I believe, almost any Sombra. I think France is the only team to really pick that one up a little bit. And there it is. Fielder speeds them out, and there we go. We got the squad.
All right, everyone, get in the truck. We're going to the concert. Fielder's got the speed. I don't even remember what Brig did, but man, Colombia are just not letting the music play on, though. They just collapsed right into them. Also, along with the Bastion, which is not supposed to be as mobile and as in your face as Super Gomez is playing, but hey, he was a tank for a reason. He's frontlining.
This is going way worse than it did in the music video. That's all I'm saying, is we're going to see Lip is going to force the Colombian squad to fall back to the point because he's sort of applying some backline pressure. Hanbin's coming back, but that was a great first rush from Colombia. Seeing the squad of South Korea run into them. That's what you need to do when you're the Reinhardt. Be proactive.
Colombia trying to take the initiative, and Sombra's a lot more different than when Lip played it before. So this will be a lot more challenging for him, and the kills are still following through for South Korea, because you know Sparkle just casually getting a 2K was easily the MVP of Busan, and the only one that could kill Sparkle was Sparkle himself when he had to pulse bomb his own feet. But yeah.
Hey, you know, Sparkle is the only person who can beat Sparkle. We've seen that in the past within the Overwatch League, but that's going to be a pretty good and quick first cap from South Korea. And now Colombia, they have to keep the foot on the gas. They have to keep going. Just like LeSeraphim in the music video, they are the ones who have to go proactive.
Yes. South Korea hoping for a perfect night, and for Lip, and so it is. That's a 4-man EMP, backhands Mixby, and Colombia gotta hope they can escape with their lives, and Happy Alonso, very sad to have to just keep his shield up and hope that his team gets out, but Team South Korea also have to push the cart, so they've let him escape.
Yeah, they've let him escape, and it's interesting to get a look at the Sombra for the first time, you know, or at least, you know, get a good look at it in competitive, because there's been mixed reviews of the new Sombra rework. Obviously, you have that virus that you can put on people, and the hacks aren't as effective, so it's a lot more of a poke hero where you're just trying to put out pressure and just be disruptive, but you're not as much of an assassin as you used to be.
And there's Kitsune Rush right into the Ant Matrix. So South Korea don't want to run into their own death. I like that Hanbin's trying to push people down from that bridge. And there's the Blizzard thrown in South Korea's face. And this is enough to freeze Hanbin, but he has to self-destruct. He has a second life, but I can't say the same for Colombia. Happy Alonso gets blown up along with all the dominoes behind him. And Team South Korea will be capping point B.
Yeah, Hug just falls first. As soon as they lose all that healing, there's just no way they can stand up to the amount of damage that Korea has. And once again, Lip is just charging up another EMP, and they've got him trapped in this old spawn.
Uh-oh. Colombia, they're really good at running away, though. Team South Korea, it's a game of cat and mouse, and they're on the hunt. And they managed to lose Fielder somehow, and Hanbin will be forced to use self-destruct if he wants another life. And still is killing people in pilot form, so Team South Korea just can't be stopped.
They're just too dominant. They just put out so much damage, and their pre-existing synergy of when they used to play together in the Overwatch League is really coming through. And now Colombia, they do have ultimates. We have Happy Alonso with the Earth Shatter. This one could be huge and get them into the fight.
Colombia were able to just take initiative at the start of this map, but they run right into the EMP, and somehow Lip is still able to translocate out. Here's the Shatter that only gets Lip down on his back, and Colombia can't take advantage of this, but they got the Photon Barrier to split up the fight, so maybe Happy Alonso can swing a bit more, but he can't swing in heaven. Mixed with the Sound Barrier is a little too late, and Colombia tried to make the most out of this moment, now committing the Ant Matrix. It's not enough damage into South Korea. Colombia fall yet again.
Yeah, just all of their ultimates just a little wrong. The Sound Barrier just doesn't save Happy Alonso. The Shatter not really finding the value. Now they're desperation mode. They need to get on the cart, and they will.
Colombia managed to touch, and South Korea
the rush is a problem.
Re-engage with the Kitsune Rush. The Maywall only slows them down. You gotta hope that this Blizzard from Jumper comes online soon. But Team South Korea are killing them, and they've even pushed them off the card. 3 minutes and 43 is what Team South Korea will ring in.
And for a lot of our new viewers, there's a lot of reason why, you know, a lot of us analysts have been hyping up Team South Korea just because of, as a region, they've been some of the strongest Overwatch players in the world, and you're starting to see a masterclass of it right now. Colombia, they were good in the qualifiers to get into this group stage. They went 5-0 in their group, but so far, even against South Korea playing a composition that you would say is not technically meta, unless you're trying to be a K-pop group, then Colombia just still can't even hold up to that. And that's the sheer power of the South Korea, because Colombia, they're doing the right things, they have the right idea, just nothing's working.
I think the true crime is that Mercy is not part of LeSeraphim, the skins. You imagine? We'd be having like 300k viewers if that was the case.
If we had a Mercy LeSeraphim skin right now, we'd be the most popular game in the world. But hey, you know, we're giving some other people some time in the sun. Honestly, the skins have been awesome. All right, let's just take a detour right now. Lemon, which one's your favorite skin of the LeSeraphim drop?
Oh, I gotta say Diva. She's just looking so groovy, and she's so cute. And I'm glad that she saved everyone from the car crash by using her mech to lift up the van. Because, you know, we just almost kind of drove into the ocean there, but
honestly,
so thanks, Kiriko.
My biggest issue with the entire music video is the tracer recall doesn't work like that. That's not lore accurate.
So true.
And, I feel like someone needs to step in when these types of things happen.
So how do you forget your tickets
I
to
know.
the concert? That's probably the most expensive thing in the world. But Colombia, they can rely on at least attending this point. We'll see if South Korea have enough in them to full hold like they did before on Control. Now Colombia have made their way to the top right. Super Gomez missing in action. And Sabra is much more difficult to play. You're going to see her die a lot more than before. And I guess with the rest of Colombia, they can hold hands and spawn.
Oh, Fielder's just taking names right now on this Kiriko, just going so aggressive, finding headshots. And Happy Alonso is going to find it very difficult to play Winston into this composition from South Korea. And that's why you're going to see, once again, wholesale swaps over to the Reinhardt. If they can play together, potentially they can punish some of the aggression from some of these individual players from South Korea.
Team South Korea holding Colombia at bay. Here's the teleport from Colombia to get to the top right. And a lot of speed being used. Happy Alonso, though, wants to play conservatively, hold the shield up as much as he can, and he can't keep South Korea at bay. And that's a 3K stick from Blip. Say goodbye to Colombia.
And that was just, once again, Colombia caught in a small room against an ultimate, and it was just perfect from Lip. Goes on to Mixby, I believe, and just delivers it to the rest of his team. That was a great strategy from Colombia, though. They punished Chio. They're doing the right things. It's just better play from Lip.
And good ice block, good shield from Happy Alonso. Now changing up the strategy. Colombia want to go through this left side to have as much cover as possible. Also choose a route that Team South Korea aren't holding, at least for the moment. Kitsune Rush is available for Fielder. This could be what kicks off the fight for them, but is Colombia going to want to teleport to that top right side again? They see Hanbin there, hoping to use an Ant Matrix too. Kitsune Rush plus EMP. Colombia are just trying to touch the point. They're all so low, and Team South Korea are hunting them down one by one, and the Ant Matrix still not enough to even get a single kill.
Just walking into the trap from Sparkle as soon as they tried to cross that distance. Perfectly timed EMP from Sparkle. It potentially might have been the biggest immortality field I've ever seen in my life from Hug, but they just couldn't get the health bars back up there. And now with a minute 30 remaining, Colombia still coming up with nothing, and Hug falls, just trying to walk out of spawn.
Hug has to be the most bullied person in this lobby, even on Busan. Just getting killed in spawn. Colombia are still stuck there. Team South Korea, just, I don't know if they've even died, but through this whole defense, Colombia, are they going to change their comp? They're working up to some ultimates,
They
so
can't.
probably not.
They have to hold on to it. They need to hope that these ultimates are going to be enough. They just need to find a way to get the engagement in their favor. Hug almost gets one clip by Lip there, and that's a great pick. Now, all they need to do is get onto the point. They need to apply pressure to South Korea, but be careful because you know there's going to be pressure. Great TP from Colombia getting towards this point, not allowing Korea to pick them off on the I guess, trek to the point.
Not even a first tick. Okay, there it is. Hanbin was trying to contest. Lip will be back very shortly. Colombia being all too patient with their ultimates. They should have taken an initiative like we liked them to do before with that sound barrier, but it came in too late, didn't save Drummer, and now things are in shambles. Team South Korea with the rally gets shattered down by Happy Alonso, and Team South Korea, they thrive in this chaos, and Colombia are still trying to get organized. And Happy Alonso is able to trade with Lip, but Colombia only got 57%, which won't be enough. Colombia got a hope to touch around the corner. Is this Lucio of Mixby, who's getting hacked and shoved out by Hanbin? It was a blizzard from... No, it actually
EMP'd away.
EMP'd.
Insult to injury there for Colombia, and just not able to stand up against South Korea. Just showing a masterclass of Overwatch at the highest level in Colombia. You can see themselves. There's a couple of smiles on their face. It's a great opportunity to play against the players of the caliber of South Korea. And they had their moments from time to time, but for the most part, just a dominant win.
I'm just glad that Team South Korea are showing us a new meta. The Le Seraphim meta, I'm so down. I don't know how this will go at the main event, but Team South Korea continue to be the team to beat. And Man, they really did beat down Colombia too, even going to the spawn room doors, not letting them get out, constantly flanking them, and that's something that Colombia really struggled with.
Yeah, and when you have players with such individual confidence like South Korea, you see like Hugs is walking out of spawn, surrounded by the rest of his team, and then he almost gets one-clipped by the Tracer of Lip. And that's, how do you deal with that? How do you handle that? And you just don't at that end of the day. And Colombia, you have to hope that you go on to better matches, right? You are always pretty much going to lose that match. Take that, move on to the next ones, because you need to win the next 2 matches. Otherwise, you're not going to BlizzCon.
I'm just looking forward to seeing just how the representation of South America goes, because there's Brazil that are looking good. Of course, team we just casted, I'm blanking, Colombia, also put on a good show today. I don't think they were going to put a dent against South Korea, but how will they do against their fellow competition? It'll be exciting to see just how South America highlight themselves, because Team Brazil have been exciting to see before. But I'm excited to also hear from the desk, who are, I'm sure, very happy with their predictions. So let's hear from them.
Thank you so much, Costa and Lemon. South Korea rolling out with the Seraphim Com and making everyone out there very happy. It worked out pretty well for them as well. So, you know, will they use it against teams which may be a little tougher to beat? Probably not. Are we happy to have seen it?
Come on.
Absolutely.
Come on.
They do not have to, Danny.
It's gonna be the new meta. It's gonna be the Seraphim meta.
No.
All right, everyone in gold, watch out. They're gonna roll out like that.
Gold,
What a squad, what a squad. According to gold players, there is.
Yeah. Okay.
Source, I'm a gold player.
I apologize. Okay. Sorry.
It's okay, that's okay. I'll forgive you. And I feel like Colombia also forgives South Korea for the absolute beatdown that they just got handed. Because quite frankly, if you looked at the player cams, Colombia players were happy.
They were happy to be there. They were like, hey, we tried, you know?
I know, they were still like, they exchanged the fist bumps, they had smiles on their faces, they discussed what was happening, they were able to laugh about it, and that's the spirit. That's what I want to see in the Overwatch World Cup. Yeah. It is a competition, yes, but it's a friendly competition. It's so fun to be able to measure up against some of the greats of the industry. We have so many star players, which a lot of those players in various different teams, they don't usually get to play against them. Right. Be that because they're in different regions or just, you know, on a different, don't want to say skill level, but that's kind of what it is, right? I mean, so this is a great opportunity.
You gotta set your expectations right, and I feel like Colombia did that in this series. Look, if you're like an aspiring pro player, or you know you're trying to compete even in tier 2 or whatever, like getting to play a team like South Korea is still like a huge honor or like opportunity, because like as you said, like you don't get to play these players that often. So just being able to play them, even though you know you're most likely to lose and it's gonna look pretty bad, that's a great opportunity. So. Colombia, they set their expectations right, and obviously that's not their opponent to beat here in Group A. They have to look towards Finland and Mexico later this week.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So here you can take a look at the groups with the current standings. We did get to see a lot of great competitive Overwatch, I feel like, today. I think there were a lot of teams which really impressed us, which really showed up. And some of them not as expected. And a lot of them, if you're looking at the score, like the way Brazil played today, yes, they lost, but it was a quality loss. So it actually showed that they can hang. They did play very close. They did exceed expectations in a lot of the way they performed today. And of course, Japan being able to take that France in a pretty convincing fashion. They looked so good, so cohesive. The synergy was there and a lot of individual talent, which just made it so very exciting. So I am looking forward to so much more of that, as this was just day one. But that means that we have some takeaways, right? What did we learn? What excited us? What made us happy? Danny, you go first.
What made me happy? You guys all know it. We love K-pop. K-pop's a new meta. The Le Seraphim meta. I think that's how Lemon called it. I just love it. I think that's the perfect name. With the release of the collab and now the Team Korea, with K-pop idols, and now there's Team South Korea, sort of like, go hand in hand. They're like promoting them at the same time. But it was, at the end of the day, I guess my big takeaway is that South Korea, yes, they can play anything and they will still beat the opponent. They're that good.
Yeah. Look, I mean, they're playing Mexico later this week, right? Maybe they'll bring it out again.
Bring it back.
Oh, 100%. Please, Team South Korea. Like,
Do it for the people.
I'll be so sad if this is the last time we saw the Alyssa of him.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
I think there are more times that we're gonna see this in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they have what it takes to commit to the bids. Now, Johnny, what was your personal highlight of day one?
Look, I only got one prediction wrong today, and it was Great Britain. I underestimated Great Britain, okay? And I promise I won't do it again. Backbone came out, played a great online, our very first match of the day here, supporting Jakarta on the Winston, of course. And so I think that Great Britain, this is one of those teams that they've been here in the World Cup before. Not necessarily all of these players, you know, some of them were rookies here in the World Cup, but the coaching staff as well. You got Tasmo, of course, as a staff member of this team, but then you also have Christopher with all the experience, you know, competing at the highest level in Overwatch before. So I'm not sleeping on Great Britain. If there's going to be a recipe for, you know, advancing far in the World Cup and making it deep into the playoffs, Great Britain, they'll probably like discover the recipe. Like they'll probably just find the technology. They'll develop the strats. All right, so they'll get there. I have faith in the coaching staff and the players, of course, to make it deep. So Great Britain, I'm not sleeping on them moving forward.
Is this because Tasma called you out on socials?
No, actually, I didn't even interact with the tweet. I'm just like, well, you get this every time. You get used to it. You can't ever be right, okay? I tried to pander to Canada. Instead, Great Britain, they come at me like there's no winning. There's no winning. I tried to make everyone happy. It can't make everyone happy. Sorry.
That's true. Lemon also she led you astray with this.
Yeah, she
one.
did.
During our rehearsals, you did say Great Britain is going to take it, and then you flopped. So Lemon, big shout out right there. Shouldn't have flopped. Sometimes the flop just ain't worthy. Sometimes it is though. I was just about to say sometimes it is though, because the Japan prediction was some Giga Brain stuff, and they're definitely one of the teams which really impressed. And if we're looking at the groups overall, I feel like coming into this, we had a clear idea of what teams we think are going to come out on top of each group. But honestly, based on some of the performances we got to see today, that may have changed. I do think that especially Group D for me is now wide open. Like United States, yes, we still consider them the favorite. Alas, Saudi Arabia, we know that team has a lot of synergy. We know they have a lot of really great players. France, they looked a bit frazzled. Japan, however, looked really, really good. So that changes things up. Brazil making Group B even more competitive, even harder to predict. So once one of the other Commonwealth teams has to face off against Brazil, I think they have to study up on some bots because Brazil really came to play. And for Group C, we did expect Thailand to come out on top, but we haven't seen Spain yet. So it's going to be very interesting to see where they find themselves. Overall, I feel like this is a very competitive group stage, and that makes me so excited and so happy for more.
Yeah, I mean, especially Group D, like you said, it's wide open. But with France taking that loss today, essentially, it'll be a must-win match against the United States tomorrow. So, you know, even though it's just day 2 tomorrow, we're still getting to the point where, like, these are crucial matches if we want to advance to the playoffs later this week.
Yeah, because we already discussed Group B, right? Like, it was so important for Great Britain to win that match against Canada because they don't want to find themselves in the second seed, because that would mean that they most likely are going to face up against South Korea in the playoffs. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, not playoffs, in the brackets. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. First, one more day of 6 matches coming your way. We have a lot of great teams facing off against each other. We get to see a first look on some teams we have not seen playing today. Which one are you guys excited for? Starting with you, Danny.
I gotta say, the reigning champions, USA versus France. France taking the loss today against Japan. You know, they really, like Johnny said, they really need to get that win against USA tomorrow. But it is a very tough opponent.
I think. Look, I know we're supposed to pick one, but I think there's like plenty of good ones here. Spain, Thailand, that's going to be really important for the outcome of the groups. Canada, Australia, 2 of the better teams, of course, in Group B. So like, there's a lot on the line here. Japan, Saudi Arabia, like these are really important matches between even.
Just pick one.
I refuse. I refuse to pick one match. I pick 3.
Honestly,
team from China?
Pick 4. Mexico,
I get
Colombia.
it though.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's actually so many banger games tomorrow. Today felt a bit like a stroll through to Overwatch, but I feel like tomorrow these scores can look a lot closer. At least that's what we're hoping for. For now, though, we are done with day number 1 of the Overwatch World Cup 2023. Of course, we will be back with more action tomorrow. You just saw the schedule. Tune in. Schedule. That's how the word is pronounced. Schedule even. So make sure to tune in again for all the action. 10:45 a.m. PT. We will be back. So for now, relax, stay hydrated, take care of yourself, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Take care.
Bye.